Harry Potter and the Extraordinary Mr. Gray by Mr. Oblivious. 36. Christmas Glass. By the time December settled properly over Hogwarts, the year had learned how to hold more than one truth at once. Quirrell remained dangerous. James's hunt had narrowed rather than eased. Somewhere beyond ordinary lessons and essays, the war still moved in careful, ugly increments. But the castle had turned toward Christmas anyway, as if Old Stone knew something children sometimes forgot. Danger did not cancel winter, and fear did not get to confiscate every joy in sight. Harry felt that first in the windows. Frost feathered the panes each morning in patterns too delicate to be practical, and behind them the ground spread white and still beneath a sky that never quite decided between pearl and iron. The lake smoked in the cold. The towers glittered at their edges after dawn. Even the corridors seemed quieter, sound softened by evergreen boughs charmed into place above arches and doorways. Hermione noticed everything decorative only long enough to judge whether it had been arranged symmetrically. Neville noticed all of it. "They've done the stair rails too," Neville said one morning, stopping halfway down the Ravenclaw staircase to stare at the ribbon of holly twined neatly along the banister. "Do they do this every year?" Hermione, who had a stack of books balanced against one hip and a timetable half unfolded in one hand, glanced up and then immediately looked more closely despite herself. "Apparently," Hermione said, "though I do think the silver charms would look better distributed at measured intervals instead of by whim." Harry paused a step below them, one hand on the rail, and looked back. The common room behind them still held the warmth of breakfast tea and banked fire, the windows pale with winter light. Students moved through the space in scarves and house jumpers and an odd new softness. Even the people he did not know well smiled more easily on their way past, as if the season had loosened something in everyone at once. "You know," Harry said, "most people's first response to Christmas decorations isn't critique." Hermione gave him a level look. "Most people are willing to tolerate visual chaos if it comes wrapped in sentiment," Hermione said. Then, after a beat, the corner of her mouth moved. "I am trying to grow." Neville laughed, quiet but genuine, and began walking again. Harry followed them down the stairs and out into the corridor, where the smell of pine and beeswax met them immediately. The castle did not feel like a story someone else had once told him now. It felt inhabited, lived in. His footsteps had joined its daily rhythm. Hermione's voice belonged in the library hush and the charms classroom. Neville's had become part of the space beside him at breakfast, in corridors, on the walk back from lessons. Harry noticed that not as revelation but as accumulation, one ordinary day after another becoming something larger than itself. At the turn toward the Great Hall, Neville slowed just enough to look between them. "Do you think," Neville asked, almost shyly, "that this is what it's meant to feel like?" Harry knew what he meant without asking. Hermione answered first, her voice gentler than the question deserved and exactly as gentle as Neville needed. "I rather think," Hermione said, "that it's meant to feel even better by the time we've bullied the year into proper shape." Harry smiled before he could stop it. Outside, snow began again in small, patient flakes. Inside, the castle breathed around them, dressed for Christmas and entirely uninterested in asking permission to feel like home. The castle grew quieter after most of the students left for the holiday. Not empty. Hogwarts could never manage that. It still creaked, breathed, and rearranged itself with the serene entitlement of a place that had no interest in becoming manageable for anyone's comfort. But the noise thinned. Corridors that usually held clusters of voices now carried only the occasional footstep or distant burst of laughter from the common rooms. The quiet made the decorations seem brighter somehow, as if the garlands and candles had more room to exist. Harry found himself walking after curfew because the stillness invited it. He hadn't meant to go far. Only out of the tower, down a staircase or two, through the kind of wandering routes that let a mind settle without demanding it name what it was settling around. Snowlight pressed faintly at the windows, turning the stone silver where it touched. His breath barely showed in the colder passages. Somewhere far off, the castle hummed to itself. When he reached the old classroom, the door was already ajar. That should have warned him. Instead it drew him. Inside, Moonlight pooled in long pale bars across the floorboards. Dust lay thick over stacked desks pushed against the walls. At the far end of the room stood something too large and too deliberate to be accidental, its gold frame catching every scrap of light in the room and making it seem brighter than the windows deserved. Harry stopped a few feet away. The mirror was beautiful in the cold, impractical way certain objects only became when no one used them for what they were meant to do. Carved runes wound around the frame, half hidden by age and shadow. It should have reflected the classroom behind him. The stacked desks. The moonlight. Himself. It didn't. His breath caught so sharply it hurt. James and Lily stood behind him in the glass. Not photographs. Not memory made fuzzy by wanting. They were whole in the ruthless way dreams sometimes were, more vivid for being impossible. Lily's hand rested lightly on his shoulder, fingers elegant and familiar in ways Harry had no right to recognize and did anyway. James stood on his other side, one hand in his pocket, the other lifted as though he had just been mid-laugh. Both of them were looking at him with a kind of uncomplicated love that made the room tilt under his feet. "No," Harry whispered, though he did not step back. He knew at once that it was false. That was the cruelty of it. James existed. James was real, alive, present, and near enough for Harry to reach. And still the mirror had found the exact wound that remained untouched by all of that and pressed its thumb there without hesitation. He took one step closer. The figures in the mirror did the same. "Harry." James's voice came softly from the doorway behind him, real enough to break the spell just by existing. Harry turned too fast, heart hammering. James stood there with lamplight behind him, one hand still on the open door, expression already shifting from mild curiosity to understanding as his gaze moved from Harry's face to the mirror and back again. For one terrible second Harry wanted to lie. Then he looked back at the glass and saw his parents still waiting there, as unreachable as stars. "I found something," Harry said, and heard at once how small his own voice sounded. James did not hurry to him. That, more than anything else, kept Harry from breaking. He crossed the room slowly, lamplight moving with him, and stopped just beside Harry rather than between him and the mirror. He did not look at the glass first. He looked at Harry, properly, the way he always did when he needed to know whether something had gone past discomfort and into damage. "What do you see?" James asked quietly. Harry swallowed. The answer caught in his throat twice before it came free. "You know," Harry said. "You know what I see." James's gaze shifted then, at last, toward the mirror. Whatever he saw there he kept to himself, but something old and wary moved across his face, not fear exactly, not surprise. Recognition. "Yes," James said, "I do." Harry looked back at the glass despite himself. Lily still stood there with impossible tenderness in her face. James stood beside her, whole in a way the man at Harry's shoulder could never be, because this one belonged entirely to childhood and loss and the shape of a family that had ended before it had properly begun. The mirror's cruelty was not that it lied. It was that it told the truth in the wrong language. "I know it isn't real," Harry said. "That's the worst part." James nodded once. "Yes," James said. "It would almost be easier if it felt like trickery." Harry let out a breath that shook on the way out. Why would anyone make something like this? James's mouth tightened, but his voice remained even. Because desire is stronger than fear in certain places. Most people will fight a monster. They won't fight kindness so quickly. Harry dragged his eyes away from the glass and looked at him. "It doesn't feel kind." "No," James said. "It feels accurate in all the places that hurt the most." For a moment neither of them spoke. Snowlight and lamplight lay together across the floorboards, pale and gold and indifferent. The room smelled of dust and cold metal and something older than either of them. James reached out then, not to turn Harry away, not to cover the mirror or drag him from the room, but simply to rest a hand against the back of Harry's neck, warm and steady. "You're allowed to look," James said quietly. "I'm not going to take that from you. But you need to understand what it does. It doesn't give, it fixes. It takes the one hunger you'd never refuse and teaches you to stand still in front of it." Harry looked back at the mirror again. His parents were still there, waiting in perfect patience, and for one terrible moment the waiting seemed like mercy. He could stand here. Just a little longer. Just enough to remember their faces. Just enough to keep feeling that impossible, borrowed love aimed at him. James felt the shift before Harry spoke. His hand tightened once, barely. That's how it starts, James said. Not with greed. Not with weakness. With relief. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the mirror was still there. So was James, real and breathing, and not enough in one way and more than enough in another. Harry let out a slow breath and did not step away yet, but the wanting had changed shape. It now had a name, and names made things harder to obey. It wants me to stay, Harry said. Yes, James replied, and that is why it's dangerous. Harry stepped back first. Not far, only one pace, but it was enough to change the room. The mirror still stood there in its gold frame, patient and merciless, but the pull of it eased just enough for breath to feel like his again. James's hand remained at the back of his neck for another heartbeat, then lifted away. That was hard, Harry said, voice low and without embarrassment. James inclined his head. Yes, James said. That's why it matters. Harry looked at the glass once more, then deliberately away. The choice showed in his whole body, not dramatic, not triumphant. Just a boy deciding that wanting something did not give it the right to own him. James felt the significance of that settle somewhere deep and structural. Harry had not conquered the mirror. He had recognized it. That was better. Do we leave it here? Harry asked. For tonight, James said. Then, because the question deserved more than dismissal, he added, not because it's harmless. Because now we know where it is, what it does, and how it speaks. Harry frowned faintly. You make it sound useful. James looked at the mirror properly then, not as a wound and not yet as temptation, but as architecture. Desire given form. A magical device that did not respond to force or cleverness so much as to the shape of longing brought in front of it. Dumbledore had hidden the stone inside it once because most people would reach. Most people would take. Most people could be relied upon to betray themselves by wanting visibly enough. Useful, James thought, was one word for that. He stepped forward before Harry could stop him and let the glass take him. What appeared did not surprise him. Surprise would have implied he had not already spent years knowing exactly where his deepest hunger lived. Hermione stood there first, not dead, not restored in spectacle, simply present in the unadorned way reality would have allowed if the world had been kinder. Harry stood beside her, older, alive, unbroken by war. Behind them, Sirius and Remus leaned against a sunlit wall in the sort of careless peace that had never lasted long enough in real life to become normal. James's throat tightened once, sharply. James, Harry said. He did not step closer. He did not ask what James saw. The restraint in that was its own kind of love. James let out a breath and pulled his eyes away. I see why Dumbledore chose it, James said quietly. Harry watched him, waiting. It doesn't tempt through greed, James said. It tempts through completion. It offers the exact shape of a wound healed and asks only that you stop moving long enough to keep looking. He glanced back at the mirror, then at Harry. A man who wants the stone for power will betray himself in front of this. A man who wants nothing but to use it, hide it, or keep it from others might not. Harry's expression sharpened. So it isn't just dangerous, Harry said. It's selective. Yes, James replied. The room seemed to settle around that truth. Mirror is mercy. Mirror is trap. Mirror is instrument. Harry looked from the glass to James and back again, and James saw the moment the thought reached him too. This wasn't only a grief object now. It had entered the war. Come on, James said at last. They left the classroom together, the door closing softly behind them. But as the castle received them back into its winter corridors, James carried a new certainty with him. The mirror did not merely reveal desire. In the right chamber, at the right moment, it could become the last lock on a door Voldemort would never understand until it was too late. 37. The Boy in the Mirror. Harry did not mean to go back the next night. That was the first lie he told himself, and perhaps the kindest. He made it almost to the Ravenclaw staircase before the thought of the room turned in his mind and stopped being memory. It became possibility. Then ache. Then something quieter and more dangerous than either, because it wore the shape of reason. Just to look again. Just to prove he could leave a second time. Just to remember their faces without the first shock inside it. By the time he realized he was already walking the wrong way, the castle had gone still around him. The corridors after midnight did not feel empty in December. They felt held. Moonlight lay in patient bars across the stones. Garland shadows shifted when no wind touched them. Somewhere far off, a door latched with soft finality. Harry's footsteps sounded too loud and then not loud enough, swallowed by the castle as if it knew perfectly well where he was going and had decided not to interfere. James noticed the change at breakfast. Harry had eaten, but not much. He had answered questions, but too quickly. He had smiled once at something Neville said about the house elves over-seasoning the porridge and then gone immediately quiet again, as if his attention were tied elsewhere by a thread only he could feel. "You look tired," James said later, in the trunk, with the kind of neutrality that meant he already knew more than the sentence admitted. Harry bent over a book he had not turned the page of in several minutes. "I'm fine," Harry said. James did not press. That was worse. Fine, Harry thought after James had turned away. He felt almost fine. That was the treachery of it. The mirror did not leave him emptied. It left him sharpened in one place and hollowed in another, as if grief had been cleaned and polished until it became easier to handle and harder to set down. He returned that night too. This time the door to the classroom was closed. He opened it anyway. Dust, moonlight, gold. The mirror stood waiting at the far wall with the patience of something that had never needed to hurry anyone. Harry approached more slowly now, as if slowness counted as caution, and stopped just close enough that his own reflection ought to have been visible. It wasn't. James and Lily were there again. No, not again. Still. That was what undid him. The mirror did not behave as though it had produced an illusion on the previous night and was recreating it now. It behaved as though Harry had merely stepped out for a few hours and come back to where they had remained waiting in perfect stillness. Lily's hand still rested near his shoulder. James still looked as though he had just laughed and would do so again the moment Harry chose to speak. The sight hurt. It also healed, for one stolen moment, in the same breath. Harry stepped closer. He knew it was dangerous now. Knew exactly what James had meant about relief. But knowledge was not the same thing as immunity. There in the moonlit room, with the whole castle asleep around him and his parents alive only in gold and glass, understanding did not break the spell. It only made him ashamed of how badly he wanted it to keep working. By the third morning, Hermione had stopped mistaking Harry's silence for tiredness. He was still there in all the outward ways that counted to teachers. He arrived on time, answered when called on, completed what was set before him. But some vital part of his attention kept arriving a few seconds late, as though the rest of him had to be fetched from somewhere further away before it could join the conversation. Neville noticed it too, though in Neville it showed as worry rather than conclusion. Hermione, unfortunately for Harry, preferred conclusion. She cornered him in the library. Not dramatically. Hermione never wasted theater when precision would do. She simply waited until Neville had gone to return a book, then slid into the chair opposite Harry and folded her hands atop the table with the terrifying calm of someone preparing to be correct. "You are somewhere else," Hermione said. Harry kept his eyes on the page in front of him, though he had read the same line 4 times and retained none of it. "I'm in the library." "That sort of answer might work on someone who didn't know you," Hermione said. He let out a breath and closed the book, because pretending past this point would only insult them both. Winter light lay pale across the table between them. Around them, pages turned, quills scratched, and somewhere in the stacks a Ravenclaw third year sneezed with academic violence. The ordinary quiet of the room only made Hermione's focus feel sharper. "You don't have to interrogate me," Harry said. Hermione tilted her head slightly. "Then don't make me infer things from fragments," Hermione said. "You've been disappearing into your own head since Christmas. You answer half a second too late. You barely ate breakfast. And last night, you weren't in bed when I checked the corridor coming back from the loo." Harry looked up at that. "You checked." Hermione's expression did not change, but something gentler moved under it. Of course I checked, Hermione said. Harry, you looked like someone standing too close to the edge of something and pretending not to notice. The words landed harder than he wanted them to. He looked away, out toward the tall windows where snow drifted down in soft, stubborn flakes. The mirror rose in his mind at once, not only its image but its promise, that clean, impossible stillness in which wanting and grief sat together until they became hard to separate. He had meant to keep it private. Not because he distrusted Hermione, but because saying it aloud would make it real in the wrong way. Hermione waited him out. Finally, Harry said, I found something in the castle. Hermione's eyes narrowed at once. Dangerous. Yes, Harry said. Then, after a beat, but not in the way you mean. That changed the room between them. Her posture shifted, not relaxing, but deepening into full attention. Explain, Hermione said quietly. Harry swallowed once. It's a mirror, Harry said. And when I stand in front of it, it shows me my parents. Hermione did not speak immediately. She did not fill the silence with comfort or disbelief or questions she could not yet ask cleanly. Her face changed only in the smallest ways, the sharpness softening into something more careful and much more serious. When she spoke, her voice had lost its edge entirely. And you keep going back, Hermione said. Harry looked at the table between them and nodded once. Hermione drew in a slow breath, then leaned forward just enough to make the next words inescapable. Then we are not leaving this as a secret place you disappear into alone, Hermione said. Absolutely not. Hermione did not wait for Harry to agree. She closed his book, gathered both their notes into one tidy stack, and stood with the kind of calm that meant resistance would only waste time. Harry followed her out of the library because it was easier than arguing and because some part of him was already relieved the choice had been taken away. James was in the trunk when they arrived, sleeves rolled, halfway through rearranging a shelf that had not needed rearranging until that exact moment. He looked up at the sound of the lid opening and took in the scene at once. Hermione's set mouth, Harry's tired eyes, the atmosphere of a problem that had already moved past private. What happened? James asked. Hermione did not sit. She stood with both hands braced on the back of a chair, as if the furniture itself needed to witness that she was being reasonable. Harry found the mirror again, Hermione said. He's been going back alone, which I consider appalling, and you are going to explain exactly how dangerous it is in terms that do not rely on poetic implication. James's gaze shifted to Harry. Harry looked away first. I wasn't planning to move in with it, Harry muttered. That is not the standard by which we judge psychological hazards, Hermione said sharply. Something in James's expression softened, though not into amusement. More into recognition. He set the book in his hands down very carefully and crossed to the table. Sit, James said quietly. Both of you. They did. For a moment no one spoke. The trunk seemed especially still, the soft lights and ordered shelves making the topic feel sharper rather than smaller. James folded his hands loosely in front of him, not quite touching anything. In my old life, James said at last, I saw the mirror take men apart without ever laying a hand on them. Harry looked up. James's voice remained even, but there was no mistaking the depth under it now. Not quickly, James said. That's the trick. If it drove people mad in an hour, no one would keep it. It works by giving exactly enough relief to make standing still feel reasonable. 5 minutes becomes 20. One night becomes a week. You stop measuring time by anything except when you can return. Hermione's fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the chair, but she did not interrupt. James looked directly at Harry. It doesn't kill by force. It kills by replacing motion with longing. Meals become interruptions. Sleep becomes inconvenience. Friends become noise. You tell yourself you're only looking, only thinking, only remembering. But all the while the rest of your life begins thinning around the one place that hurts less than everything else. Harry swallowed. The words did not feel exaggerated. That was what made them frightening. I know what it showed me, Harry said quietly. Yes, James replied. That's why it's dangerous for you in particular. The mirror isn't tempting you with ambition. It's offering you completion in the shape of grief relieved. The room held still around that sentence. Hermione looked from James to Harry, all intelligence now and no argument. So the danger isn't that he'll do something reckless in front of it, Hermione said. The danger is that he'll stop doing everything else. James inclined his head once. Exactly, James said. Harry looked down at his hands. I thought knowing that would make it easier not to want. No, James said. Knowledge helps you resist. It doesn't make you immune. He paused, then added more softly, that's why no one with your wounds should face it alone. Harry did not sleep easily after that conversation, but he slept honestly. The difference mattered. He woke the next morning tired in the ordinary way rather than hollowed out by absence, and for the first few minutes he lay still beneath the blankets trying to name what had changed. The wanting had not vanished. That would have been too simple and too kind. He could still feel the mirror in memory with humiliating clarity, the gold frame, the room gone silent around it, his parents waiting in the glass as if he had every right in the world to walk back toward them. But now the wanting had edges. It had been described, measured, given consequence. That made it harder to romanticize. Hermione ensured he did not romanticize it anyway. She fell into step beside him after breakfast with the expression of someone who had privately appointed herself to the role of moral enforcement and intended to perform it thoroughly. You are not going wandering tonight, Hermione said. Harry glanced at her. That was less a greeting and more an accusation. It was a safeguard, Hermione replied. You may choose to hear affection inside it if that helps. Something in his chest eased despite himself. Neville, walking on Harry's other side with his scarf wound twice around his neck, looked between them and wisely decided not to interfere with whatever this was. That too helped. The ordinary pressure of school returned around them in little ways all day long, and Harry became aware, almost with surprise, that the mirror's hold weakened when he had to keep pace with actual life. Essays. Neville losing a glove. Hermione muttering darkly about decorative snow tracked onto library floors. It was hard to disappear into longing while being repeatedly required to exist. Still, when night came, the corridor outside the Ravenclaw tower felt like a question. Harry stood at the turn where one staircase led toward the old classroom and the other toward bed. The castle was quiet again, the kind of quiet that made choices sound louder than footsteps. He did not move for several seconds. Behind his ribs, desire and grief leaned in the old direction, toward gold and glass and the exact shape of what had been taken from him. Then he heard laughter drift faintly down from the common room above. Neville's, unmistakably. Hermione's after it, drier but no less real. Harry closed his eyes. The mirror offered completion. The castle above him offered interruption, friendship, irritation, tea gone cold while Hermione argued over something unimportant enough to matter. One promise was perfect and dead. The other was unfinished and alive. When he opened his eyes again, he turned away from the classroom. James was waiting in the trunk when Harry came down later, not standing guard, not even watching the entrance directly. He was reading, or pretending to. He looked up as Harry stepped inside and saw enough at once to understand the rest. You didn't go back, James said. Harry set his book bag on the chair and let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. No, Harry said. I wanted to. James nodded once. That's usually how choosing works. Harry thought about that, then sat opposite him. The room felt warm, real, full of the kind of life the mirror could imitate but never generate. I think, Harry said slowly, I understand now why wanting the right thing still isn't enough. James's expression shifted, not into pride exactly, but into something steadier and deeper. Good, James said quietly. Hold on to that, you'll need it later. Harry did not yet know how true that was. He only knew that tonight he had chosen movement over stillness, pain over anesthetic, the unfinished world over a perfect lie. And somewhere deep beneath the grief, beneath the mirror and all it had offered, a new certainty settled into place. Whatever came next, it would have to be something he could choose while still walking away. 38. Under Oath. Bones's summons came during the first hard week back after Christmas, sealed in ministry read and delivered to James through channels that did not invite delay. He read it once in the trunk and understood at once what it was not. Not an intake request. Not a panic note. Not a question about whether the case was still real. Bones had moved past all of that months ago. This was formal, narrow, final in the way only law could be when it had decided to stop circling a truth and start pinning it to paper. Harry looked up from his homework the moment James broke the seal. "What is it?" Harry asked. James folded the parchment carefully, buying himself half a second to put the answer into the right shape. "Bones is ready to put Pettigrew on the record," James said. "Properly this time." Harry's quill went still. "And you?" "I'm the witness who found him," James replied. "And the man who transferred him into her custody." He met Harry's eyes. "That matters now." Harry nodded, but tension still moved across his face before he could stop it. "So this is the point where it becomes hard for them to bury." "Yes," James said. "That's exactly what this is." He arrived at the ministry under adult glamour and Bones's internal authorization, and for once the building did not waste his time pretending it did not understand urgency. A clerk in dark plum robes met him in silence and led him below the office floors, past 3 warded doors and one old stone arch that smelled faintly of dust and legal magic. The chamber beyond had been prepared for truth rather than comfort. Circular stone, tiered benches, a central platform under suspended runic frames designed to record shape, magic, and speech without loyalty entering the matter at all. Bones was already there. Marchbanks stood at a silver-edged table, arranging instruments with the quiet precision of someone who preferred disgust to surprise. Penhaligon waited near the rear ward line, arms folded, watchful without ostentation. The chamber carried the feel of people who had all agreed, privately and without saying it aloud, that what happened here would survive any later attempt to dilute it. Pettigrew sat at the center under ministry seal. Not in James's carrying case. Not under private wards. Under Bones's custody, exactly where he should have been. The anti-transformation cage had been set into a runic restraint cradle, layered with ministry and goblin-informed bindings that left no doubt about authorship or jurisdiction. Even petrified, even shrunk, he managed to look vile in a way that offended the eye on principle. Bones turned as James entered. Her expression was all business and no greeting. "Mr. Gray," Bones said. "You are here as discovery witness, prior custodian, and transfer witness. You will answer precisely, you will answer cleanly, and you will not embellish for moral satisfaction." James inclined his head once. "Understood." Bones's gaze flicked toward Pettigrew and hardened by a degree. "Good," Bones said, "because once we begin, he stops being a theory and starts being a statement." Bones began without ceremony, which was the only mercy Pettigrew was likely to receive. She moved to the edge of the central platform and touched her wand to the first of the suspended runic frames. Light ran through the metal lines overhead, not bright, not theatrical, just precise. The chamber sealed another degree tighter. James felt the pressure settle into the stone beneath his feet, a legal stillness rather than a magical one. Nothing dramatic would happen here unless the facts themselves insisted on it. "Record begins," Bones said. Her voice carried cleanly through the chamber. "Present are Director Amelia Bones, Healer Marchbanks, or Penhaligon, and Witness James Gray. Subject is Peter Pettigrew, currently held under ministry seal in transfigured state pending forced reversion and identity verification." Marchbanks stepped forward first. She laid 2 fingers against the restraint cradle, eyes narrowing as the diagnostic charms ran under her skin rather than above it. "Petrification intact," Marchbanks said. "Transformation state held externally. Underlying human matrix stable." Penhaligon made the next entry in the folio without looking surprised. That, James thought, was professionalism at its most unsettling. Bones turned to James. "Confirmed discovery object." James kept his voice level. "Subject was discovered in rat form under the alias Scabbers," James said. "Identified by animagus profile, magical signature, and survival inconsistency with the presumed death record of Peter Pettigrew." Bones nodded once. "Confirm transfer." "Subject was transferred into your sealed custody under anti-transformation wards," James said. "No intervening private control since that point." "Good," Bones said. She did not glare at Pettigrew. She did not accuse him. She simply lifted her wand and touched it to the first lock on the cage. One by one, the outer wards unfolded and reattached themselves to the chamber instead, so that the restraint moved from object to room. The rat inside remained petrified and hideously still, but the atmosphere changed at once. No longer hidden, no longer contained as a private horror. Exposed now to law. Bones's next words were almost gentle in their precision. "Peter Pettigrew," Bones said. "You are under sealed ministry inquiry. You will be restored to human form for identification and statement. Resistance will be noted and will not avail you." Nothing answered. Of course nothing answered. He was still petrified, still shrunk, still wearing cowardice in the smallest body available to it. Marchbanks lifted a silver instrument from the table and adjusted it over the cradle. The metal hummed once, low and unpleasant. "On your word, Director," Marchbanks said. Bones's eyes never left the rat. "Proceed." The first pulse of magic hit the cradle like a struck bell. Not loud, not violent, but final. The rat shape convulsed once, stretched in abrupt, wrong geometry, and began to lose the safety of being small. Bones did not move. Penhaligon's quill continued across the page. James watched the body he had first seen as vermin begin the ugly, inescapable work of becoming a man again, and realized with cold satisfaction that this was why Bones had wanted stone, runes, witnesses, and record. Not to overpower Pettigrew. To deny him every excuse he had ever lived behind. Pettigrew finished becoming human in stages, and none of them improved him. The shrunk, twisted form lengthened with a series of ugly corrections until a man knelt where the rat had been, wrists already bound by the chamber wards and body still half-locked from the reversion shock. His hair hung in greasy strings over a face James remembered too well, though memory had once made it seem more dangerous than it deserved. In person, with the ministry's runes holding him upright and Marchbanks's instruments still humming at his back, Peter Pettigrew looked like what he had always been underneath the legend. Small. His eyes darted the moment they cleared, first to the exits, then to the guards, then to Bones, and only last to James. Fear hit him hardest there. Recognition followed a heartbeat later, and with it the first pathetic attempt at self-preservation. "Harry," Pettigrew rasped, voice raw from forms and silence alike. "Listen, I can explain." Bones cut across him with surgical indifference. "You will address no one until prompted," Bones said. "You are here to answer, not narrate." Pettigrew flinched into stillness. Marchbanks stepped forward with the silver instrument and passed it once over his skull, then down the spine. The runic frames above the platform answered immediately, casting pale lines over his body and building the record in light. "Human reversion confirmed," Marchbanks said. "Subject matches known adult male wizard profile. Residual animagus structure active and long maintained." Penhaligon's quill scratched steadily across the folio. Bones did not look at Pettigrew as a person. She looked at him as a problem being dismantled. "Administer Veritaserum," Bones said. Pettigrew's head snapped up. "No," Pettigrew said, voice breaking at once. "No, you can't. I'm unrepresented. I'm injured. This isn't lawful." "It is both lawful and documented," Bones said. "Your discomfort does not alter jurisdiction." Marchbanks tipped 3 drops between his lips before he could twist away properly. Pettigrew gagged, coughed, then swallowed against his will, hatred and terror contorting his face as the potion settled. Bones waited. She understood timing, understood pressure, understood that the truth did not need to be shouted if procedure had already done the shouting for her. At last she said, "State your name." Peter's mouth worked once against the answer, then failed. "Peter Pettigrew," Peter said. "Animagus designation." "Rat." "Registered." "No." "Did Sirius Black murder James and Lily Potter?" The chamber did not seem to breathe. Pettigrew's eyes darted, searching for any exit that might still exist in the room, in the law, in the old story. None did. The Veritaserum had stripped him of everything except the one thing he had spent a lifetime evading. "No," Peter whispered. Bones's gaze did not flicker. Who betrayed them? Peter's face collapsed inward as if shame had finally found him and discovered there was not much left to work with. "I did," Peter said. James did not move. He had imagined this answer once as triumph, once as vengeance, once as the clean beginning of a better world. In truth it arrived flat and irrevocable, like a door closing somewhere deep inside a house already too damaged to save. Sirius had been framed. Peter had betrayed them. And now the law itself had heard it. Bones gave Penhaligon only the smallest nod. The quill moved faster. For the first time since entering the chamber, James understood that Bones no longer needed belief. She had record. Peter was already undoing himself in his own voice. Bones did not let the chamber sit with the confession long enough for anyone to mistake it for closure. She stepped forward while Pettigrew was still sagging under the Veritaserum, one hand resting lightly against the folio as Penhaligon finished the line. Her face had not softened. If anything, the record had hardened it. Not into outrage, into velocity. "Continue," Bones said. Pettigrew looked up at her with the trapped, desperate eyes of a man discovering too late that truth had more stamina than panic. "Please," Peter said, voice cracking now that his first lies had failed him. "I was frightened. They would have killed me. Sirius would have understood. Sirius knew what it was like. Sirius always." "Did Sirius Black murder 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew on the same street?" Bones asked. Peter's mouth worked around the impulse to evade. Veritaserum dragged the answer free anyway. "No," Peter said. "Who killed the Muggles?" "I did," Peter whispered. "Who staged your death?" "I did." "Who framed Sirius Black?" Peter's eyes shut. His whole body seemed to curl inward as if he could somehow hide from the chamber by becoming smaller inside it. "I did," Peter said again. Marchbanks made a quiet sound of disgust. Penhaligon did not react outwardly at all, but the folio pages turned faster now, ink drying under his hand in relentless sequence. The runic frames above the platform continued their cold white record, reducing betrayal to proof and proof to something far more dangerous than memory. James remained absolutely still. He had spent years imagining what the world might feel like when someone besides him knew the truth in a form that could not be brushed aside. It did not feel cleansing. It felt mechanical. That, perhaps, was what made it real. Peter did not collapse into villainy. He collapsed into record. Sirius's suffering had been made from cowardice, paperwork, and the convenience of a system that preferred a simple story to a correct one. Bones closed the folio herself. The sound snapped through the chamber with more force than any shout. Pettigrew flinched at it. So, involuntarily, did James. Bones turned to Penhaligon. "Prepare an emergency review packet," Bones said. "Restricted circulation. Black conviction. Pettigrew fraud. Illegal animagus concealment. False death. Mass murder. Witness confirmation. Magical record." Her gaze shifted to Marchbanks. "You will sign the reversion and identity verification in triplicate." Both answered at once. "Yes, Director," Penhaligon said. "Of course," Marchbanks said. Only then did Bones look back at James. There was no triumph in her face, only the hard clarity of a woman who had reached the point where delay became a choice rather than a constraint. "Mr. Gray," Bones said, "your witness statement will be appended in full. After that, Sirius Black's case goes upstairs and onto a desk that no one will be allowed to ignore." James met her gaze. "Today." Bones's mouth thinned. It was today the moment he said the name, Bones said. Behind her, Pettigrew made a low, broken sound that no one in the room cared enough to interpret. The chamber had moved past him already. He was not the point anymore. Sirius was. James looked once more at the bound, diminished thing kneeling under the runic light and understood, with a steadiness that felt almost strange, that the waiting had finally ended. Peter was alive, identified, and trapped inside his own voice. From this moment onward, keeping Sirius in Azkaban would require something stronger than error. It would require refusal. And Amelia Bones, praise whatever still listened, did not look like a woman in a refusing mood. 39. The case reopened. Amelia Bones did not wait for morning. By the time James left the sealed chamber, the emergency review packet had already begun moving through the ministry under internal lock and director's seal, borne not by owls or junior clerks but by hands too senior to pretend later that they had never seen it. The building above them was quieter than it should have been for that hour, which meant the right kind of fear had begun to circulate. Not panic. Not gossip. Institutional alarm. The sort that made offices stay lit longer and people revise their tone before opening a door. Bones found James again in a narrow side office with no windows and a desk too small for theater. She did not offer him a seat until she had finished signing the third copy of the reversion record. Only then did she glance up. "Sit," Bones said. "You look like a man who's been standing inside a legal explosion." James sat. On the desk between them lay the packet that would reopen Sirius Black's conviction. He did not touch it. Bones did not let anyone touch anything in her office without choosing it first. The folio was bound in black tape and marked with 3 separate authorizations: identity verification, veritaserum record, and emergency review petition. Together they looked less like paperwork and more like a blade laid flat. "You really are moving it tonight," James said. Bones's pen scratched one final signature across the cover sheet. "I said, today," Bones replied. "I meant it." James watched her stack the documents with exacting care, each page aligned, each seal checked, each witness mark sitting where it would be hardest to challenge later. There was no triumph in the work. Only velocity. Sirius Black had lost 12 years to indifference and bad process. Bones was not sentimental enough to call speed justice, but she understood that delay was often its enemy. "Who sees it first?" James asked. "The review magistrate on emergency rota," Bones said. "Then the undersecretary for conviction appeals, though I expect him to develop moral backbone only after reading page 4. Her mouth flattened slightly. "After that, anyone who tries to bury it will have to do so actively." James nodded. That was all he could ask for. Not heroism. Not nobility. Just the removal of passive escape. A knock came at the door, precise and already irritated. Bones opened it before the second tap. An older wizard in ministry blue entered with the expression of a man who had been dragged out of certainty and resented the floor for shifting beneath him. "Director Bones," he said. "I'm told you're reopening Black." "I'm not reopening Black," Bones said. "I'm correcting a conviction built on false evidence, an illegal animagus concealment, and a live confession from the actual perpetrator. If that upsets your schedule, do try to recover." The wizard's eyes flicked to James, then to the packet, then back to Bones. "This had better be airtight." Bones lifted the folio and placed it in his hands herself. "It is sealed, witnessed, magically recorded, and already moving," Bones said. "Go upstairs and make your signature useful." He left paler than he had entered. Bones watched the door close, then looked back at James with the hard, cold satisfaction of someone who had finally found the exact pressure point she needed. "There," Bones said quietly. "Now it's in motion. Let them try to stop it." Dumbledore came before midnight, which told James more than any speech could have done. He arrived without escort and without spectacle, blue robes half hidden under a darker traveling cloak, silver beard still carrying the chill of the night outside. The ministry office did not suit him. It was too low-ceilinged, too narrow, too committed to paperwork over myth. Even so, the room altered when he entered, not because he demanded it, but because age, power, and long habit had taught the world to make space. Bones did not rise. That, too, mattered. "Director," Dumbledore said, stopping just inside the threshold. His eyes moved first to Bones, then to James, then to the black-bound packet on the desk. He read the room quickly. Not like a guilty man. Like a man who had spent too many years surviving on incomplete information and had just realized the missing part might cost him dearly. "I was told the Black file was reopened under emergency seal." "It was," Bones said. Dumbledore looked at the packet again. "And the basis?" Bones did not hand it over at once. "Verified live identity of Peter Pettigrew," Bones said. "Unregistered animagus concealment, falsified death, sworn veritaserum confession, mass murder admission, and direct exoneration of Sirius Black." The silence that followed was brief, but not empty. Dumbledore's face did not collapse into shock. He was too old, too controlled, and too accustomed to bad outcomes arriving dressed as information. But something in him did go still. Not frozen. Settled. As though several long-standing assumptions had just been forced to stop pretending they were certainty. "Peter is alive," Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, Bones replied. And Sirius did not kill those muggles. No, Bones said. Pettigrew did. Dumbledore's gaze shifted, at last, to James. There was no accusation in it. No overt challenge. Only a very old man recalculating around the fact that truth had reached him from outside his own management. You found him, Dumbledore said. James held his eyes evenly. Yes. Dumbledore nodded once, almost to himself. Then I have been wrong in a way that cannot be repaired by intent. Bones's mouth tightened, but not with contempt. More with impatience toward moral elegance. No, Bones said. It cannot. It can, however, be corrected by action, which is what I'm doing. That brought Dumbledore's attention fully back to her. For the first time since entering, James saw the exact point at which Bones decided whether the headmaster would become obstacle, delay, or ally. The room balanced there for half a breath. Then Dumbledore said, "What do you require of me?" Not protest. Not justification. Not even apology. Not yet. Procedure. Bones pushed the packet across the desk at last. Read page 4 first, Bones said. Then sign where I tell you, answer what I ask, and do not waste either of our time pretending the old version of this case can survive contact with evidence. Dumbledore took the packet. James watched him read. The old man's face altered only in the smallest ways, a fraction more stillness around the mouth, a deepening at the eyes, a breath taken and not disguised. When he finished page 4, he closed the folio carefully and laid one hand flat on its cover. You were right to move quickly, Dumbledore said. Bones gave the smallest possible nod. That was enough. Dumbledore was not going to obstruct. He was going to be what he had always been at his best and worst alike. Late, honest once cornered by proof, and finally useful now that the room for delay had been burned away. The first attempt to slow the case came 13 minutes later and wore the face of procedure. It was not shouted. No one burst through the door demanding delay or caution or respect for old verdicts. The ministry did not defend itself that way when it was frightened. It hid inside process and hoped time would do what arguments could not. By the time Bones, Dumbledore, and James were shown into the emergency review room above the legal offices, 3 additional officials had somehow attached themselves to the matter, none of them senior enough to decide anything and all of them perfectly positioned to complain that proper channels were being bypassed. The room smelled of parchment, dust, and old reluctance. A thin wizard with immaculate cuffs looked up first, hands already folded over a file that clearly had not been opened. Director Bones, he said. Before we proceed, I must note that any reconsideration of a standing Azkaban conviction will require formal review periods, interdepartmental notice, and notification to the families of the Muggle dead. Rushing this could create significant public instability. Bones did not sit. Public instability, Bones said, was created when a false conviction was allowed to stand for 12 years. The wizard's expression tightened, but only in the polite places. That may be so, but correction must still be orderly. Dumbledore remained silent, which James appreciated. He knew the man well enough by now to recognize the difference between watchfulness and theatrical pause. This was the former. Dumbledore was letting Bones choose where to cut first. Another official, broader and pinker around the face, cleared his throat. There is also the issue of reputational damage, he said. If the ministry appears to have imprisoned the wrong man while the true culprit remained at large inside the magical public sphere, that will have consequences. James looked at him for a beat too long. Yes, James said quietly. It will. The man flushed. Bones placed both hands on the table and leaned in just enough to make everyone in the room understand that civility had not been abandoned, only sharpened. Let me save you all the next 20 minutes, Bones said. You are not afraid of instability. You are afraid of humiliation. You are not defending order. You are defending the time you were given to notice this and did not. No one answered. The thin wizard recovered first, because cowards often did when the room offered paperwork as cover. Even so, he said, there must be time to verify that the testimony was not coerced. Dumbledore spoke then, voice mild and far more dangerous for it. The testimony was taken under Bones's seal, Marchbanks's verification, Penhaligon's witness, and a magical record sufficient to satisfy every standard I know, Dumbledore said. Unless the Ministry has quietly abolished evidence in the last hour, I suggest you stop reaching for adjectives and begin reading the file. That shifted the room more effectively than anger would have. The officials did not become brave. They became careful, which, for tonight, was enough. Papers were finally opened. Page 4 was finally read. Faces changed in tiny increments as the old story began collapsing under the weight of its own documented impossibility. Sirius Black, innocent. Peter Pettigrew, alive. 12 Muggles, murdered by the man everyone had preferred dead because dead men made tidier endings. Bones straightened. You may delay a rumor, Bones said. You may delay embarrassment. You may not delay this. Not anymore. No one said yes. More importantly, no one said no. Bones did not press for applause, repentance, or consensus. She pressed for scheduling. Once the room stopped pretending uncertainty still existed, she moved with the efficiency of someone who understood exactly how quickly institutions recovered once given time to compose themselves. Files were redistributed, seals reattached. The emergency review packet was copied under supervision and logged into 3 separate channels so no single desk could misplace it without witnesses. James watched the machinery of law shift from resistance into reluctant function and understood why Bones had survived as long as she had inside the Ministry. She did not fight systems by shouting at them. She narrowed them until there was only one thing left to do. The hearing is not public, one of the officials said at last, still sounding as though he hoped words might yet become barricades. Not at first, not until we assess the political impact. Bones didn't even look at him. The hearing is formal, Bones said. The audience is my concern. The timetable is no longer yours. She turned to the clerk at the side desk, a young witch whose quill had begun trembling from overwork sometime around page 6. List available secure chambers, Bones said. Not next week. Not when everyone feels emotionally prepared. Today. The witch swallowed and shuffled parchment. There's chamber 3 in 2 hours, she said. Provided the Dementor liaison can be reached. Reach them, Bones said. The thin wizard with the immaculate cuffs found his voice again, though it had lost most of its confidence. That is exceptionally fast. Yes, Bones said. That is the point. Dumbledore remained near the window, hands folded behind his back, saying little now that the matter had shifted from moral acknowledgement into administrative force. James suspected that was deliberate. Bones had claimed the room. Dumbledore, to his credit, had no interest in weakening her by becoming the larger symbol inside it. Instead he said, very mildly, speed is only radical when compared with neglect. No one answered him. Penhaligon returned from the corridor with fresh signatures, ink still wet. Marchbanks had already sent the medical and magical verification upstairs under sealed copy. Bones checked each page herself, then passed one to James. Read the hearing notice, Bones said. He did. Emergency evidentiary review of conviction. Subject: Sirius Orion Black. Grounds: false evidentiary basis, verified living witness, perjury by concealment, unlawful unregistered animagus concealment, sworn magical record. Time, chamber, access restrictions. It was all there. Not hope, not promise, not even justice yet. Just a door opened quickly enough that no one had time to close it first. It'll hold, James said. Bones took the paper back and signed the bottom line with a short, decisive stroke. It had better, Bones said. Then she looked around the room once, making sure every pair of eyes understood where hesitation ended and obligation began. 2 hours, Bones said. Black is brought up. Pettigrew is produced under warded transport. We hear the case before anyone remembers how much they prefer silence. The wizard in cuffs opened his mouth, then closed it again. The pink-faced one stared at the hearing notice as if it had personally offended his career. The young clerk kept writing, because writing was safer than feeling. James folded his hands behind his back and let the moment settle. 2 hours. After 12 years, the difference between burial and correction had narrowed to something almost obscene in its simplicity. A room, a packet, a woman who refused delay. Somewhere in Azkaban, Sirius Black still believed the world had finished with him. For the first time in far too long, the world was on its way to say otherwise. 40. The Trial of Sirius Black. 2 hours later, the hearing chamber had been stripped of every indulgence except speed. James arrived under the same glamour Bones had already approved, passed through 3 ward checks, and entered a room built not for grandeur but for containment. The benches were narrow, the ceiling low enough to keep voices disciplined, the central dais plain stone without ornament. Nothing in the chamber asked to be admired. Everything in it insisted on record. That suited him. Sirius had lost too many years already to rooms where people had preferred symbol over fact. Bones stood at the center table with a stack of documents arranged in exact descending order of importance. Marchbanks was there again, now seated to one side with the sealed medical and magical reports. Penhaligon held the warded transport orders. Dumbledore occupied a chair near the rear, still inattentive, present as witness and institutional ballast rather than authority. 3 review officials had been admitted under restricted seal, all of them looking as though they would have preferred this entire evening to remain theoretical. It begins the moment Black enters, Bones said without looking up. No speeches. No moral drama. We establish error, identify false evidence, substitute verified record, and move straight to correction. James stopped beside the witness rail. And if someone tries to broaden it? Bones finally lifted her head. Then I remind them they're here to assess a conviction, not protect their feelings about it, Bones said. The chamber door opened before James could answer. Sirius Black came in under Auror escort and 2 layers of anti-flight warding that would have been insulting if they were not also heartbreakingly absurd. Azkaban had pared him down to edges and endurance. He looked taller somehow for being so thin, all angles under prison dark cloth, hair fallen wild to his shoulders, face hollowed until the old black beauty had become something harsher and harder to trust. But the eyes were alive. Not calm. Not whole. Alive. They went first to Bones, then to the chamber, then snagged on James and held. Recognition did not come at once. Why would it? James Gray was not anyone Sirius had once known. But Sirius was not stupid, only injured. He read posture the way other men read letters. Control. Tension banked rather than spent. Presence where no ordinary witness ought to stand at the center of a ministry emergency hearing about his life. What is this? Sirius asked, voice rough from disuse and anger alike. Another correction after the fact? Or have you finally decided to let me hear what I'm accused of this week? No, Bones said. Tonight you are here to hear what you were falsely convicted of 12 years ago. That changed the room. Sirius did not move, but the stillness in him altered, tightening around some central point that had not yet decided whether hope was worth the risk of survival. One of the officials shifted in his seat. Dumbledore did not. James kept his hands at his sides and said nothing. This first blow had to come from law, not from sympathy. Bones gestured to the chair at the witness line. Sit, Sirius Black, Bones said. We are going to do this quickly, correctly, and in full view of the record. Sirius sat, but only because the chair gave him a better angle on the exits. He did not relax into it. Azkaban had taught the sort of vigilance that outlived reason, and the ministry chamber gave him nothing that resembled safety. His hands remained loose only by effort. His eyes moved from Bones to the officials, then past them, and stopped when he finally registered who else was in the room. Albus, Sirius said. Dumbledore rose at once, not with grandeur, not with the patient theatrics he sometimes mistook for gentleness, but like a man who understood that standing still in the wrong way could read as concealment. Sirius, Dumbledore said quietly. There was enough history in the exchange to sour the air. Sirius's mouth twisted. Have you come to explain why this took 12 years? Sirius asked. The question was bitter, but not loud. That made it worse. Or are you here to tell me the ministry has a regrettable tendency to misplace the innocent? Bones did not interrupt. That, James noticed, was deliberate too. She was letting Sirius spend the first blade where it belonged. Dumbledore held the answer for one beat, and in that pause James saw all the versions of it that might once have been offered. Too much complexity. Too much caution. Too much effort to name structural failure without ever quite calling it personal. Then Dumbledore looked at Sirius not as symbol, not as surviving black heir, not even as James Potter's friend. He looked at him as a man the system had broken while he himself had failed to stop it. "No," Dumbledore said. "I am here because evidence now exists that proves your conviction was false, and because I was too slow for too long in a matter where slowness became its own kind of harm." Sirius went very still. It was not forgiveness. James could see that plainly. It was surprise, and behind it the first raw crack in a wall built from rage so old it had become architecture. Sirius had expected excuses. Dumbledore, for once, had denied himself the comfort of elegance. Bones stepped in only when the truth had landed properly. "The headmaster is present as corroborating institutional witness," Bones said. "Not arbiter. Not defense against discomfort. We are not here to soothe anyone. We are here to correct record." One of the officials shifted, perhaps unhappy with how little abstraction remained in the room. "Director, if the evidence already satisfies." "It does," Bones said. Dumbledore turned his head toward the official with an expression so mild it almost concealed the steel beneath it. "Then perhaps," Dumbledore said, "we might demonstrate the rare ministry skill of continuing once a fact has been established." The official shut his mouth. Sirius kept looking at Dumbledore, as if the old man's admission offended him by arriving so late and yet could not be dismissed because late truth was still truth. "You always did prefer timing after the fact," Sirius said. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, "and in this, I was wrong." James watched the answer pass between them and understood the difference now. Dumbledore was not fighting to preserve the old lie. He was standing inside its collapse and not reaching for cover. That did not redeem 12 lost years. It did, however, mean Sirius would not have to fight the whole room. Only the damage already done in it. Once the room stopped flinching from truth, Bones moved it to verdict. She did not permit the hearing to dissolve into catharsis or accusation. Pettigrew's record was read into the chamber in the cleanest possible sequence: illegal animagus concealment, falsified death, false conviction, mass murder, betrayal of the Potters. Each fact landed with the flat force of something too well supported to be called dramatic. Marchbanks confirmed identity and reversion stability. Penhaligon submitted chain of custody. James gave his discovery statement without ornament. Dumbledore confirmed, under oath and without embellishment, that no evidence had ever existed placing Sirius Black at Godric's Hollow as murderer rather than intended guardian and presumed witness. Sirius listened like a man being informed of his own life by strangers. Not because he doubted the facts. James could see that plainly. But because the room was now taking the impossible shape of correction, and correction was harder to trust than pain after enough years had been lost to it. Sirius remained upright by will alone, hands loose only because he would not let the ministry see them shake. Bones read the conclusion herself. On the evidence submitted under emergency review, Bones said, voice cutting through the chamber with terrible calm, the conviction of Sirius Orion Black for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles is vacated in full. Further, the ministry records shall reflect that Peter Pettigrew was alive, concealed through illegal animagus transformation, and has now confessed under verified magical record to the murders and fraudulent framing underlying that conviction. No one interrupted her. One of the officials shifted as if to object on technical grounds, then seemed to remember where he was and what already lay on the desk in front of him. Bones did not so much as glance his way. Effective immediately, Bones continued, Sirius Black is to be released from Azkaban custody, his standing restored pending administrative correction, and all restrictions converted from prisoner transport to protective legal supervision until his release papers are executed in full. The silence after that was different from the earlier ones. Not fear. Not disbelief. Space. The kind a room made when it had just finished lying to itself and had not yet learned how to speak honestly again. Penhaligon stepped toward Pettigrew, now bound more tightly than before, and laid a hand on the restraint line. Subject to remand? Penhaligon asked. Bones's eyes flicked once toward Peter, who had gone gray with the dawning comprehension that cowardice had finally run out of corridor. Subject to remand, Bones said. High security holding. No unsupervised contact. No informal questioning. He has spent too many years surviving through side doors. Pettigrew made a sound then, small and ugly and desperate. Sirius did not even look at him. James watched the whole chamber reconfigure around that fact. For 12 years the world had been built on a story that cast Sirius as monster and Peter as martyr. Now law had reversed the current in one evening, not by pleading, but by record. The truth would still spread outward in ugly waves. There would be scandal, correction, outrage, and the ministry's usual frantic effort to look less foolish than it was. But the core of it would hold. Black cleared. Pettigrew alive. Pettigrew guilty. Bones closed the last folio and turned to Sirius at last. "You are free, Mr. Black," Bones said. Sirius did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was so quiet that the chamber leaned toward it without meaning to. "Say that again," Sirius said. Bones did say it again. Not softer, not louder, simply with the same clean authority that had rewritten the room once already. "You are free, Mr. Black," Bones said. "Your release order takes effect immediately." This time Sirius heard it as language rather than impact. Something moved across his face that James would have mistrusted in almost anyone else because it looked too close to collapse to be borne by bone alone. Not joy. Joy would have been simpler. This was the sudden absence of pressure where pressure had become structural. A man learning, in real time, that the wall holding him up had also been the one crushing him. Sirius stood because sitting had become impossible. The aura wardline around him eased, then disengaged entirely at Bones's signal. No one in the room made ceremony of that either. One moment he was still under transport restraints, the next he was not. It was so small a thing in practice. So enormous in consequence. Sirius looked down at his own wrists as if they might still be wearing something invisible. "What happens now?" Sirius asked. The question was not legal. James heard that immediately. It carried no faith in the ministry and no interest in its formalities. What Sirius meant was simpler and far more dangerous. "What am I supposed to do with being alive again?" Bones answered the legal part anyway, because someone had to. "You sign the release record," Bones said. "You receive provisional reinstatement of status, restricted until the administrative corrections finish. You remain under protective observation until the ministry decides whether it prefers caution to embarrassment." Sirius's mouth twisted. "Charming." "Common," Bones corrected. Then her attention shifted to James in a way that told him the room was changing shape again. The law had spoken. Now came the part beyond law, where victory had to be used before it could cool into mere relief. James looked at Sirius fully for the first time since the ruling. Up close, freedom did not make him look less damaged. It only removed the last excuse for pretending damage was all he was. Beneath the gauntness and wild hair and prison-thin tension, Sirius was still there. Furious, brilliant, unstable at the edges, capable of love so intense it often dressed itself as recklessness. And, crucially, now in possession of the house that mattered most to the next task. Sirius saw something shift in James's face and narrowed his eyes at once. "That look usually means someone's about to tell me I haven't been freed so much as reassigned," Sirius said. James's mouth almost moved. "Almost. Not reassigned," James said. "Needed." That landed better. Bones gathered the final release forms into one neat stack and passed them across to the clerk. "Your property and inherited holdings revert with status unless separately encumbered," Bones said. "Which means Grimmauld Place is once again legally yours." Sirius went still again, but in a different way than before. This time the stillness had thought inside it. James let him have one breath of that before speaking. "There's something in the house," James said quietly. "Something old, dangerous, and still unfinished. Now that you're free, we can go get it." Sirius looked from James to Bones, then to Dumbledore, who did not interrupt, and finally back again. Freedom had barely touched the room and already the year was tightening around the next necessity. For one beat longer he said nothing. Then Sirius signed the release record, pushed it back across the table, and lifted his head with something fierce and newly alive beginning to gather under the ruin. "All right," Sirius said. "Take me home." 41. A Man Out of Azkaban. Harry had imagined Sirius Black often enough that the real Ministry corridor felt strangely smaller than the versions he'd built in his head. James brought him through a quieter side entrance under Amelia Bones's seal, past 2 Aurors who checked the paperwork before they looked at Harry, and into a private consultation room that had clearly been chosen for function rather than comfort. It held a narrow window, a small, banked fire, and a square table with 4 chairs arranged around it as if order alone might make difficult meetings safer. Nothing in the room was soft enough to be called welcoming. Still, it was clean, quiet, and private. For now, that was enough. "It doesn't have to be long," James said once the door had closed behind them. He didn't sit straight away. "And it doesn't have to be everything. Not today." Harry nodded, though the motion felt deliberate rather than natural. He stayed standing for a moment, taking in the room, the silence beyond it, the fact that somewhere on the other side of one Ministry wall was a man he had spent his life knowing only as Scraps. A photograph in Hagrid's album. A name spoken differently by James than anyone else had ever said it. A missing shape in the story of his parents. James watched him without crowding him. "You can still say no." Harry looked up at that. "Do you think I want to?" "No," James said. "I think wanting something and being ready for it aren't always the same thing." That was annoyingly fair, which meant it was probably true. Harry sat at last and wrapped both hands around the cup James pushed toward him, more for the warmth than for the tea itself. The room smelled faintly of ash and parchment. His pulse felt too loud in his own throat. "What's he like?" Harry asked quietly. James didn't answer at once. He leaned back in his chair, eyes on the fire rather than on Harry, as if choosing the truth carefully enough might make it kinder without making it false. "Raw," he said at last. "Fiercely loving. Half a breath from anger and half a breath from laughter, sometimes at the same time. Azkaban took years from him, Harry. It didn't take who he is, but it left marks." Harry looked down into the tea. Will he know what to say? James's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Almost certainly not. That helped more than Harry expected it to. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was the kind that came before a door opened. Harry set the cup down carefully, then rested his hands flat against his knees so James wouldn't see them tighten. Somewhere beyond the room, footsteps approached, halted, and waited just long enough to make the air change. Harry lifted his head. The handle began to turn. The door opened inward with the careful slowness of someone who had thought better of barging through it at the last second. Remus Lupin entered first, not as shield or herald, but as the sort of man who had learned long ago how to make room before asking anyone else to do the same. He looked older than the stories had made him feel in Harry's mind, thinner too, all worn lines and tired kindness held together by deliberate calm. One hand remained behind him for a moment, steadying the person just beyond the threshold before Harry saw who it was. Then Sirius Black came in. Harry had seen the photograph. He had seen the newspaper face, mad-eyed and wild in grainy print. Neither had prepared him for the real thing. Sirius was taller than Harry expected and far thinner, prison and hunger having stripped him down until even stillness looked effortful. His dark hair hung to his shoulders in uneven waves, his face all sharpness and hollows, the old black beauty James had once described ground down into something harsher. But the eyes were alive. Gray, bright, locked on Harry at once with a force that made the whole room feel suddenly too small. Remus's hand remained at Sirius's arm, not holding him up so much as making it easier for him not to lurch forward under the weight of wanting. Sirius seemed to realize that too. He stopped just inside the room and dragged a breath into lungs that didn't look used to working around grief. For one beat too long, no one said anything. Then Sirius spoke, voice roughened by Azkaban and by everything that had happened since. "Hello, Harry." Harry stood before he fully meant to. His chair scraped softly against the floor behind him. Up close, Sirius looked less like a criminal from old headlines and more like someone who had been broken open and left alive anyway. That should have made him less frightening. It didn't. Not because Sirius felt dangerous to Harry, but because the intensity in him was so unhidden it bordered on painful. "Hello," Harry said. Sirius swallowed. Harry saw the effort it took not to cross the room in 2 strides. "You're smaller than I thought you'd be," Sirius said, then closed his eyes briefly as if hearing himself too late. No, that was idiotic. I'm sorry, I had something better than that in my head. Remus's mouth twitched, weary and fond despite everything. You didn't, he said quietly. You just hoped you did. James rose then, not intervening so much as giving the room a shape that might hold. Sirius glanced at him, then back at Harry, and something raw shifted visibly across his face. I don't know how to do this, Sirius admitted. Harry believed him immediately, and because he did, the room changed. The room changed because Sirius had stopped trying to sound like a godfather and had started sounding like a man who knew he was making this up badly as he went. Remus took that opening at once. He guided Sirius toward the nearest chair with a hand still light at his arm. Then don't perform it, Remus said. Sit down and tell the truth. Sirius let out something that might have become a laugh in a kinder year and sat because his legs looked as though they would appreciate the decision if his pride did not. Harry lowered himself back into his own chair more slowly, aware of James remaining just off to one side, close enough to step in and far enough not to take the moment away. For a few seconds, no one hurried the silence. Sirius looked at Harry as if he were trying to take in every detail without frightening him by wanting too much. Harry, in turn, looked at the man who had once been only a missing shape in his parents' story and tried to fit what he saw together. Prison had stripped Sirius down, but it hadn't made him vague. If anything, it had left him too sharp. Everything in him felt immediate. Harry heard himself ask the question before he had fully decided to. Were you really meant to have me? Sirius blinked once. The rawness in his face shifted into something quieter, no less painful but easier to look at. Yes, he said. Your parents asked me before you were even born. I was your godfather. If anything had happened to them, you were supposed to come to me. Harry's fingers tightened around his sleeve. But you were in prison. Yes, Sirius said, and there was no defense in it, only fact and old damage. I was. Harry turned his head then, not toward James but toward Remus. Remus had gone very still, as if he had known the blow was coming and had decided not to step aside from it. Then why didn't you come for me? Harry asked. Remus took the question without looking away. Because I was grieving, he said quietly. Because I let other people decide what must have happened, and I told myself you were protected if Dumbledore had placed you somewhere. I had no legal standing, no proof, and not much left of my own judgment. None of that changes the truth. His mouth tightened. I should have tried anyway. Sirius made a low, angry sound, but Remus lifted a hand without looking at him. Don't, he said. He asked me. James spoke then, calm and precise. And he answered. Harry absorbed that in silence. The answer wasn't tidy. It wasn't noble. That made it easier to believe. He looked from Remus to Sirius and saw two different kinds of failure sitting in the same room with him, neither pretending to be anything else. All right, Harry said after a moment. I asked because I needed to know. Remus inclined his head once. Sirius exhaled like someone who had been holding the room together by force alone. And because no one had lied to him, Harry stayed where he was. The room held that change quietly. Sirius seemed to feel it before anyone said a word. Some of the wild strain in him eased, not because the damage had lessened, but because Harry had not pulled away from it. Remus saw it too. James, standing just off to the side, let the silence settle for one more moment before turning it toward something useful. We don't have long, James said. His voice was calm, but it carried enough weight to remind the room that this was not only a reunion. Grimmauld needs to be entered today. Sirius's head turned sharply toward him, instinct and old intelligence snapping into place faster than his body seemed built to manage. You weren't being poetic in there, he said. There really is something in the house. Yes, James replied. Old, dangerous, and unfinished. Sirius absorbed that without theatrics. Prison had taken many things from him, but not his ability to recognize urgency. Fine, he said. Then he looked back at Harry, and his expression altered again, fierce and uncertain all at once. You don't have to be dragged through the Black family madhouse because of been handed keys in a crisis in the same hour. Harry heard the offer for what it was. Not rejection. Choice. "Do I get to come?" Harry asked. Sirius stared at him for half a heartbeat, as if the question had struck somewhere under the ribs. "If you want to," Sirius said. "Merlin, yes. If you want to, you come with me." Remus's mouth softened. James said nothing. Harry looked at Sirius properly then, at the gaunt face and the prison-thin wrists and the eyes that still seemed too alive for someone freshly let out of Azkaban. Nothing about him was easy. Nothing about this was polished or safe in the ordinary sense. But Harry had spent too much of his life being placed by other people not to recognize the shape of a real choice when one was finally handed to him. "Yes," Harry said. The word landed with more force than it should have needed. Sirius looked away at once, one hand dragging briefly over his face as though he needed the gesture to remain upright inside his own skin. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher than before. "Right," he said. "Then we do this properly." He pushed himself to his feet. Remus rose with him automatically, not crowding, just there. Sirius steadied, squared his shoulders, and looked at Harry with something that was no longer merely hunger or grief. It was decision. "You're coming with me," Sirius said. "Home first. Horrors of ancestry second. Whatever's hiding in that house can wait long enough for me to get you through the front door." James met his eyes. "Not too long." Sirius's mouth twitched, dark and real. "No," he said. "Not too long." Then he looked back at Harry and held the moment steady with plain intention rather than grandeur. "Come on, then," Sirius said. "Let's go home." 42. The House on Grimmauld Place. Harry had expected a house. What he hadn't expected was the feeling of being unwelcome before he'd even seen the front door. They arrived in a narrow London square under winter dark sky, the sort of place that looked as though it had spent 100 years refusing to notice the century changing around it. The houses stood shoulder to shoulder in soot-dark rows, all brick and black railings and blank windows. For one strange moment Harry thought Sirius had brought them to the wrong address. Then the gap between numbers shivered. Stone pressed outward where no house had been, brick forcing itself into visibility with the ugly certainty of something that had never wanted to be found kindly. A black door emerged between its neighbors, brass dulled by neglect, the fanlight above it blind with grime. The whole house seemed to arrive not like a home revealing itself, but like an old grudge remembering it still had a body. Harry felt Sirius go still beside him. "That," Sirius said, voice rough with something darker than nostalgia, "is number 12. Remus looked up at the windows and exhaled through his nose. "It looks pleased with itself." "It always did," Sirius replied. James said nothing. His eyes moved once over the frontage, taking stock the way he had in ministry rooms and on battlefields alike. Harry noticed that and felt his own shoulders tighten in answer. This wasn't just family history. This was work. Sirius put his hand to the iron rail and grimaced as if the metal itself had tried to remind him who had once lived here. Then he straightened, pulled a key from his coat, and made himself move. Harry followed with Remus and James close enough behind to matter. The front step held dust in its corners as though no one had crossed it in years. The key turned badly. The lock resisted like something half-rusted and fully offended, then gave all at once with a crack that sounded far too loud in the square. The house answered immediately. Cold, stale air pushed out through the opening, carrying dust, old polish, damp fabric, and the unmistakable smell of rooms shut too long with their bitterness still in them. Harry stepped over the threshold and had the immediate, overwhelming sense that the darkness inside was not the ordinary absence of light. It felt inhabited, watchful. The hall rose narrow and high around them, all peeling grandeur and heavy shadows. A chandelier drooped overhead beneath a thick gray veil of dust. The portraits on the walls were covered in black cloth, though the cloth itself trembled in places as if the things behind it had heard them come in and taken offense. Sirius shut the door behind them. The sound landed like a challenge. For one taut second, the house held its breath. Then something at the far end of the hall shrieked, and the whole place woke up angry. The scream hit the hall like shattered glass. It came from behind one of the black curtains, high and furious and old enough that it seemed to rattle dust loose from the chandelier. The cloth tore sideways of its own accord, and a portrait lunged into view. A gaunt woman in black silk, all sharp cheekbones and aristocratic hatred, her painted mouth stretched wide with outrage. "Filth!" she shrieked. "Blood traitor! Defiler of the house! You dare return and bring half-breeds and refuse across my threshold!" Harry flinched before he meant to. The sound was enormous in the narrow hall, made worse by the way the house seemed to amplify it out of spite. The curtains over the other portraits trembled harder, as if they too were deciding whether to wake and join in. Remus stepped instinctively nearer to Harry. James did not move, but Harry could feel the air around him sharpen, his attention narrowing to thread and structure both. Sirius had gone white. Not frightened. Furious. The kind of fury that had nothing theatrical in it because it had been lived with too long. For one dangerous second Harry thought Sirius might simply smash the portrait out of the wall and let the house take offense where it pleased. Instead, Sirius drew himself up. The movement was not grand. It was worse than grand. It was rightful. "You will shut your mouth," Sirius said. The portrait laughed, shrill and delighted by its own venom. "You miserable little stain. You were never fit to bear the name of Black, and now you drag that boy in here as though this house could be made clean by contamination." Sirius took one step forward. Harry saw the prison-thin tension in him, the damage still written into his body, and then saw something stronger rise through it. Not memory. Not rage alone. Claim. "This house is mine," Sirius said, and his voice landed differently now, lower and steadier, as though something under the floorboards had heard him and straightened. "You do not address my guests. You do not address my godson. You do not wake unless I permit it." The portrait reeled back as if struck, the painted face twisting. "You would side with him over your blood." Sirius's mouth turned hard. "He is my blood where it matters." Something in the house shifted. Harry felt it rather than saw it at first, a pressure running through the walls, through the iron umbrella stand, through the cracked tiles underfoot. The screaming didn't stop at once, but it faltered. The portrait's voice snagged, then dropped from a shriek to a strangled, furious rasp. Remus let out a quiet breath. James's eyes flicked once to Sirius, measuring the change. Sirius lifted his wand and pointed it at the portrait without flourish. "Close," he said. This time the command went into the house itself. The black curtain snapped back across the frame with violent finality, smothering the woman mid-word. Silence crashed down after her so suddenly that Harry heard the echo of his own breathing. Sirius stood very still in the middle of the hall, wand lowered but not relaxed. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher, but the authority remained. "Right," he said. "Now we find what this place has been hiding from me." The silence after the portrait closed did not feel peaceful. It felt waiting. Dust settled slowly through the hall, silver in the weak light from the fanlight above the door. Harry became aware again of the house itself. The stale air, the narrowness of the passage, the way the walls seemed too close without actually moving. Somewhere overhead, boards creaked as if old weight had shifted from one foot to the other. Sirius lowered his wand and turned in a slow circle, eyes moving over the hall with a look Harry couldn't fully read. It wasn't affection. It wasn't fear. It was recognition sharpened into loathing. "I'd forgotten how badly it smells," Sirius muttered. Remus glanced toward the staircase. "Damp, mothballs, and inherited cruelty." "That's the one," Sirius said. Harry might have answered, but a sound came from the darkness under the stairs. Not loud. A scrape, then a wet little mutter too low to catch. James's head turned at once. Sirius's shoulders locked. "Of course," Sirius said, with sudden, exhausted disgust. "He's still here." Something small and bent lurched out into the edge of the light. Harry had seen house elves before only in storybook pictures and once in a moving sketch in one of Hermione's books. None of them had prepared him for the real creature. He was ancient-looking even for something magical, skin hanging loose in gray folds, ears ragged, spine curved so sharply he seemed half-collapsed into himself. He wore a filthy rag tied around his middle like an insult that had become clothing through repetition. His eyes were huge, bloodshot, and immediately hostile. The elf stared at Sirius, then at Harry, then at Remus and James, and his face twisted as if each sight were worse than the last. Master returns, the elf croaked. Master returns to defile his mother's house with traitors and beasts and strange blood. Remus went very still. Sirius's mouth hardened into something dangerous. Creature, Sirius said, you will mind your tongue. Creature bared yellowing teeth in something too bitter to be called a smile. Mistress was right, he hissed. Bad son. Bad blood. House ruined. House shamed. Harry felt the hull tighten around the exchange, not magically this time but emotionally, like the whole house had been built to hold this exact kind of poison and keep it fresh. James took one measured step forward, not toward Sirius but toward the elf. He knows something, James said quietly. Sirius looked at him as though the thought had offended him on contact. He knows how to complain, sabotage, and worship dead blacks. Beyond that, I wouldn't promise much. Creature's eyes flicked to James then, sharp and sudden in a face that had seemed all decay a moment before. Harry caught the change at once. This wasn't random muttering. This was a creature listening. And because he was listening, Harry knew James was right. Whatever this house had hidden, creature had lived beside it long enough to matter. Sirius, unfortunately, had reached the same conclusion by way of irritation rather than patience. He took a step toward the elf, wand still loose in his hand, and his voice hardened into command. Creature, he said, what dark objects are still in this house? Creature recoiled so violently that his ears flattened against his skull. His eyes darted at once toward the covered portrait, then back to Sirius with a look of spite so old it seemed almost reflexive. Creature serves the noble and most ancient house, he croaked. Creature does not chatter to traitor masters who bring filth and wolves into proper halls. Remus didn't react to the slur except for the smallest tightening in his jaw. Harry noticed anyway. Sirius, by contrast, looked one breath from blasting the elf into the next room and dealing with the consequences later. James moved first. Not dramatically, just enough to interrupt the line between them before it became a duel disguised as domestic misery. No, James said quietly. Not like that. Sirius shot him a dangerous look. You think I need tutoring on how to speak to my own house elf? I think, James replied, just as calm, that the entire house has been built around speaking wrongly. The words landed harder than shouting would have. Harry looked from Sirius to creature and then, without quite knowing why, back to the covered portrait. The shape of it became suddenly obvious to him. The portrait screamed. Sirius shouted back. Creature spat poison. The house fed on all of it and kept the same old order alive by making everyone answer it in its own language. Creature's breathing had gone quick and shallow. Not fear alone. Anticipation. Like a creature waiting for the familiar blow because the familiar blow told him the world still made sense. Sirius saw it too, though he seemed to hate seeing it. His grip on the wand loosened by force. He's loyal to my mother, Sirius said, more roughly than before. To the worst parts of this place. He always was. Maybe, James said, but loyalty and knowledge are still sitting in the same body. Harry took one small step forward before anyone else could fill the moment. Creature's eyes snapped to him at once, wary and bloodshot and painfully alert. No one had spoken yet. Not really. Not in a way that broke the house's grammar. Harry felt that truth settle in him with strange certainty. Whatever they were looking for, it wasn't going to come out of threats, bloodline, or shouting. It was going to come out of the one thing this house seemed never to have tried. And when Harry looked at Creature, he had the sudden, unmistakable sense that the elf knew that too. 43. Creature's Tale. And when Harry looked at Creature, he had the sudden, unmistakable sense that the elf knew that too. The hall held itself in a strained kind of silence. Sirius had gone still by force, wand lowered but not trusted. Remus watched without moving. James did not speak. The space in front of Creature felt strangely clear, as if everyone present had reached the same edge and understood that the next word would matter more than the last 10. Harry stepped into it. Creature flinched at once, shoulders bunching, ears flattening harder against his skull. The reaction was so immediate that Harry stopped instinctively, not from fear of the elf, but from the ugly recognition of something learned too well. Creature wasn't braced for attack in the ordinary sense. He was braced for the familiar one. Harry heard himself before he'd planned the sentence. "Hello, creature," he said. The elf blinked. It was such a small thing that Harry might have missed it if he hadn't been looking straight at him. The bloodshot eyes narrowed, not with less suspicion, but with confusion sharp enough to interrupt it. Behind Harry, Sirius made a soft, disbelieving sound. James remained silent. Harry kept his hands visible and his voice level. "I'm Harry." Creature's mouth twisted. "Creature knows what boy this is," he croaked. "House shamed. House stained. Potter in the hall." Harry didn't answer that, not because it didn't sting, but because the insult didn't feel entirely like Creature's. It felt handed down, worn into him like the filthy rag around his middle. Harry knew something about that too. "You can call me Harry," he said instead. Creature stared at him as if the offer itself were suspicious. Sirius took half a step forward. "Harry, you don't need to." "I know," Harry said, without taking his eyes off the elf. That changed the pressure of the room again. Sirius stopped. Remus's posture eased by a fraction. James, somewhere just beyond Harry's shoulder, seemed to settle rather than tense. Harry looked at Creature properly then, at the bent spine and the rag and the old hatred sitting on top of something that looked an awful lot like fear left to sour. "No one is going to hurt you," he said. Creature's lips peeled back from his teeth. "Wizards always say this before the hurting." The words landed in Harry's chest with a weight that had nothing to do with surprise. They were too plain to be performance. Too used. He took another small step, slow enough that Creature had time to object and didn't. "Maybe," Harry said quietly. "But I'm not." For the first time since the elf had shuffled out from under the stairs, the hostility in Creature's face faltered rather than sharpened. It didn't vanish. It simply lost its certainty. Harry saw James notice. So did Remus. And when Creature looked up at him again, it was no longer with the flat expectation of a servant waiting for the next order. It was with the wary, painful alertness of someone who had just heard a language in this house that did not belong to it. Harry held still. He had the odd, sharp sense that if he reached too quickly for the thing they wanted, the house would simply teach Creature how to close again. "Creature," Harry said quietly, "did someone hurt you here?" The elf's mouth opened, then shut. His eyes flicked at once toward the covered portrait and then toward Sirius, as if the answer existed in too many directions to survive being said aloud. Sirius took in a breath that sounded like protest, but Remus's hand caught lightly at his sleeve. James remained silent. Harry tried again. "Did anyone in this house ever ask what happened to you?" Creature made a small, broken sound. Not quite a laugh. Not quite disbelief. "Mistress asked obedience," he croaked. "Mistress asked purity. Mistress asked where bad sons had gone and why House Black was shamed. No one asked what happened to Creature." Harry felt something in his chest tighten. "I'm asking." The elf stared at him. Then the change came all at once, not dramatic, but unmistakable. Creature's shoulders folded inward less from defense than from age, and when he spoke next, the hatred in his voice no longer stood quite so straight. "Master Regulus asked," Creature whispered. The hall seemed to contract around the name. Sirius went utterly still. "Regulus." Creature flinched, but he didn't retreat into spite this time. He looked at Harry, not Sirius, as if Harry had opened the door and only Harry could decide whether it shut again. "Master Regulus was good to Creature," the elf said. "Not loud like the others. Not cruel for sport. Master Regulus called Creature by name." James's attention sharpened so visibly that Harry felt it like a draft. Remus had gone pale. Harry kept his voice gentle. "What did Regulus ask of you?" Creature swallowed. His throat worked once, twice. "Master took Creature with him," he said. "Away from the house. Away from London. To a cave by the sea." His eyes unfocused with memory. "There was a basin. A potion. Master made Creature drink it. Bad magic. Burning. Master wanted to know if Dark Lords could be cheated." Sirius made a low, strangled noise. "Regulus was 16. Creature's eyes flicked toward him and away again. "Master Regulus found the locket," he said. "A bad thing. A thing with wrong magic in it." Master brought Creature home and later Master said Creature must go back with him. Master said Creature must help. Harry's pulse kicked hard. He heard James exhale once, slow and careful. The locket, Harry said. Regulus took it from that cave. Creature nodded, and for the first time the hatred in his face was not the strongest thing there. Grief was. Master Regulus told Creature to destroy it, he whispered. Creature could not. Creature could not break Bad Master's locket. The words hung in the hall like something physical, as though the house itself had not expected them to be spoken aloud. Harry felt Sirius beside him before he heard him, a sharp pull of attention and pain so immediate it altered the whole room. Regulus knew what it was, Sirius said. His voice had gone low and rough, all its earlier bite stripped out of it. He knew it was dark magic. Creature looked at Harry first, then at Sirius, as if still uncertain whether Sirius had earned the right to hear what came next. The hesitation was brief, but Harry saw it. So did Sirius. He shut his mouth on whatever he had nearly said and stood very still, facing his brother's story as if movement would be a kind of cowardice. Yes, Creature whispered. Master Regulus knew. Harry had the strange, steady feeling that this mattered even more than the cave. Not the facts themselves, but the fact that Sirius didn't force them. He didn't bark, demand, or make the grief easier on himself by turning it into anger. He just stood there and took it. What happened? Harry asked quietly. Creature swallowed. Master Regulus took Creature back to the cave. Master said Creature must do exactly as told. They went in the boat. They reached the basin. Master made Creature help him take the bad magic locket. The elf's voice thinned with memory. Then Master put another locket in its place. James's head lifted at that, but he said nothing. Remus had gone white around the mouth. A fake, Harry said. Creature nodded once, miserably. Master Regulus had a note. Master said the Dark Lord must not know at once. Master said the locket had to be hidden, then destroyed. His hands twisted in the filthy rag at his waist. Then Master drank the potion. Sirius made a sound then, barely more than breath, but it held enough horror in it to make Harry's own stomach turn. He looked at Sirius and saw the exact moment the old story cracked apart. Not foolish younger brother. Not soft pure blood child playing with darkness until darkness ate him. Regulus Black, 16 years old, going back into a cave to steal from Voldemort and die buying time. Creature went on, voice shaking. When Master had drunk it all, he told Creature to take the locket and go home. Creature was not to stay. Creature was not to help. Creature was not to disobey. Sirius shut his eyes. The Inferi came, Creature whispered. They took Master Regulus into the water. Creature wanted to save Master. Master ordered Creature home. No one spoke for a moment after that. Harry looked at Sirius and understood that this silence, too, was an answer. Sirius was listening. Really listening. And whatever came next would have to be built on that. And whatever came next would have to be built on that. The silence in the hall did not last long, but it changed shape before it broke. Sirius opened his eyes again, and when he looked at Creature this time the fury was still there, but it no longer stood in front of everything else. Grief had reached it. Harry could see that plainly. Creature, Sirius said, and his voice was hoarse enough that the name nearly caught on the way out. My brother told you to hide the locket. Yes, Master Sirius, Creature whispered. Did you? Creature's chin jerked once in a nod. His fingers twisted tighter in the rag at his waist, but he didn't retreat now. Creature brought it home, he said. Creature obeyed. Creature tried to destroy Bad Master's locket. Knives bent. Fire failed. Creature's magic would not break it. James stepped in then, not over the moment but into the narrow space it had opened. So the locket remained here, he said quietly. In this house. Creature's eyes flicked to him and then away again. Yes. Harry felt the air in the hall sharpen. The answer was simple, but the effect of it was immediate. The thing they had come here hoping to trace through history and ruin had never actually left the house. It had been waiting inside all this bitterness and dust, hidden not by clever wards or ancient blood magic, but by the fact that no one had ever truly listened to the creature holding its secret. Sirius understood that too. Harry saw the recognition go through him and leave its mark. He drew in a slow breath and did something that seemed harder for him than shouting had been. "Where is it now?" Sirius asked. Creature hesitated. The old reflex returned for one brief second, his eyes skittering toward the covered portrait, toward the walls, toward all the dead rules still pressing down from the house itself. "No one asked for Master Regulus's locket rightly," he muttered. "No one asked what Master died for. They only shouted. They only ordered. Creature kept it." Harry stepped no closer this time. He didn't need to. "Creature," he said gently, "will you show us?" The elf looked at him for a long moment. Then something in his face gave way, not entirely, but enough. Enough for grief to stand where spite had been doing all the work. "Yes," Creature whispered. "Creature will show Harry." Sirius closed his eyes once, briefly, and when he opened them again he looked older and steadier both. Remus let out a breath that sounded like relief edged with sorrow. James said nothing, but Harry could feel his attention narrow into purpose. Creature turned and shuffled back toward the darkness of the passage, not hiding now, but leading. And Harry knew, with the clear certainty that sometimes came before difficult things, that the locket had not been lost to the world at all. It had been sitting inside this house all along, waiting for someone to ask for it in the right voice. 44. The Rag and the Locket. Creature turned and shuffled back toward the darkness of the passage, not hiding now, but leading. Harry followed first, not because he had meant to take the front, but because the elf kept glancing back at him as if checking the invitation still held. The house narrowed around them almost immediately. Grimmauld did not unfold like an ordinary home with rooms connected by convenience. It folded in on itself, corridors bending at awkward angles, doors placed where doors should not have been, corners heavy with dust and old intention. The deeper they went, the more Harry had the uneasy sense that the place had been arranged not to live in comfortably, but to preserve hierarchy in architecture. Behind him, Sirius muttered, "I hate every wall in this house." Remus glanced at a side table draped in decaying lace and carrying a cracked silver box that gave off a faint, wrong hum. "The feeling appears mutual." James did not smile. He was watching the house the way he watched traps, eyes moving over hinges, curtains, sconces, the line of the carpet underfoot. Harry understood why when he nearly brushed a set of tarnished candlesticks and felt a prickling rush across his skin, as though the metal had noticed him and disapproved. "Don't touch anything unless Creature says it's safe," James said. Sirius huffed a bitter breath. "That may be the most insulting sentence I've ever heard in my ancestral home." "It can be both insulting and useful," James replied. Creature made a small noise that might have been agreement if the house had taught him any softer way to express it. He reached a narrow junction and veered left without hesitation, moving past a row of umbrella stands, an umbrella tree, and what appeared to be a mounted troll's leg fitted with silver hooks. The sheer density of useless, ugly inheritance pressed in from every side. Cabinets bulged with locked drawers. Shelves groaned under boxes no one had opened in years. Black family taste, Harry realized, did not run toward elegance so much as accumulation with excellent posture. "This isn't a search," James said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. "It's house logic." Harry heard Sirius behind him. Meaning the thing won't be where a sensible person would hide it," James said. "It'll be where this family would stop seeing it." That felt right the moment he said it. Harry looked around again, and the whole place changed shape. Not rubbish, not storage, layers of blindness, objects preserved by contempt, habit, and the confidence that servants and heirs alike would keep stepping around the same dead center. Creature stopped at the foot of a back stair and looked up at Harry. "Not far," he croaked. Master Regulus's locket was hidden where house forgot and Creature remembered. Harry nodded once, and in the stale dark of Grimmauld Place, he understood that finding the locket would not be a matter of turning the house upside down. It would be a matter of learning how it had taught itself not to look. Creature led them up the back stair and into a narrower passage that smelled of closed wood, cold ash, and old neglect. The floor sloped just enough to be annoying, as if even the house's craftsmanship preferred resentment to comfort. At the end of the corridor stood a door so warped with age that it seemed to have forgotten it was once meant to shut properly. Creature stopped before it and pressed both hands to the handle, not opening it at once. His head bowed a little, and Harry had the strange impression that the elf was not hesitating because he feared what lay inside, but because the room belonged more to memory than to furniture. "Here," Creature said softly. Sirius looked at the door, then at the elf. What was this room? Creature's eyes stayed on the wood. Mistress called it storage. House called it rubbish. Creature called it where things went when family wished not to see them. That, James murmured, sounds promising. Sirius shot him a look that was almost a glare and not quite. One day, Sirius said, I'm going to inherit something useful and I won't know how to cope. Remus's mouth twitched. That would require your family to have believed utility was as important as symbolism. That's very fair, Sirius admitted. Creature turned the handle. The door opened with a soft groan, and dust drifted out in a tired gray breath. Harry stepped in behind the elf and stopped almost immediately. The room wasn't large, but it was packed from floor to ceiling with the dead overflow of black family life. Chairs with one leg missing. Locked boxes. Broken mirrors in tarnished frames. Hat stands. Trunks. Bundles of curtain fabric gone stiff with age. The kind of objects people only kept if throwing them away would mean admitting the past had ended. Nothing here looked important. That, Harry realized at once, was the point. Creature moved through the clutter without searching. He knew the path. He stepped over a cracked footstool, skirted a stack of old robes, and crouched beside a low cabinet half buried beneath yellowed linen and what looked like the remains of a moth-eaten tapestry. His long fingers dug past it all and pulled free a bundle of rags tied with faded black cord. Sirius stared. You hid it in rubbish. Creature looked up, offended. Master Regulus hid it where blacks stop seeing, he said. House sees heirlooms. House sees silver. House sees blood. House does not see rags. James went still beside Harry. Remus let out a low breath. Harry felt his pulse climb, not because the bundle looked dangerous, but because it didn't. It looked exactly like everything else in this room that had been preserved by contempt. Creature held it out toward Harry with both hands. And Harry knew, even before the cord was undone, that the locket had been sitting in the center of this house all along, disguised not by magic but by the Black family's own habits of blindness. Creature placed the bundle carefully on the cleared top of the low cabinet. No one rushed him. The room felt too full of old meaning for that. Dust hung motionless in the air, and Harry had the strong sense that even the house was paying attention now. Creature untied the black cord with fingers made clumsy not by age, but by reverence. The rags fell open one layer at a time until something dull and gold lay against the gray cloth beneath them. It was smaller than Harry expected. Not grand. Not impressive. Just a heavy oval locket with an ornate serpentine S worked into the front so elegantly that it might once have passed for heirloom taste rather than a hiding place for mutilated soul magic. The moment Harry looked straight at it, a pulse of wrongness moved through the room. Not a curse launched. Not a trap sprung. Just presence, cold and intimate and deeply unwelcome, like a voice standing too close behind his thoughts. He heard Sirius inhale sharply. Remus stepped back on instinct. Creature bared his teeth, not at them, but at the thing itself. That's it, James said. His voice was quiet, but everything in him had narrowed. He didn't reach for the locket barehanded. Instead, he drew a pair of dragonhide gloves from his coat and a warded black case Harry had seen him use for dangerous things before. No ministry seal, no outside witness, just James, prepared the way he always was when he expected ugly work. Sirius noticed that too. You came ready. I came hoping we'd need it, James replied. He lifted the locket only once the gloves were on. Even through the dragonhide, Harry saw his hand tighten fractionally around the chain, as if the object had tried at once to become heavier than it was. James did not react beyond that. He set it into the case with slow precision and snapped the clasps shut. The wards along the seam lit once, dim blue and gold, and the pressure in the room dropped by a degree so slight Harry might have doubted it if his own lungs hadn't eased in answer. Creature made a low, relieved sound. Sirius looked from the closed case to the opened rags and then to Creature. The line of his face shifted. Regulus died to get that thing out, he said. I'm not smashing it in my mother's rubbish room like it's just another cursed family trinket. James inclined his head once. No, I'll take it to Gringotts and have the fragment stripped cleanly. Creature comes with me as witness, if he's willing. Creature straightened, small and bent and suddenly fierce. Creature will witness for Master Regulus, he croaked. Harry looked at the case and understood what that meant. Not only destruction, but clean handling. Goblin method. Record enough to matter, but kept inside the line that needed to hold. The change was subtle, but once Harry noticed it he couldn't stop feeling it. The room no longer pressed quite so hard against his skin. The air seemed less stale. Even the dust hanging in the light looked ordinary again instead of ceremonial, as though the house had been waiting to see what they would do with the thing Regulus had died to steal. Sirius noticed too. He looked slowly around the rubbish room and then back toward the passage beyond, his expression caught somewhere between grief and a kind of bitter recognition. It's already different, he said. James secured the warded case inside his coat. Because the center of the poison has shifted, he said. Not gone, shifted. It goes fully quiet once the fragment is stripped. Creature drew himself straighter at that, small and ragbound and suddenly possessed of purpose. Creature will come, he said. Creature will witness for Master Regulus. Sirius's mouth tightened. I'm coming too. James shook his head at once. No, you stay here. The refusal landed sharply, but not cruelly. Sirius bristled anyway. You think I'm letting my brother's last act leave this house without me? I think, James said, just as steady, that someone has to begin claiming the house while the change is fresh. Someone has to keep Harry here, not in transit, and someone has to make sure this place understands it belongs to the living now. Harry felt Sirius look at him. That altered the argument before it properly started. Sirius's anger didn't vanish, it simply ran into a different duty and had to sort itself around it. He looked toward the door, toward the hall, toward everything in Grimmauld that had once belonged to dead blacks and still thought it did. Remus spoke before the silence could harden. He's right, he said quietly. You go chasing this to Gringotts and the house stays a mausoleum. You stay here, and it starts becoming yours. Sirius let out a breath through his nose. I hate how reasonable everyone becomes around me. That's because you invite the work, Remus replied. For one brief second, something almost like old ease passed between them. Then Sirius looked back at Harry, and the roughness returned, though not the uncertainty. You stay with me, Sirius said. It wasn't an order, it was a decision offered plainly. We'll find you a room that isn't cursed, fed to moths, or full of my grandmother. Harry nodded. All right. James's attention shifted, sharpened, and settled. Good, he said, because once this is clean, there's only one external anchor left. Sirius understood first. The line of his face changed. Malfoy. Yes, James said. Harry looked at the case under James's coat and felt the shape of the year narrow again. Grimmauld, Regulus, the locket, all of it had not widened the war. It had reduced it. One house cleared, one anchor leaving, one enemy line left above ground. And as Creature moved to James's side and Sirius turned toward the door like a man about to reclaim his own life by force, Harry understood that the next name waiting for them would not be Black at all. It would be Malfoy. 45. A house elf knocking. Malfoy. The name stayed with Harry even after James had left Grimmauld with Creature and the warded case. It followed him through the changed quiet of the house, through the strange business of being shown a bedroom by Sirius, through Remus opening windows that had apparently been sealed out of family principle rather than weather. Grimmauld no longer felt as though it were trying to keep them out. It still wasn't warm, but it had stopped being actively offended by the fact that they lived inside it. That, apparently, was enough to make Sirius do something reckless. Harry came down to the front room and stopped short. A Christmas tree stood in the corner by the window, taller than Sirius and only very slightly less offended than the house itself. It leaned a bit to one side, needles already gathering on the carpet, while Sirius stood beside it with his wand in hand and the expression of a man who had committed to a domestic gesture and now refused to be mocked by it. Remus, sprawled in an armchair with the tired ease of someone claiming comfort by stealth, looked up over the top of a dusty box full of ornaments. "I did tell you," he said mildly, "that levitating it through the front hull would only convince it to shed." Sirius flicked a pine needle off his sleeve. "It was that listened to Creature explain why my mother preferred silver branches and black candles. I chose the tree." Harry looked from the tree to Sirius and felt something in his chest ease by surprise rather than intention. "You got a real one." Sirius glanced at him, roughness hidden badly behind defiance. "Well, I wasn't going to let the first Christmas you spend out of that cupboard involve black family decor." He waved his wand toward the open ornament box. "We're improving the house by force." Remus snorted. "That may be the most black way possible to do something cheerful." Before Harry could answer, there came a knock. Not at the front door. Not on the drawing room wall or the kitchen below. This was softer and stranger than wood, 3 quick taps against the edge of the room itself, as though something had found the boundary of Grimmald's wards and was too polite to push. Sirius's expression changed at once. The last trace of domestic awkwardness vanished. His wand came up, not wild, but immediate. "That," Sirius said very quietly, "is not my door." The taps came again. 3 quick, frightened touches. Remus was already on his feet. Harry felt the whole room listen around him, the tree standing absurd and half-decorated in the corner as the house sharpened back toward old instincts. Then, from beyond the ward line, a high, desperate voice blurted out, "Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts after Christmas." The voice was so shrill with panic that it cut straight through the room's tension and left something stranger in its place. Sirius did not lower his wand. Remus did not step back. Harry, however, felt the fear in the words before he understood anything else about them. Not a threat, not a trick, a warning delivered too late in the sentence to sound sensible. James moved first. He crossed to the edge of the room where Grimmald's wards met the house's older protections and listened for 1 beat longer, head tilted slightly as though the magic itself might tell him whether the panic was honest. Apparently it did. "Elf magic," he said quietly. "Outside the ward line. Asking, not forcing." Sirius's wand stayed up. "That doesn't make me like it." "No," James said. "It only makes it less urgent to hex first and ask questions after." The taps came again, smaller now, almost miserable. Harry stepped closer without quite deciding to. "Can it get in if it wants?" James shook his head. "Not through these wards. Not unless invited." "Then invite it," Harry said. Sirius turned. "Based on what?" Harry looked toward the place in the air where the voice had landed. "Based on the fact that it sounds terrified and rude in exactly the wrong order." Remus's mouth twitched despite himself. "That," he said, "is a surprisingly solid argument." James inclined his head once and set the terms without flourish. "You may enter under invitation," he said. "No hostile magic. No theft. No concealment of intent." There was a soft pop, and a house elf appeared just inside the room as though he'd regretted the decision midway through arriving. He was smaller than Creature and far less composed, with great bat-like ears, bulging green eyes, and a tea towel tied round him in a way that managed to look both improvised and permanent. He stared at the gathered wizards, saw Sirius's wand, saw the strange old room, saw Harry, and seemed for one terrible second on the verge of vanishing again. Then his eyes fixed fully on Harry, and the panic in them sharpened into purpose. "You must not go back, sir," the elf said. His hands twisted together so hard they shook. "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts after Christmas. Bad things is being planned. Very bad things. Wicked things at the school." Harry frowned. "Who are you?" The elf blinked, as if only just realizing that introductions were a thing the world might still require. "Dobby, sir," he said, bowing so deeply his nose nearly touched the carpet. "Dobby is a house elf. Dobby has come to save Harry Potter from going back to Hogwarts." The words settled into the room with all the awkward certainty of something both absurd and entirely sincere. Harry looked at the elf and found no sign of deceit in him at all. Panic, yes. Desperation, certainly. But not deceit. Dobby looked like a creature who had crossed several lines in a hurry and expected pain for it later. Sirius lowered his wand by an inch. "That," he said, is not an explanation. Dobby cringed at the sharpness, then forced himself to stay. Bad Master is planning, sir, he squeaked. Bad Master Lucius is keeping a wicked thing. An old thing. A school thing. He means to send it where children will touch. Harry felt the room narrow around the sentence. James was already moving again, but this time it was not toward the wards. It was toward Dobby, slowly enough not to startle him, with the careful attention he used when a problem was beginning to reveal its shape. What sort of thing? He asked. Dobby's ears trembled. A book, sir. A diary. Bad magic in paper. Whispering magic. Watching magic. He swallowed hard. Master hides it, then takes it out, then hides it again. He thinks. He waits. He is wanting the right moment. Remus straightened from the chair. He hasn't sent it yet. Dobby shook his head violently. No, sir, not yet, but soon. Very soon. Master is angry. Master is afraid. Things are changing. Old friends are gone. Old secrets are failing. He wants a way to hurt the school without pointing at himself. Harry saw James go still in that peculiar way of his, not from shock but from completion. The problem had just ceased to be abstract. This was no longer a dangerous possibility buried somewhere in the Malfoy estate. It was a weapon waiting for deployment. Useful, James said quietly. Sirius gave him a look. You have an interesting definition of useful. I have a practical one, James replied. If Lucius is still holding it close, then it's contraband, not a lost object. That changes the approach. Remus understood first. A lawful search. James nodded. Exactly. Harry looked between them. You mean the ministry? Yes, James said, but not the wrong face of it. Arthur Weasley has standing to care about restricted objects in wealthy houses, and Amelia Bones has the authority to make a search bite. His gaze remained on Dobby. That gives us a front door, paperwork, and a reason Malfoy can't dismiss without looking more guilty than he already is. Dobby stared at them, stunned. Wizards is wanting to ask permission before storming Bad Master's house. Sirius snorted. Only one of us. It works, James said. And because Harry could hear the certainty in his voice, he knew the line had shifted. They were no longer hoping to catch the diary when it surfaced. They were planning to make Lucius Malfoy hold it while the law knocked on his door. Once that shape existed, the room began to reorganize itself around action. Sirius stopped pacing and leaned both hands on the back of a chair as if physical contact with furniture might keep him from offering to break into Wiltshire alone. Remus moved the box of ornaments off the table and cleared a space with the absent competence of someone used to making planning surfaces wherever he happened to be. Even the absurd half-decorated tree in the corner seemed to retreat into the background and allow the next crisis its turn. James looked at Dobby. Can you confirm where the diary is kept now? Dobby twisted his hands together and nodded too fast. Dobby can find it again, sir. Dobby knows the rooms Bad Master uses when he is frightened of being watched. Dobby knows the cupboard behind the false back and the writing desk with the locked drawer and the study where Bad Master walks when he thinks wicked thoughts. Sirius glanced at Remus. That sentence was upsetting in more ways than one. It was also useful, Remus said. James ignored both of them with practiced efficiency. Good. You do not touch it. You do not move it. You do not warn anyone. You confirm location and wait. Dobby swallowed. Even if Bad Master means to send it soon. Especially then, James said. If he moves too early, I need to know. If he delays, I need to know that too. Harry listened to the rhythm of it and felt the next line of the year become solid under his feet. The locket had been hidden in a dead house, wrapped in family blindness. This would be different. Not memory. Not inheritance. Lucius Malfoy was alive, planning, choosing. The diary was not a relic waiting to be found. It was a weapon in a man's hand. Arthur first, Remus said, thinking aloud now. He can justify concern over artifacts without needing the deeper truth. And Bones gives the concern teeth, James replied. Malfoy can sneer at Arthur. He can't safely ignore Amelia Bones once paperwork exists. Sirius straightened. So the plan is to make Lucius open his own door, let Arthur irritate him, let Bones terrify him, and let Dobby do the real work inside. James nodded. That's the shape of it. Dobby looked between them with huge, horrified eyes. This is a very frightening plan. Yes, James said. That's why it may work. Harry leaned against the table edge and looked at the fire, the tree, the frightened elf, the half-reclaimed house, and the men who were already turning a dark book in another family's manor into something finite. He understood then, with sudden clarity, what chapter they had entered. The war was no longer buried in ruins and old blood. It had crossed into living rooms, desks, drawers, and people who still thought themselves untouchable. The next Horcrux would not be taken from a tomb. It would be taken from an enemy house with the door still in use. 46. The Manor Search. By the time the raid began, the sky over Wiltshire had the pale, hard color of a day that intended to offer no warmth to anyone involved in it. James stood 20 yards back from the front approach in the shape of a ministry escort wizard no one would remember clearly later. The glamour sat neatly over him, age and bone structure pushed just far enough sideways to make him competent and forgettable both. From this distance Malfoy Manor looked exactly like what it was designed to be, wealth with theatrical instincts. Pale stone, iron gates, yew hedges clipped into obedience. A house built to imply that rules existed mainly to protect the people inside it. This morning, that implication had paperwork coming for it. Arthur Weasley stood at the front of the small party with a sealed case under one arm and the kind of polite expression that most pure-blood supremacists fatally misread as softness. Amelia Bones was beside him in dark ministry robes, not overdressed, not underdressed, simply unavoidable. 2 Aurors waited a step behind. James remained farther back, where muscle and legitimacy blurred together and attention slid elsewhere. Arthur adjusted the cuff of one glove and looked sideways at Bones. "You do realize," he said mildly, "that if Lucius opens the door himself, I may enjoy this more than is professionally ideal." Bones did not look at him. "As long as you remain within the broad and merciful category of useful," she said, "your private joy is not my concern." That won a brief flicker of humor from Arthur, but it didn't soften him. James appreciated that. Arthur worked best when his mildness had something sharp underneath it. The gates opened before anyone touched them. Malfoy Manor had seen them coming. Of course it had. A servant in black livery crossed the gravel with careful speed and stopped just inside the line of civility. "Madam Director. Mr. Weasley. To what do we owe the intrusion?" Bones handed over the warrant without flourish. "Search and seizure authority under unlawful artifacts review," she said. "Signed and valid. You may notify Mr. Malfoy now, or he may continue discovering reality as it unfolds." The servant's face did not quite move, but James saw the message land. Arthur lifted the sealed case slightly. "We're here regarding restricted magical materials and improper private storage," he said. "The easiest version of this day is the one where your master cooperates early." The servant glanced toward the house. The front doors were already opening. Lucius Malfoy descended the steps as though he had chosen the timing himself and not been forced into it by law. He was immaculate, silver blonde hair untouched by weather, cane in hand, expression arranged into aristocratic contempt. Only the speed of his eyes betrayed him. He counted warrants, Aurors, faces, risks. Then his gaze passed over James and moved on. "Good. Director Bones," Lucius said coolly. "Mr. Weasley, this is a theatrical hour to rediscover your principles." Bones met his stare without interest. "Open your house, Mr. Malfoy." Arthur smiled in the pleasant way people often mistook for harmlessness. "Or don't," he said. "But that only makes the paperwork longer." Lucius did not answer at once. He stood on the steps with one gloved hand resting lightly on the head of his cane, letting the silence imply that everyone present had made a social error rather than a legal demand. It was a good performance. James understood why it worked on so many people. Lucius never looked hurried. He let other men feel ungentlemanly first. Then he smiled, and the smile was all edges. "By all means," Lucius said. "Come in and explain to me which imagined impropriety has justified dragging half the ministry onto private ground before luncheon." Bones stepped past him without waiting to be invited properly. The warrant just did, she said. That broke the tableau more effectively than argument would have. Lucius turned with her, forced to follow his own guests into his own hall, and James slipped in at the rear with the oars, still forgettable, still useful, one more dark-robed functionary in a line of lawful inconvenience. Malfoy Manor was warmer inside than the weather justified. The entrance hall glowed with polished stone, silver fittings, and the sort of old money that preferred silence over spectacle because silence cost more. House elves had already vanished from sight. A servant took Bones's cloak and then seemed to realize, too late, that this was not that kind of visit. Narcissa Malfoy appeared at the top of the stairs before anyone called for her. She was pale, composed, and dressed for a day she had expected to control. Her eyes went first to Lucius, then to the warrant in Bones's hand, and only then to Arthur Weasley, where they cooled perceptibly. "This is excessive," she said. Arthur offered the gentlest possible expression. That is often how overdue enforcement feels. Lucius did not look at him. "You have no basis for rummaging through my home on the strength of Arthur Weasley's hobby horses." Bones turned one page in the warrant packet with crisp, economical fingers. The basis includes unlawful artifacts concerns, restricted object storage, and preservation rights in the face of possible concealment. Your cooperation remains optional. My authority does not. The words landed. James watched it happen in the room rather than on any face. A hidden tightening in the servants. A momentary pause in Narcissa's breathing. Lucius's fingers closing just a little too hard around his cane. Not outrage, then. Calculation. Good. They began moving room by room. Not chaotically. Not crudely. Arthur opened cabinets and asked for inventories in the tone of a man who knew exactly how insulting it was to require them. Bones marked sealed drawers for inspection. Aurors took notes. Lucius resisted through delay, detail, and offended precision rather than force. Every answer came polished. Every objection came measured. And underneath all of it James felt the same pulse Dobby had described. Not confidence, but panic wearing breeding as a mask. Which meant the house was not secure. It was hiding. James felt the pattern long before he found the point where it broke. Malfoy Manor was not resisting like a family with nothing to conceal. It was resisting like a family that had chosen one object to matter more than every other lie in the house. Lucius let Arthur open silver cabinets without incident. He tolerated Bones marking ledgers and storage chests. He even permitted an Auror to inspect the drawing room's locked display case with only the correct amount of aristocratic contempt. But when the search drifted toward the west corridor, something changed. It was a small change. Too small for Arthur, who was busy being politely intolerable over a set of dubious peacock feather quills. Too small for the Aurors, who were cataloging without imagination. But James saw Narcissa move half a step too quickly, placing herself beside a walnut writing desk as if she had merely happened to prefer that stretch of wall. He saw Lucius notice her and do nothing to correct it. There. Bones noticed a breath later. "Open that desk," she said. Lucius did not move. "My wife keeps correspondence there." "How sentimental," Bones replied. "Open it." Lucius's fingers tightened on the cane. "You are exceeding the practical scope of this warrant." Bones held his gaze. "No, I am narrowing it." Arthur, to his credit, understood at once and crossed the room with the sealed evidence case tucked under one arm. "Private writing desks are unfortunately one of the classic habitats of magical contraband," he said pleasantly. "Along with sock drawers, second parlors, and men who become tiresome when asked to produce keys." Narcissa's chin lifted. "This is absurd." Then the lock clicked. No one had touched it. The sound was tiny, precise, final. Lucius turned toward the desk so sharply that the motion itself became admission. Narcissa went still in the wrong way, not calm but frozen. James did not look for Dobby. He didn't need to. Somewhere inside the house, unseen and very brave, an elf had just made wizarding status irrelevant. Arthur's eyebrows rose. "Well," he said softly. "That does save time." Bones stepped forward before Lucius could recover the room by sheer hauteur. She drew the top drawer open herself. Inside lay parchment, sealed correspondence, a silver letter opener, and nothing obviously damning. But James saw Bones's eyes sharpen at the false depth along the back panel. Arthur saw it half a breath later. "Interesting join," Arthur murmured. Lucius found his voice. "If you damage that desk, Director, I will file a complaint severe enough to waste several months of your life." "Then I advise you not to force me to enjoy this," Bones said. Arthur set down the evidence case and slid one finger along the inner edge. The panel released with a soft, traitorous shift. A black book lay hidden in the cavity behind it, plain enough to be unremarkable if one did not already know how much death could hide in something meant to be held in two hands. And in the silence that followed, James knew two things with certainty. Dobby had done his part. And the house had just opened from the inside. For half a breath no one moved. The black book lay in its hidden cavity with an almost obscene plainness, all the menace of it disguised as schoolboy harmlessness. James saw Lucius recognize the position immediately. Denial would now insult the room. Rage, on the other hand, remained available. "What exactly," Lucius said, his voice gone dangerously soft, "do you imagine you've found?" Bones reached the desk first. She did not touch the diary with bare skin. Instead she drew a dragonhide evidence wrap from Arthur's case and folded it over the book with the calm precision of someone who had done uglier things under worse lighting. "A concealed object in an undeclared hidden compartment during an artifact search," she said. "You may choose to improve that description if you enjoy confession." Arthur let out a thoughtful hum. "School quality binding," he said, peering at the edge of the cover without taking it from Bones. "Oddly preserved. Privately hidden. Yes, Lucius, I'm afraid this has become rather more interesting than your desk." Narcissa moved at last. "That book does not belong to the Ministry." "No," Bones said. "It belongs to the warrant." Lucius's control cracked then, not loudly, but enough. "You overstep," he snapped. "You crawl into my house on the strength of speculation and a bureaucrat's enthusiasm, and now you seize private property because Arthur Weasley has found a cupboard he can pronounce suspicious." Arthur smiled pleasantly. It was the false panel that helped. The diary vanished into the evidence wrap. Bones sealed it with a tap of her wand and handed the parcel to one of the Aurors, who locked it into the Ministry case at once. James watched the whole transfer without blinking. Clean. Public. No break in chain of custody. Lucius could complain for a year and still lose. That, apparently, was what finally undid him. He tore one glove off with his teeth, then yanked the other free and flung them toward the nearest house elf without looking. "You," he said savagely. "Take these and get out of my sight." Dobby caught the gloves against his chest by instinct. Then he froze. So did Lucius. The room altered in an instant, the legal raid suddenly intersecting with something older and far more humiliating. Dobby looked down at the glove in his hands as if it had become a holy relic by accident. His mouth trembled once. When he spoke, his voice came out tiny and stunned. "Master has given Dobby clothes." Arthur blinked. Remus, standing near the doorway now that the search line had converged, made a strangled noise that might have been laughter if he'd had the breath for it. Bones did not smile, but the corner of her mouth came dangerously close. Lucius went white with real fury. "No," he said, "that is not what I—" But the magic had already moved. James felt it shift in the room like a lock turning. Dobby straightened, glove clutched in both hands, no longer cowering, no longer looking toward the floor for permission to exist. "Dobby is free," he whispered. And James saw, with cold satisfaction, that losing the diary wounded Lucius Malfoy professionally. Losing the elf wounded him where vanity lived. 47. Black ink. Dobby is free, Harry thought, and somehow that was not the most dangerous thing to come out of Malfoy Manor. By the time they were back under the protections of Grimmauld, the house had settled into a wary sort of quiet around its new occupants. Creature, after one offended look at Dobby and a longer look at the sock-glove catastrophe that had freed him, had withdrawn in wounded ancestral silence. Sirius was pacing. Remus had taken over the kitchen with tea and the kind of practical calm that usually meant he was more rattled than he sounded. James arrived last, carrying the Ministry evidence case himself. He set it down on the scrubbed kitchen table as though it might at any moment decide that the table belonged to it. Harry watched everyone else react before he looked directly at the case. Sirius's expression had gone flat in the way it did when violence felt morally attractive but strategically inconvenient. Remus's eyes narrowed, not in fear, but in assessment. Dobby, free and still visibly unable to believe it, stood at the threshold of the room with both hands pressed to his chest and stared at the case as if it contained a weather system he would rather not revisit. James looked at Harry. "You should see it." Sirius stopped pacing at once. "No." Harry turned toward him. "Why not?" "Because the last thing I want," Sirius said, "is a piece of soul filth trying to get its hooks into you while I stand there pretending this is educational." James did not answer immediately. He rested one hand on the evidence case, not opening it yet, simply anchoring the room around the fact of it. "He needs to understand what we're dealing with," James said. "Not abstractly. Enough to recognize the method when he sees it again." "That's not the same as inviting it to perform," Sirius snapped. "It won't," James said. "Not with me watching it. Not with the wards we've put round it. Not with everyone in this room paying attention." Harry felt the argument move around him and understood that neither of them was really disagreeing about the object. They were disagreeing about where the line between protection and ignorance ought to fall. Remus set down the teapot with care. "What exactly do you mean by see it?" he asked. James looked at Harry, not at the adults. "The diary does two things first," he said. "It offers intimacy and it offers relief. It makes the victim feel noticed, then understood, then less alone. That's the trap. Harry should know what that looks like before it ever gets a second chance with anyone." Dobby shuddered visibly. Harry looked at the case again. The danger in it felt different from the locket already. Less like pressure. More like invitation. "All right," Harry said. Sirius made a low, unhappy sound. James opened the first ward and the case gave off a thin, dark whisper of cold. Not enough to spill. Just enough to prove it was listening. James loosened the second ward with more care than speed. The evidence wrap beneath the case lid darkened as if the black cover of the diary were drawing light inward rather than merely absorbing it. Harry leaned forward before he meant to. He wasn't trying to touch it. He just wanted to see what sort of object could make a room feel as though it had started leaning toward one point. "There," James said quietly. "That's far enough." Harry stopped. The case remained between them on the kitchen table, half open and ringed in wardlight thin as spun wire. The diary sat inside the evidence wrap, plain black cover, schoolboy size, no ornament worth remarking on. That was the first wrongness. It looked ordinary in exactly the way a trap should if it wanted to be picked up. "It's just a book," Harry said. Sirius laughed without humor. "That sentence has never improved a situation in my experience." James kept his eyes on Harry. "Look at it, but don't offer it anything. No pity, no curiosity, no question." Harry frowned. "How do I stop being curious on purpose?" "You don't," James said. "You recognize when curiosity is being used against you." That made sense just late enough to be unhelpful. The diary did not speak. Not aloud. It didn't have to. Harry felt the first touch of it as a shift in emotional gravity, subtle enough that he might have mistaken it for his own thought if James hadn't already named the method. It was not pressure like the locket had been. It was invitation. A sense, immediate and intimate, that this object might understand things no person in the room quite could. Not because they didn't care. Because they weren't inside his head. Harry's skin prickled. "It's trying to be gentle," he said. James nodded once. "Yes." That made it worse. The feeling deepened by a fraction, not forcing, never forcing. It suggested. It offered. Harry had the strange, sharp impression of being noticed from exactly the place in himself he least wanted noticed. Not fear, not pain, but solitude. The part of him that had learned early that other people could care for him and still fail to see him in time. It would be easy, he realized, to write in this thing. Not because it would compel him. Because it would make the first sentence feel deserved. Dobby had backed all the way to the mantel now, ears flattened hard. Remus had gone still in the opposite way from Sirius, not tense, but watchful, as if he were monitoring a fever. Harry swallowed. It feels sorry for me. No, James said at once. It imitates sympathy. There's a difference. Harry kept looking at the diary and knew that was true. The intimacy it offered was too fast, too smooth, too exactly shaped to where hurt lived. Real understanding had edges, questions, delays. This had none. Which meant it wasn't seeing him at all. It was hunting by pattern. Once Harry understood that, the feeling didn't weaken. It sharpened. The diary's false gentleness became easier to see not because it changed, but because he had named the method. It wasn't trying to force its way into him. It was trying to make the door feel like his own idea. James stayed very still beside the table, one hand resting near the ward line without touching it. Sirius looked as though every instinct in him objected to the experiment continuing by another second. Remus, quieter than either of them, had the expression of someone watching a child stand too near the edge of a frozen lake and trusting him to recognize the ice before it broke. "What does it offer?" James asked. Harry did not answer immediately. The diary sat inside the evidence wrap with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. It did not push harder. That was the point. It let him supply the next motion himself. The offer was so simple it almost offended him once he saw it clearly. "Ease," Harry said at last. "Not help. Ease." James's eyes narrowed, not in disagreement, but in approval. "Go on." Harry kept looking at the black cover. "It acts like being understood should be instant. Like all the hard parts can be skipped if I just start." He swallowed once. "It knows people want that." Sirius made a low, vicious sound. "I'm going to enjoy burning it." Remus did not take his eyes off Harry. "What makes it false?" That answer came faster. "Because real understanding doesn't arrive before the first question," Harry said. "And it definitely doesn't arrive from a blank book in under a minute." Dobby, still pressed near the mantel as if distance alone could protect him from memory, nodded miserably at that. James's hand eased fractionally away from the ward line. The diary tried again, and Harry felt the shape of it at once. Not words, not images, just the intimate suggestion that if he reached out, he would not have to be lonely in the particular way he had always been lonely. Not unnoticed exactly, misread, managed, protected badly. The trap had gone straight to the softest place and called it invitation. Harry took one full step back. The effect was immediate. The room exhaled, and the thread of false intimacy thinned enough for disgust to take its proper place. "It wants me to volunteer," Harry said. "Yes," James replied. "That's its first victory every time." Harry looked from the diary to the faces around him. Sirius angry on his behalf, Remus watching with careful trust, Dobby frightened but present, James refusing to let ignorance masquerade as safety. The diary had offered quick understanding. The room offered slower, messier, human truth. That difference was enough. "It doesn't get to have me," Harry said. Sirius's expression changed at once, some part of his tension dropping out of the line of his shoulders. Remus's mouth softened. James nodded once, and in that single movement Harry felt the balance of the room shift. The diary was no longer the thing making choices here. It was only the thing waiting to die. James moved before the room could soften around that truth. He snapped the case wards wide enough for action and reached into the inner compartment beneath the evidence wrap. When his hand came back out, he was holding a slender glass vial sealed in black wax. Inside it, suspended in clear alchemical preservative, floated a single shard of basilisk fang. Sirius's eyes lit with grim approval. "Prepared, as always." "I dislike giving cursed objects time to form opinions," James said. Harry did not step back this time. The diary's invitation had collapsed now that it had been named and refused, but it had not gone entirely quiet. He could still feel it there in the case, not speaking, exactly, but watching with the patient malice of something denied one meal and already planning the next. Dobby had both hands over his mouth. Remus set one hand lightly on Harry's shoulder, not restraining him, only anchoring him in the room where real people stood. Creature, who had reappeared in the doorway without anyone noticing, stared at the black book with naked loathing. James broke the vial seal with his thumb. The preservative smell hit the air first, sharp and medicinal, followed by the older, nastier edge beneath it. Venom. Even contained and thin for handling, the fang fragment carried the feeling of something made to end unnatural magic at the root. The diary reacted before James touched it. Ink bled suddenly across the inside of the front cover, fast and frantic, not words at first but motion, black fluid racing to become language. Harry caught only the beginning of a name before James drove the fang down through paper, binding, and whatever half-life sat nested inside it. The sound was small. That was the worst part. Not an explosion. Not a theatrical scream. Just a wet, tearing puncture followed by a hiss so intimate it seemed to come from inside Harry's own ears. Black ink erupted out of the diary in a violent sheet, smoking where it struck the wardline. The room filled with the smell of rot, metal, and something ancient being forced to admit it could die. Dobby yelped. Sirius took one step forward and stopped only because there was nothing to fight that James had not already hit. Remus's hand tightened once on Harry's shoulder as the diary convulsed inside the case, pages buckling, cover twisting, the false ordinariness of it finally ripped away. Then the resistance broke. The blackness collapsed inward instead of out. Ink sank back into itself, thickened, and went dull. The terrible feeling that had sat behind the object from the moment it entered the house simply ceased, like a voice cut off mid-sentence. James held the fang in place for one more heartbeat, then withdrew it. The diary sagged around the wound, dead paper now, nothing more. No invitation, no sympathy, no hunger. Sirius let out a breath that sounded almost disbelieving. That's it. James looked down at the ruined book. That's it. Harry stared at the case and felt the absence of it all the way to his bones. The thing had tried to make itself personal. It had tried to become wanted. Now it was only wreckage. And because James had not let it mount a second approach, the room did not remember it as powerful. Only as finished. 48. The Boy Who Lived. When the diary died, the room did not erupt into triumph. That was the first strange thing Harry noticed. He had expected relief, perhaps, or one of Sirius's savage laughs, or even the sharp release of danger passing out of the walls the way it had in Grimmauld when the locket left the house. Instead the kitchen settled into a quieter kind of silence, deeper than fear and harder to name. The war objective that had driven James from the moment he returned to this timeline had just broken on a kitchen table beside an awkward Christmas tree. No one in the room seemed entirely prepared for what came after that. James resealed the ruined diary inside the case and only then let out the breath he had been holding. Remus took his hand off Harry's shoulder. Sirius sank into the nearest chair with the air of a man who had expected to keep moving and had just discovered the ground had stopped first. Dobby still had both hands clapped over his mouth. Harry looked from face to face and realized with a strange, cold clarity that there was nothing left in the category that had structured his whole understanding of this year. No hidden soul fragments. No buried anchors. No diary waiting in a desk. No locket in a rubbish room. The shape he had been taught to fear, solve, and prevent had collapsed faster than anyone had planned for. So that's it, Harry said. James looked up. He did not pretend not to understand the question. For the Horcruxes, he said. Yes. The room shifted again. Sirius leaned back in the chair and scrubbed both hands over his face. Merlin, he muttered, we really did that in one school holiday. Remus's mouth twitched faintly. When you say it like that, it sounds almost healthy. It absolutely was not healthy, Sirius replied. Under other circumstances Harry might have laughed. As it was, the line only made the quiet feel more human. He looked at James. Then what happens now? That, Harry realized, was the real question. Not tactical, not magical, something stranger. If the monster under the floorboards had already been dragged into daylight and killed, what shape was left for the rest of childhood to take? James rested one hand on the sealed case and seemed, for the first time all evening, older rather than merely prepared. Now, he said carefully, you still have a life. Harry frowned at him. Sirius let out a short, disbelieving breath. That, he said, as somehow more terrifying than the soul filth. Remus nodded once, tired and dry. Because now we have to build something instead of just stopping it. Harry looked at the case again, then at the tree, then at the strange collection of people standing around him in a reclaimed house that had once hated all of them on principle. Victory, he thought, was not going to feel like a finish line. It was going to feel like being handed time and then being expected to know what to do with it. Harry sat with that for the space of several breaths, and the more he turned it over, the less simple it became. A life was not a prize. It was not a plan. It was a stretch of days that still had to be inhabited, and Harry had spent so long imagining survival as a single outcome that the idea of what came after it felt almost abstract. Sirius, predictably, was the first to put shape back into the room. He leaned forward in his chair and fixed James with the look of a man who had no patience for beautifully phrased ambiguity. "That isn't an answer," he said. "It's a moral." James accepted that without irritation. "Fine," he said. "The immediate war objective is finished. Voldemort no longer has anchors hidden through the country. He can still return by other means if no one interferes, but the version of him that was built to survive every defeat is gone." Remus folded his arms loosely across his chest. "That's a very important distinction." "It is," James said. "Because it means the future is no longer chained to inevitability. It is not safe. It is not tidy. But it is open." Harry watched the words land differently on everyone. Sirius seemed to hear challenge before comfort. Remus heard work. Dobby, who had edged a little farther into the room now that no one was dying in front of him, seemed mostly to hear hope and distrust it by habit. "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. That sharpened the room in a different way. James rested one hand on the back of the chair beside him, thinking before he spoke. "Dumbledore still believes certain things about you," he said. "Some of them are wrong now. Some of them were wrong to begin with. The prophecy still exists. Politics still exist. The ministry still remembers who you are when it suits them, and forgets when it's inconvenient. None of that vanished with the Horcruxes. So I still go back," Harry said. James met his eyes. "Yes, but not as prey." Sirius let out a hard breath. "Good. Because I've just got him and I'm not particularly interested in handing him back to the castle as a sacrificial concept." Remus's mouth twitched. A sentence that would alarm most educational authorities. "It should," Sirius replied. Harry almost smiled, but the question under everything remained. "If it isn't over," he said, "what is it now?" James looked at him for a moment longer than usual. When he answered, his voice had lost some of its strategist's precision and gained something quieter. "Now," he said, "it becomes your life instead of his design." Harry understood at once that he meant Voldemort. He also understood, just as clearly, that he meant more than that. Not prophecy. Not Dumbledore. Not the crowd's idea of the boy who lived. Life, Harry realized, was about to stop being a corridor built by other people. Which was its own kind of frightening. But it was not the old fear. It had room in it. The quiet that followed was different from the silences earlier in the evening. Not the kind that gathered around danger. Not the kind that formed when everyone in the room was listening for the next cursed thing to wake up. This one felt more human than that, which somehow made it harder to sit inside. Harry could deal with threats. He was less certain what to do with possibility. Sirius pushed himself upright in his chair and looked at Harry with the impatient sort of resolve that usually meant he had decided subtlety was a waste of time. "All right," he said. "Then let's stop circling it." Remus glanced sideways at him. "That sentence never improves my pulse." "It's not a speech," Sirius said. "Merlin knows I'd be terrible at one." "That has not stopped you before," Remus murmured. Under almost any other circumstances Harry would have smiled at that. Instead he found himself watching Sirius's face, because something had changed in it. The recklessness was still there, the roughness, the sense that feeling hit him too fast and too hard to be made elegant. But beneath all of that sat decision. Sirius looked at Harry directly. "You need to know something before everyone starts building sensible plans around you," he said. "You are not going back to being stored." The words hit harder than if he'd raised his voice. James did not interrupt. Remus did not either. Even Dobby seemed to recognize that the room had shifted into a different kind of danger and held himself perfectly still. Sirius kept going, less polished with every sentence and therefore more trustworthy. "I don't mean school," he said. "That's a separate argument and I'm already prepared to be insufferable about it. I mean after, between, around. You are not going back to cupboards, spare cots, strategic neglect, or being grateful for whatever corner someone decides counts as care." His mouth tightened. "If you want it, you have a home with me." Harry stared at him. Sirius exhaled sharply through his nose, as if he could hear how large the words sounded now that they were out in the room. "Not as a gesture," he said. "Not as a rescue fantasy. Not because your parents would have wanted it, though they would have. Because I want it. Because I should have had you from the beginning. Because I've got a house and a name and enough stubbornness to make both of them useful for once." Remus looked down into his tea. James rested one hand on the table and said nothing at all. Harry opened his mouth and then shut it again. He could feel the answer somewhere in him, but it wasn't small enough to come out cleanly. Not yet. Home was a word that had been damaged too often to move quickly. Sirius saw that and, for once, didn't push. "You don't have to say it tonight," he said, voice rougher now. "I'm telling you the door exists." And in Harry's chest, something old and defended shifted anyway. No one rushed to fill the space after that. It might have been the first truly kind thing anyone in the room had done all evening. Sirius had put the offer into the world and, miracle of miracles, had not tried to drag an answer out of it by force. Remus busied himself with the teapot again, though Harry doubted anyone had forgotten there was already tea. Dobby stood near the mantel with the reverence of someone who had witnessed several impossible things in one day and was no longer willing to predict the next. James remained where he was, steady and watchful, as if giving silence shape counted as a form of protection. Harry looked down at his hands. He thought about cupboards, about borrowed corners, about Privet Drive and Hogwarts and all the places he had survived in without ever quite belonging to them. He thought about the room upstairs that Sirius had shown him earlier, still half dusty, with curtains that needed shaking out and a wardrobe that smelled faintly of old cedar and closed years. Not a perfect room, not yet his, but it had been shown to him as though someone meant it to remain there when he came back. The difference between shelter and home, Harry realized, was not comfort. It was expectation. When he looked up again, Sirius was pretending not to watch him. He was doing it very badly. Harry heard his own voice before he had entirely assembled the sentence. "If I said yes," he asked, "would it stay mine even when things got complicated?" Sirius's head came up at once. No hesitation. No careful legal answer. "Especially then," he said. That landed cleanly enough that Harry believed it. Remus leaned one shoulder against the mantel and gave Sirius a sidelong look. "Try not to sound so alarmingly sincere," he said. "You'll frighten the child." "I'm already frightened," Harry said, and to his own surprise the line came out dry rather than broken. Sirius laughed then, brief and real and almost disbelieving. "Fair enough," he said. Harry looked at James. James did not smile, exactly, but something in his face eased. "You don't have to solve the rest of your life tonight," he said. "You only have to stop giving it away to people who never deserved it." The words settled somewhere deep. Harry let out a breath and turned back toward Sirius, toward the tree still leaning in the corner like a badly behaved witness, toward the kitchen in a house that had already changed once under him and might yet change again. The future remained strange. Hogwarts still waited. Dumbledore still waited. The world had not become harmless simply because the Horcruxes were gone. But for the first time, Harry could imagine a future that was his before it became anyone else's problem. "All right," he said quietly. "I'd like that." Sirius did not move for one heartbeat, as if he no longer trusted good things not to vanish when approached too quickly. Then he nodded once, hard, like a man accepting an oath from the world itself. Outside, winter pressed against the windows. Inside, the fire burned low, the house stayed quiet, and Harry sat in the fragile, improbable calm of a life not yet lived but finally his to enter. 49. A Dragon for a Secret. By the time term settled back into its ordinary rhythm, Hogwarts had done what old places did best and pretended nothing remarkable had happened at all. Snow still clung stubbornly to the edges of the grounds, though the worst of Christmas had passed. Students grumbled about essays again. Owls came and went over the towers with the same officious regularity. The castle had turned its face back toward lessons, detentions, Quidditch talk, and the thousand small frictions of school life. That, Hagrid thought, was only right. Children ought to go back to being children whenever the world gave 'em half a chance. Still, he'd had a restless sort of week. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was the quiet after all the Christmas bustle. Maybe it was just that the grounds looked too still after dark and made a man think of things he wasn't meant to worry at. Whatever the reason, by the time Saturday evening came round, Hagrid had found himself in Hogsmeade with a tankard in one hand and a card table in the corner of the Hog's Head in front of him. The place smelt of stale ale, smoke, and damp wood. A few villagers hunched over their drinks. Aberforth polished a glass behind the bar with the air of a man who expected disappointment and was rarely let down. Across from Hagrid sat a hooded stranger whose face never quite found the light. They'd started with cards because silence in pubs had a way of feeling rude. The stranger wasn't much fair conversation, which usually suited Hagrid well enough, but every now and then he asked a question in that absent sort of way that suggested he already knew the answer and only wanted to hear how someone else would phrase it. "You work at the school?" the stranger asked, turning a card between long fingers. "Keeper o' keys and grounds," Hagrid said proudly. "And gamekeeper besides. That must come with trust." Hagrid snorted and took a drink. "Depends who ye ask." The stranger's mouth moved under the hood, not quite a smile. "And what do they trust you with?" "Oh, all sorts," Hagrid said, already warm with ale and the simple pleasure of being asked about Hogwarts by someone who sounded interested instead of condescending. "Keys, grounds, bits o' business. Garden things, now and again." "Dangerous things?" the stranger asked. Hagrid lowered his cards and squinted. There was something under the man's voice, something eager pressed flat. "Not enough to trouble him yet. Just enough to register. Depends what ye call dangerous." For the first time that evening, the stranger reached beneath the table and brought up a small bundle wrapped in old cloth. He set it down between them with extraordinary care. The cloth shifted. Hagrid went utterly still. It was only one movement, small and living, but he knew that shape at once. Knew it in the same deep, delighted place that had always answered before wisdom could interfere. He stared as the stranger folded back one corner of the cloth and revealed a dark, ridged shell the size of a melon. "A dragon egg," Hagrid breathed. The hooded man tilted his head. Interested. Hagrid's heart had already made up its mind. That was the trouble. He knew, somewhere under the rush of wonder, that nothing good ever came from a stranger in the Hog's Head offering dragon eggs like they were cabbages. Knew it in the sensible part of himself that had survived enough years around Hogwarts to recognize temptation when it sat down at a pub table in a hood. But the egg lay there between them, dark and ridged and impossibly real, and sense had never yet stood much of a chance against creatures in need of keepin'. "How'd ye even come by something like that?" Hagrid asked, though his voice had already lost any true suspicion it might have had. The stranger shrugged. "Lucky acquisition. Unlucky timing. I travel too much to hatch it properly." Hagrid stared at the shell. "Ye'd need fire right, and regular turnin', and careful feedin' once it's out." He looked up, unable to help himself. "What kind?" The stranger's mouth moved again under the hood. "Norwegian Ridgeback." Hagrid let out a sound halfway between a groan and a prayer. "Oh, that's rare, that is. I thought you might appreciate it," the stranger said. That was the worst of it. He did appreciate it, more than appreciate it. The egg seemed already to have a place in his hut, by the hearth, wrapped in blankets, with books open round it and Fang driven mad by the smell. Hagrid tried to gather himself enough to ask one proper question. "Why me?" The stranger spread his hands as though the answer ought to be obvious. "Because you know creatures. Because you'd take care of it. Because I'd rather lose it to someone who loves beasts than to someone who wants trophies." Hagrid flushed at that. Praise did him in even faster than dragons. Well, he said, trying for gruff and gettin' pleased instead, that's true enough. The stranger leaned back, as if the hardest part of the exchange had just been won. I'd part with it, he said lightly, if I knew it was going somewhere secure. Secure, Hagrid echoed. A place no one could just wander into, the stranger said. A place with protections. You work at Hogwarts. I imagine even your dangerous things are kept under excellent guard. That should have warned him better. Later, Hagrid would know that. In the moment it only tugged at his pride. He straightened in his chair. Oh, there's no one gettin' near what matters at Hogwarts. Not unless they're meant tear. The stranger turned a card over with idle fingers. No. No, Hagrid said, warm now with ale and certainty both. Not with what's in place. What sort of things? The stranger asked. Locks, spells. Hagrid gave a short laugh. More in that. Y'd need a lot more in nerve tear get past what's down there. The hood tipped very slightly. Down where? Hagrid realized, dimly, that the conversation had shifted. But the egg sat on the table between them like a promise, and the stranger's tone was still easy, admiring, interested in the right way. Hagrid found himself lowering his voice instead of shutting his mouth. Well, he said, first off, there's Fluffy. By Sunday afternoon, Hagrid had a dragon egg in his fire and a lie so visible it might as well have been hung on the door of his hut. Harry knew something was wrong before he stepped inside. Hagrid had been odd all through lunch, too pleased with himself in the wrong places and too distracted in the right ones. He kept glancing toward the doors as though expecting someone to follow him in and accuse him of happiness. Hermione had noticed it too. Neville, once told to pay attention, had begun noticing it with alarming thoroughness. He's hiding something, Hermione said as they crossed the slushy edge of the grounds toward the cabin. Badly. Harry glanced at her. That sounded almost fond. It's difficult not to be fond of incompetence when it's trying its best, Hermione said. Neville, walking between them with his scarf half undone and Fang already barking from inside the hut as though they had personally offended his afternoon, looked worried rather than amused. Do you think he's in trouble? Harry didn't answer. He had a feeling trouble and Hagrid had stopped being separable as concepts a long time ago. Hagrid let them in too quickly, which was the first sign. The second was that he immediately tried to stand in front of the fire. Hagrid, Harry said, before the man could begin whatever terrible deception he had prepared, what's that? Hagrid looked over his shoulder as if he might still plausibly claim not to know what lived in his own hearth. Nestled in the flames, cushioned by coals and wrapped in blankets that had no business surviving that close to heat, sat a dark, ridged egg the size of a small melon. Neville made a sound halfway between awe and alarm. Hermione stopped dead. Harry felt the room narrow around the object with the familiar certainty that absurdity and disaster had once again become the same thing. Hagrid, Hermione said slowly, is that a dragon egg? Hagrid drew himself up with doomed dignity. Might be. Might be, Hermione repeated. Neville's eyes had gone huge. Can you just have one? No, Hermione and Harry said together. Hagrid sighed and dropped the pose. One it, he muttered. Off a stranger down at the Hog's Head. Poor cove couldn't keep it, see. Needed someone who knew creatures. Hermione stared at him in horror sharpened by immediate logic. You accepted a dragon egg from a stranger in a pub. When ye put it like that, it sounds completely insane, Harry suggested. Hagrid frowned at the fire. Well, maybe a bit. That would already have been enough. But then Hagrid, who had never met a dangerous silence he could not improve by talking into it, added, anyway, nice enough fellow. Real interested in Hogwarts too. Asked what sort of things were guardin' what's under the trapdoor. I told him Fluffy's enough fair most folk. Long as ye don't know how tear get past him. Harry went still. Hermione's head snapped up. Neville looked between them, sensing the shift before he understood it. That evening, when Harry repeated the exchange to James, he saw the realization land in full. Quirrell had stopped building elegant plans. He was down to working Hagrid's soft heart with a dragon egg and whatever secret might fall loose around it. James did not waste time pretending that was reassuring. It means he's running out of cleaner options, he said, standing by the fire in Grimald's kitchen with Harry's account still hanging in the air between them. Which makes him more dangerous, not less. Harry nodded. He had already known that somewhere under the surface, but hearing it said plainly made it settle into a harder shape. Quirrell was not a patient infiltrator any longer. He was scavenging weaknesses where he could find them, and Hagrid, for all his kindness, was made almost entirely of exposed nerves when creatures were involved. So we warn Hagrid, Harry said. We do, James replied. And we reinforce the protections under the trapdoor immediately. That was the adult line, efficient and obvious. It should have been enough. The trouble was that the dragon egg was still sitting in Hagrid's fire, growing steadily less theoretical by the hour. Harry thought of Hermione's face when she'd seen it, the mixture of outrage and fascination. Neville's alarm. Hagrid's guilty pride. None of those things vanished just because Quirrell had become legible. School life had a way of keeping its own crises alive, even when larger dangers crowded them. He can't keep it, Harry said. James looked at him. No. He's going to try. Yes. Harry rubbed one hand over his face. And it's going to hatch anyway. At that, James's mouth twitched in a way that suggested he found the point both grim and faintly ridiculous. Almost certainly. That left the problem sitting there between them in full. Not the stone now. Not Voldemort. A dragon. An actual illegal dragon in Hagrid's hut, on school grounds, under the nose of half the castle. Remus, who had been quiet until then, set his cup down. School disasters don't pause just because strategic disasters exist, he said. That's one of the great structural truths of Hogwarts. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. So what am I meant to do? Ignore it and hope Hagrid develops judgment overnight? Don't be absurd, Sirius said from the doorway. No one's developed judgment in that hut in decades. Despite himself, Harry smiled. James, however, stayed on the problem. You are not handling the Quirrell line, he said. That remains mine. But the dragon is now a school problem tied to someone you care about, and pretending otherwise would be dishonest. He held Harry's gaze. So you help Hagrid survive his own heart. Carefully. With Hermione. With Neville if he's already in it. And without forgetting that mistakes here still carry consequences. Harry nodded slowly. That was the shape of it then. The adults would close around the stone and the failing enemy line. He, meanwhile, would inherit the immediate disaster Hagrid had lit in his own fireplace. By the time he went back to Hogwarts the next morning, Harry understood something new about victory. It did not clear the board. It only made room for ordinary chaos to matter again. 50. Norbert by night. By the time the egg cracked, Hagrid had stopped talking about whether he ought to keep the dragon and started talking only about how he could. Harry watched that transition happen in stages over the next several days. First came denial, then pride, then attachment so complete it made reason look almost rude. The dragon, once hatched, was all black scales, smoke-rough breath, and bright, vicious eyes. Hagrid had named him Norbert before the shell fragments had cooled properly, which, Hermione said, told them everything they needed to know about how badly this was going to end. He's illegal, Hermione said for the third time that week, standing in Hagrid's hut with her arms folded so tightly she might have been holding her own patience in place. Not difficult. Not troublesome. Illegal. Hagrid glanced up from the crate he was reinforcing by the fire. Ye keep sayin' that like it'll make him less of a baby. Norbert chose that moment to spit a thin jet of sparks at Fang's water bowl. Fang fled under the table with a yelp. Neville flinched, then bent to rescue the bowl before it could scorch the floorboards. He's getting bigger, Neville said quietly. That was the problem in its simplest form. Norbert was not remaining theoretical. He was growing fast enough that each day made the hut look smaller and Hagrid look less sane by comparison. His claws had already shredded one blanket, his tail had knocked over a stack of books on dragon breeding, and his temper, when hungry, was beginning to resemble a moral argument conducted with teeth. Harry looked at Hagrid, who was watching the dragon with the helpless expression of a man who had long ago crossed from caretaker into father without noticing the exact moment it happened. "You can't keep him," Harry said. Hagrid's face closed at once. "Don't start." "We have to start," Hermione said. "Because the alternative is waiting until everyone else does." Hagrid went back to hammering at the crate as though noise might end the discussion. It didn't. Neville, who had surprised all of them by becoming the steadiest presence in dragon-related conversations, set the water bowl down and spoke more gently than the rest of them. "He'll be taken from you if someone official finds him," Neville said. "Probably badly." That hit. Harry saw it land. Hagrid's shoulders slumped, just a little. "I know," he muttered. "Doesn't mean I've got tear like it." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Neville. The answer had already begun forming among the three of them over the past 2 days in fragments, objections, and reluctant practicality. "We get him out before anyone else notices," Harry said. Hagrid stared at him. Hermione exhaled through her nose. "It's an appalling plan," she said. "Which is precisely why it's likely the only workable one." Neville swallowed once, then nodded. "We'll need help," he said. Harry thought of owls, towers, darkness, and the sort of student-scale stupidity Hogwarts almost invited by its architecture alone. The adults would handle Quirrell. Fine. Then this was theirs. "All right," Harry said. "Let's work out how to smuggle a dragon." Smuggling a dragon, Harry discovered over the next 2 days, had less to do with courage than with paperwork, timing, and the number of people one trusted not to panic when presented with claws. Hermione took charge of the practical side at once, which meant the plan stopped sounding impossible and started sounding merely criminal. Neville, who had initially looked as though he expected Norbert to eat them all before sunrise, turned out to be unexpectedly useful at remembering things Hagrid forgot, such as the rate at which dragons grew and the number of blankets already burned through. Harry, meanwhile, handled the bits that required actual asking, because Hagrid, once hopeful, had become incapable of hearing the word no in any form that did not immediately wound him. "We need someone who can take him legally," Hermione said, hunched over a spread of books in a corner of the library with her hair half fallen from its ribbon. "Or at least someone so far outside school rules that legality becomes theoretical." "That's a very Hermione sentence," Harry said. "It's an accurate sentence," Hermione replied. "Which is better?" Neville, sitting opposite them with a roll of parchment and a look of determined concentration, raised his head. "Charlie Weasley works with dragons, doesn't he?" Harry and Hermione both looked at him. Neville blinked. "What? Ron used to talk about his brothers all the time." Harry felt a flicker of surprise, then immediate relief. "Yes," he said, "he does." Hermione was already reaching for another sheet of parchment. "Fine. Then we write to Charlie Weasley, explain as little as possible, and hope dragon handlers are not burdened by common sense." "Will that work?" Neville asked. Harry thought of Charlie, remembered in fragments from King's Cross and stories rather than anything personal. Adventurous. Practical. Old enough not to be impressed by school authority on principle. "It might," he said, "if we make it sound urgent enough." "It is urgent enough," Hermione said. "That creature singed Hagrid's beard this morning." Neville went pale. "He said it was a cooking accident." Hermione gave him a look. "Neville, there is a dragon in the hut. At this point everything is a cooking accident." The letter, once drafted, took 3 attempts to become brief enough for safety and clear enough for Charlie not to ignore. Harry wrote the final version in his neatest hand, requesting help with an illegal creature belonging to Hagrid and a nighttime transfer requiring discretion, rope, and several people with stronger nerves than average. Hermione added a postscript about urgency. Neville insisted on mentioning scratches. When the owl finally lifted off into the evening dark, carrying the letter toward whoever Charlie Weasley had become since leaving school, Harry felt the shape of the thing change. This was no longer only Hagrid's impossible attachment. Now it was theirs. Which meant the danger felt smaller, stranger, and somehow more manageable. Not because it was safe. Because it was the sort of problem children at Hogwarts solved the way they solved everything else. In whispers, after curfew, under rules that plainly had not been designed for dragons. Charlie's reply arrived 3 nights later, tied to the leg of a barn owl that looked offended by the size of the assignment. Hermione had the letter open before Harry had fully sat down at breakfast. Neville leaned in from one side, Harry from the other, while she read under her breath with the severe concentration of someone unwilling to let dragon logistics become sloppy through excitement. "He'll take him," Hermione said at last. Harry exhaled. "Good. He and friends will meet us at the top of the astronomy tower at midnight on Saturday," Hermione continued. "They'll bring harnesses and a crate." Her eyes moved faster down the page. "And they would appreciate it if we did not let the dragon bite anyone before transfer." Neville swallowed. "That sounds like a very reasonable request." "Which means it may be impossible," Hermione said. By Saturday evening, the plan had acquired the tense, improvised dignity all bad student operations eventually did. Hagrid had cried twice while helping them reinforce the crate. Norbert had attempted to set one corner of it on fire out of offended curiosity. Fang had refused to enter the hut at all. Harry borrowed the invisibility cloak from James without explanation beyond, "This is for something school-sized and catastrophic," which earned him a long look and no refusal. At 11:30, the three of them stood in Hagrid's hut with the crate between them and the smell of smoke, singed straw, and dragon hanging thick in the air. "He knows we're talkin' him," Hagrid said miserably. Norbert, whose opinion on the matter seemed to be that every living creature had disappointed him personally, slammed his tail against the side of the crate hard enough to rattle the nails. "He definitely knows something," Harry said. Hermione bent to check the fastenings one last time. "Lift on 3. And if he gets out, I'm blaming everyone equally." Neville nodded with the expression of someone already accepting future doom. Hagrid hovered uselessly beside the door, hands opening and closing. 1, Harry said. 2, Hermione said. 3, Neville finished. The crate came up badly, all at once and not together. It was heavier than any of them had wanted to admit, and Norbert did not improve the situation by choosing that exact moment to lunge at the slats from inside with a hiss like escaping steam. Harry nearly lost his grip before they had even cleared the hearth. The climb to the castle felt endless. Cloak over crate, crate between three children, staircase after staircase taken in breathless silence while the dragon inside shifted, scratched, and occasionally sent sparks through the gaps in the wood. Twice they had to flatten themselves against cold stone while distant footsteps passed. Once Neville nearly dropped his end on a landing and recovered only because Hermione hissed his name with enough fury to stiffen his spine. By the time they reached the astronomy tower, Harry's arms were shaking. But above them, moonlight silvered the parapet, and shapes were already waiting there beside a broom-lashed harness. They had made it. Not cleanly, not elegantly, but enough. Enough to get Norbert off school grounds and Hagrid out of immediate ruin. Then the trapdoor at the stairwell opened. Filch's lantern light spilled across the stones like judgment. For one wild second Harry thought the whole night was about to collapse at once. The crate, the tower, Charlie's friends, Hagrid's dragon, all of it thrown into the hands of the one man in the castle who seemed to regard student misery as a personal vegetable garden. Then the crate shifted behind him, and practical terror took precedence over imagination. "Don't move," Hermione hissed, though none of them had anywhere useful to go. Filch climbed the last few steps with the deliberate malice of a man who had suspected pleasure was occurring somewhere and intended to stop it. Lantern held high, he took in Harry, Hermione, Neville, the open parapet, the sweating effort on all three of their faces, and the large wooden crate that absolutely did not belong anywhere near the astronomy tower at midnight. Well, he said softly. "Out of bed, are we?" Harry could hear the scrape of harness leather behind him as Charlie's friends worked with dragon handler speed and no interest whatsoever in school discipline. Good. Let them keep moving. Let Filch see children and not the actual illegal reptile leaving the castle over his head. "We were just," Neville began. "Don't," Hermione muttered. Filch's eyes narrowed. "You were just what?" Harry opened his mouth with no plan at all and found himself saved by noise. Norbert, insulted by the entire handling process, chose that moment to let out a furious, muffled shriek from inside the crate. Filch jerked so violently that the lantern swung. "What was that?" he demanded. "Nothing," Harry said, Far too fast. Filch's expression turned almost holy with suspicion. Nothing, he repeated. Excellent. I shall look forward to discovering what sort of nothing needs 3 students, a locked tower, and noises like a murder in a coal cellar. Behind Harry, the crate lifted. Charlie's friends had it. There came the scrape of boots against stone, a grunt of effort, and then the unmistakable rush of broomsticks taking weight. Harry didn't dare turn his head. He only listened as the sound moved outward into the night. Gone. For one pulse of time, relief was so sharp it nearly made him dizzy. Then a new voice cut across the tower. "Mr. Filch," said Professor McGonagall, and she sounded less angry than terminally disappointed, which was much worse. "Why are 3 first years on the astronomy tower after midnight?" Filch straightened like a man being rewarded by Providence. "Caught them, Professor. Red-handed." McGonagall stepped fully into the lantern light, tartan dressing gown over her night robes and spectacles glinting coldly. Her gaze moved over the 3 of them and stopped. Harry had the dreadful sense that she could see every bad decision still hanging in the air like smoke. "I am ashamed of you," she said. The words hit harder than shouting would have. By the time they were marched back down from the tower, Norbert was gone, Hagrid was safe for another day, and the cost had become unavoidable. Whatever happened next, Harry knew one thing clearly. They had succeeded just enough for the consequences to matter. 51. Detention. Professor McGonagall's disappointment proved more durable than shouting. It lingered for 2 full days, sharp in every glance she sent Harry's way across lessons and corridors, until detention stopped feeling like a consequence waiting ahead and became part of the air around him. By the time Friday night arrived, Harry had almost convinced himself it might be dull. Miserable, certainly. Embarrassing, absolutely. But dull. Filch cured him of that the moment he collected them. "Move along," Filch said, lantern swinging from one clawed hand as he herded Harry, Neville, and Draco down the steps and out into the dark. "You'll have plenty of time to regret your choices without doing it in my corridor." Draco, wrapped in a cloak that looked too expensive to deserve the mud waiting for it, drew himself up with offended precision. "My father will hear about this," Draco said. "This is completely absurd. Detention should not involve weather." Filch gave a low, delighted sound that might once have been a laugh before spite improved it. "Oh, I think weather's the least of your concerns tonight, Master Malfoy." Neville said nothing. He walked close enough to Harry that their sleeves brushed now and then, his face pale in the lantern light but set with the same quiet determination he always wore when frightened and trying not to make a fuss about it. Harry felt a fresh pulse of guilt at the sight of him. Smuggling a dragon had been mad enough. Getting Neville dragged into the consequences of it felt worse. The forest edge loomed ahead, black against a darker sky. Hagrid was waiting there with Fang at his side, crossbow over one shoulder and a lantern hanging low in his great hand. The sight of him should have been reassuring. Instead it only made Harry's stomach tighten. "There ye are," Hagrid said. His voice was low tonight, missing its usual warmth. "Been waitin' on ye." Filch thrust the lantern higher. "They're all yours," he said with unholy satisfaction. "If any of them lose a limb, I trust it will at least improve their understanding of rules." Hagrid's beard shifted with a frown. "No one's losin' any limbs." "That remains to be seen," Filch replied, and turned back toward the castle before anyone could answer. For a moment, only the forest breathed around them. Leaves whispered overhead. Fang pressed close to Hagrid's leg and whined. Harry looked at the trees, then at Hagrid. What happened? Hagrid's grip tightened on the crossbow. "Summits hurtin' unicorns," he said. "Badly. Found another one tonight." Neville's breath caught. Draco's expression changed, complaint giving way to something narrower and more human. Hagrid lifted the lantern and looked from one boy to the next. "Stick close, do as told, and don't wander," he said. "This isn't school nuisance now." Then he turned toward the trees, and the forest opened to let them in. The forest closed around them almost at once, swallowing the last suggestion of castle light behind twisted trunks and low-hanging branches. Hagrid's lantern swung ahead in a dull golden arc, never reaching very far, and every step deeper made Harry more certain that this wasn't ordinary detention dressed up as punishment. The knowledge sharpened everything. The crack of twigs under Fang's paws. Neville's careful breathing beside him. Draco's silence, which was somehow more alarming than his complaints had been. Hagrid crouched suddenly and held the lantern low over the ground. "There," he muttered. Harry stepped closer before he could stop himself. On the leaves, bright even in the dimness, lay a thin line of silver. Neville made a small, strangled sound. "Is that blood?" "Unicorn blood," Hagrid said grimly. "Fresh." Draco recoiled at once. "That's disgusting." Hagrid straightened and looked at all three of them, his beard shadowing most of his face but not the seriousness in it. "It's worse than disgusting," he said. "Summits killin' creatures that ought ter be left well alone. Keep her voices down and her eyes open." Harry looked at the silver trail vanishing between the trees and felt an old, unpleasant certainty settle in his stomach. Something was wrong here in a way that reached beyond Fang or Claw. The forest did not feel wild tonight. It felt interrupted. They followed the blood deeper. Sometimes it marked roots and stones in clear, gleaming drops. Sometimes it vanished altogether, only for Hagrid to find it again a few yards on. Fang stayed close now, ears flat, and even Draco had stopped muttering. After several tense minutes, Hagrid halted again and turned back to them. "We'll cover more ground split up," he said. "There's a dead unicorn somewhere ahead, and I want to find it before whatever did this comes back." Neville went white. "Split up. It'll be faster," Hagrid said. "I'll take Neville and Fang down this side. Harry, ye go with Draco down the right-hand trail. Stay where I can hear ye. If ye find anything, send up green sparks. If there's trouble, red." Draco stared at him. "You're sending us off alone." "Together," Hagrid corrected. "And not far. Stop actin' like I'm askin' ye ter marry each other." Under any other circumstances Harry might have laughed. Instead he found himself glancing into the dark path Hagrid had indicated, where the trees leaned closer and the silver blood caught the lantern light like something alive. Neville looked at Harry with naked dread. Harry managed a quick nod that was meant to reassure and probably didn't. Draco drew himself up with brittle pride. "Fine," he said. "Come on, Potter." Hagrid lifted the lantern once more. "Mind what I said," he warned. "The forest's not the danger tonight. It's what's in it." That landed harder than Harry wanted it to. Then Draco turned down the narrow trail, and Harry had no choice but to follow. Draco's lanternless trailcraft turned out to consist mostly of walking too quickly and pretending fear was beneath him. "You'd think," he said in a strained whisper, pushing a branch aside with the air of someone offended by vegetation, that if Hagrid wanted us to find something in here, he might have considered bringing more than one light. Harry kept his voice low. "You're welcome to go back and ask him." Draco shot him a look over his shoulder. "I'm not scared." "No," Harry said, "you're talking." That shut Draco up for almost half a minute, which Harry counted as an achievement. They kept moving along the silver trail, following it where it marked roots and leaves and the occasional low branch. The forest seemed to be listening now. Even the ordinary sounds had thinned. No birds. No rustle of small things in the undergrowth. Just Fang's distant bark somewhere far off to their left, and the soft, damp crush of their own footsteps. Then Draco stopped so abruptly Harry nearly walked into him. "What is that?" Draco whispered. Ahead, in a small clearing touched by thin, colorless moonlight, lay a unicorn. It was beautiful even in death. White hide gleamed against the dark earth, legs folded wrong beneath it, silver blood spread in a bright pool that seemed too pure to belong in a place like this. Harry's stomach tightened at the sight, but not as sharply as it did at the figure bent over the carcass. Someone knelt beside the unicorn in a black hooded cloak, head lowered, mouth pressed to the wound. For one suspended second Harry couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. Then the figure shifted, and the wet sound of drinking reached him through the trees. Draco made a small, broken noise. "That's not a person." The figure's head lifted. Moonlight slid across a face Harry recognized only after the horror of it had already landed. Quirrell's cheek looked sunken and gray, the skin drawn too tightly over one side of his face and split darkly at the mouth with silver and blood. His eyes were wrong, too bright and too empty at once, and beneath the loosened edge of his turban something seemed to move against the shape of his skull like a second presence pressing outward. Harry forgot to breathe. Quirrell looked at him. Not through him. At him. The professor rose in an unnatural, wavering motion, as if his joints had ceased to belong to one body. Silver blood ran down his chin. Hunger did the rest of the expression. Draco gave a strangled yell. Run. He bolted at once, crashing back the way they'd come. Harry moved a heartbeat later, but Quirrell lurched toward him with shocking speed, one hand outstretched, the smell of blood and rot hitting like a physical blow. Harry stumbled backward, wand hand empty, pulse slamming in his throat. And somewhere to his right, hooves struck earth like thunder. The thing that burst from the trees was no thing at all, but a centaur. He came in a rush of pale movement and muscle, bow already in hand, his horse body striking the ground hard enough to jar the clearing. Quirrell recoiled at once, not with the outrage of a man interrupted but with the violent, instinctive retreat of something that knew it had been seen. His cloak snapped behind him as he sprang back from the unicorn's body and vanished between the trees with a speed that made the whole encounter feel less human and more like nightmare-given flesh. Harry stood frozen where he was, breath sawing in his throat. The centaur turned his head. Moonlight caught on a white blonde mane and on eyes too clear to mistake anything. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Harry swallowed hard. "No, I don't think so." The centaur's gaze moved past him toward the place where Quirrell had disappeared, then back again. "You were nearly otherwise," he said. "Few in this forest are worth the blood they spill tonight." Branches crashed behind them. Draco stumbled back into the clearing, white-faced and panting, with Fang blundering at his heels and Hagrid close behind with the lantern swinging wildly in one hand and the crossbow in the other. "What happened?" Hagrid demanded. "What in blazes happened?" Draco pointed with a shaking hand toward the trees. "There was something," he said. "At the unicorn. It came at us." Hagrid raised the lantern higher, taking in the dead unicorn, the blood, Harry's face, and the centaur standing guard at the edge of the clearing. "Firenze," he said, voice rough with alarm. "Did ye see it?" "I saw enough," Firenze replied. "So did the boy." Hagrid looked at Harry then, properly, and whatever he saw there made him go still. "Harry." Harry forced air back into his lungs. "It was Quirrell," he said. "Professor Quirrell. I saw his face." Draco stared at him. That was not Quirrell. Harry turned on him with more force than he meant to. It was. Hagrid's expression changed from alarm to something heavier and more complicated. "Are ye sure?" "Yes," Harry said. His voice came out steadier now, sharpened by the memory of silver blood on Quirrell's mouth and that ruined, hungry look in his eyes. "I'm sure." Firenze dipped his head once, not in agreement so much as confirmation. "The child speaks with the clarity of witness," he said. "Do not teach him doubt because the truth is inconvenient." No one answered that. The walk back through the forest was tighter, quieter, the lantern light smaller than before. Draco stopped pretending to sneer. Neville looked sick with relief when they found him. Hagrid said very little, but he kept glancing at Harry as though recalculating the year around him. By the time the castle rose ahead of them through the trees, Harry felt the fear settle into something colder and far more useful. He had seen Quirrell with his own eyes. Seen what was left of the man and what was wearing him thin from the inside. Whatever waited under the school was no longer a future problem. It was moving now, and it would not wait politely for exams to finish. 52. The Thing in the Trees. Hagrid did not take them back to their dormitories. He marched them into the castle with the lantern still in one hand and his crossbow in the other, as if he no longer trusted walls more than trees. Neville was sent upward at once, pale and stumbling with relief, and Draco was handed off to Filch with enough haste to suggest Hagrid did not want him in the same corridor as Harry for another minute. Then Hagrid turned, fixed Harry with a look that was half alarm and half decision, and said, "You're comin' with me." Harry went. By the time they reached Professor McGonagall's office, the castle had settled into that deep midnight quiet that made every knock sound like accusation. McGonagall opened the door in full tartan and spectacles, took in Hagrid's face, Harry's state, and the mud on both of them, and let them in without a word. "What has happened now?" she asked once the door was shut. Hagrid set the lantern down carefully. Harry saw Summit in the forest, he said. Summit he needs tell the headmaster direct. McGonagall's expression sharpened. At this hour. At this hour, Hagrid said. She looked at Harry then. Mr. Potter, is this another piece of schoolboy drama made worse by fright? No, Harry said. He was too tired to soften it. It was Professor Quirrell. That changed her face completely. Dumbledore arrived within minutes, robe thrown on over nightclothes, not sleepy so much as abruptly awake. He entered with the swiftness of a man who had already understood that delay would be the wrong note to strike. His eyes moved from McGonagall to Hagrid to Harry, and what Harry saw there was not dismissal. It was readiness. You asked for me, Dumbledore said quietly. Hagrid nodded toward Harry. Tell him. Harry did. He told it as cleanly as he could. The silver blood, the dead unicorn, the hooded figure, the drinking, the face that had turned up into the moonlight. He described Quirrell's gray skin, the loosened turban, the movement beneath it, the way the body itself seemed to be failing under whatever it carried. No one interrupted him except once, when Dumbledore asked, "You are certain of the identification?" And Harry answered, yes, without hesitation. McGonagall had gone very still by the end of it. Hagrid looked angry now, not confused. Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment, fingers steepled beneath his chin. At last he asked, and Firenze confirmed that you had seen truly. He said I spoke with the clarity of witness, Harry replied. That landed. Harry saw it. For the first time all year, when he finished speaking, no adult reached for nerves, imagination, or childhood confusion. The room had shifted too far for that. Whatever Quirrell had become in the forest, all of them now had to answer it. Silence did not last long in Professor McGonagall's office. It broke the way pressure always broke at Hogwarts, with someone deciding it had gone far enough. Then he must be removed at once, McGonagall said. Her voice was clipped, precise, and carrying a strain beneath it Harry had almost never heard before. Tonight. Before dawn. If Quirinus Quirrell is drinking unicorn blood in the forest, there is no possible argument for allowing him to remain in this castle another hour. Hagrid grunted in fierce agreement. I'll go get him myself if ye like. Dumbledore lifted one hand, not dismissing them so much as holding the room still long enough to think inside it. No, he said quietly. Not like that. McGonagall turned on him. Albus. He met her gaze without flinching. Minerva, if I simply move now without shaping the ground beneath the move, we may gain a professor and lose the thing inside him into the castle itself. That made Harry's skin tighten. So you know what's in him, Harry said. All three adults looked at him. Dumbledore's expression changed first, not into surprise, but into the weary honesty of a man who had run out of room for soft evasions. I know enough, he said. And I should have acted sooner on what I knew. No one spoke. Harry hadn't expected that, not the answer itself, perhaps, but the plainness of it. McGonagall's mouth thinned. That is a grave admission. Yes, Dumbledore replied. It is also, unfortunately, true. He looked at Harry then, directly and without the usual cushioning gentleness. I believed time remained. This year has corrected me more than once. Hagrid shifted his weight. If you've known he was wrong, why let him stay? Because certainty and timing are not the same thing, Dumbledore said. And because I have been too willing, in the past, to let danger ripen while I arranged the cleverest answer to it. That landed harder than Harry expected. It did not sound like excuse. It sounded like indictment spoken by the person who deserved to hear it most. McGonagall folded her arms. Then let us prefer the less clever answer now. Dumbledore inclined his head. Yes, he said. Now we do. He rose from his chair in a single, fluid motion that made the room feel instantly smaller and more deliberate. Rubeus, you will escort Mr. Potter to his dormitory yourself. Minerva, I need the castle's night wards reviewed and certain corridors quietly watched. No alarm, no spectacle. Not yet. McGonagall held his eyes for a beat, then nodded once. Very well. Dumbledore's attention returned to Harry. You have done exactly right tonight, he said. And this time, Mr. Potter, I will not ask you to be patient while I pretend patience is the same thing as action. That was new enough to feel almost dangerous. Harry believed him anyway, and as Hagrid led him back into the midnight corridor, he understood that something had shifted above him at last. Dumbledore was still moving in Dumbledore's way, measured and layered and old. But he was moving now, and he knew delay had already cost too much. By the time Hagrid had Harry back to Ravenclaw Tower, exhaustion had gone strange on him. His body was tired enough to ache, but his mind had no intention of obeying it. Hagrid left him at the stair with one last grave look and a muttered, "Try tear sleep," that sounded less like advice than a wish. Harry climbed to his dormitory, waited until the tower had settled around him, then pulled his trunk close with hands that still weren't quite steady. He did not write much. Saw Quirrell in the forest. Unicorn blood. Dumbledore believes me. Come now. Harry folded the scrap twice, slid his fingers beneath the hidden lip inside the trunk's rim, and fed the note through the narrow inner gap that no one else would have found without being shown. Then he sat back on the edge of the bed and listened to the silence that followed, trusting that somewhere below, beyond, or folded sideways from the ordinary shape of things, James would understand. James did. He read the note once, burned it at once, and stood. "Dobby," he called. The elf appeared beside the worktable with a soft pop, ears high and eyes already fixed on James's face. "Sir. I need to reach the castle as an outside arrival," James said. "Not from Harry's rooms, not from the trunk. Just inside the Hogwarts gates." Dobby nodded at once. "Dobby can do that. Hogwarts wards do not stop house elves, sir." "Good." James took up his adult cloak, checked his glamour with one quick pass of magic, and held out his hand. "Take us in." The world folded without noise. A heartbeat later they stood just inside the great gates, night air cold and wet against James's face, the castle rising ahead in dark stone and watched windows. Dobby vanished the instant his hand was released, leaving James alone with gravel underfoot and the feeling of old magic tightening around him in recognition. The alert came quickly, just as he had expected. Not an alarm, not yet. A shift in the ward lines, a headmaster's awareness turning toward a known anomaly. James had only reached the lower steps when Dumbledore appeared in the doorway above, robes thrown over nightclothes, expression grave and far too awake. "Mr. Grey," Dumbledore said as James came within the lantern light. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Harry wrote me," James replied. "Asked me to come." That changed the entire shape of the moment. Dumbledore did not ask how. He did not ask through what route or by what hidden mechanism. He simply took in the answer, measured the urgency beneath it, and stepped back from the doorway. "Then come with me," he said. "We have run out of time to pretend this is containable." James followed him inside, and the castle closed around them with the quiet of a thing that knew the night had changed. Dumbledore did not take him to his office. He led James through a sequence of narrowing corridors and warded turns that ended in the small chamber behind the third-floor corridor, a room that felt less like part of the school than part of the machinery beneath it. A single suspended globe cast steady light across stone, dustless shelves, and the covered shape of the mirror waiting at the far side of the room. "We have both been too patient," Dumbledore said as the last ward sealed behind them. "That luxury is gone." James glanced toward the covered mirror. "Good." Dumbledore studied him for a beat. "You expected this." "I expected Quirrell to accelerate once his other options began collapsing," James said. "Open feeding means desperation. Desperation means movement." Dumbledore inclined his head once. "Then we are thinking along the same line." James crossed to the mirror and pulled the cloth back. Silvered glass returned both their reflections without comment, headmaster and war-scarred stranger standing in the same chamber for the same ugly purpose. "The stone is no longer something you keep safe until term ends," James said. "It's bait." Dumbledore did not resist the word this time. "Yes." That alone changed the whole room. James rested one hand against the mirror's frame, feeling the ward threads braided around it. He still wants only one thing. A body that lasts. The stone is the last tool on the board that looks like survival. "Which means," Dumbledore said, following the thought cleanly now, Every protection around it must do more than resist. It must shape. And narrow, James said. Strip him of options. Make every step cost him strength, subtlety, and time. Dumbledore moved to the chamber threshold and began adjusting the first response line, his wand precise and economical. Then he must still believe the stone is reachable. Not certain, James replied. Hope is enough. Hope makes desperate men reckless. That landed. Dumbledore altered the second line accordingly, less a wall than a guided descent. James joined him at once, working the sequence inward. Thresholds were shifted. Timing altered. The path remade from passive defense into controlled exhaustion. When Dumbledore finished the third lattice and lowered his wand, the air in the room felt tighter, cleaner, like a lock that had stopped pretending it was a wall. No alarm to the staff, Dumbledore said after a moment. Not beyond what is already necessary. Minerva will watch. Severus will continue as he has been. The school must still look like a school. James let out a quiet breath. Good. If Quirrell thinks the castle has shifted into active defense, he'll change shape with it. Dumbledore's mouth twitched faintly. And we prefer him predictable. We prefer him committed, James corrected. For a moment they stood in the altered chamber together, listening to the wards settle into their new logic. Then Dumbledore covered the mirror again. Then it is no longer merely protected, he said. No, James replied. Now it's waiting. By the time he left the chamber, the stone no longer sat at the center of a passive defense hoping danger could be delayed. It had become the heart of a deliberate mechanism, built to draw Quirrell in, wear him down, and leave him standing at the end of the path with nowhere left to go but the trap they had prepared for him. 53. Protections. By breakfast, the trap had already become a design problem. James found Dumbledore in the chamber behind the third-floor corridor with Nicholas Flamel beside the uncovered mirror, the old alchemist wrapped in traveling robes the color of ash and old gold. He looked exactly as James had imagined he would, ancient without frailty, bright-eyed without softness, a man who had outlived enough to stop confusing sentiment with wisdom. So, Flamel said as James entered, voice dry as paper. This is the one who told you to stop building cathedrals and start building funnels. James shut the door behind him. That depends on whether you like the advice. Flamel's mouth twitched. I like that someone finally gave it. Dumbledore, who had already heard enough of that tone for one night, folded his hands and turned back to the mirror. We have constraints, he said. The school must remain itself. The protections must not look like a fortress had been dropped beneath the castle. And whatever we build must be traversable by Quirrell, but not efficiently. Not safely either, James said. Quite, Flamel replied. He stepped closer to the mirror and laid 2 fingers against its frame as if listening through metal. The final chamber stays. It is still the cleanest tool in the structure. Desire solves what brute force cannot. James nodded. Then everything before it has one job. Drain him. Dumbledore inclined his head. And identify him. That sharpened the room. Flamel looked between them. Good. Now we are being honest. He turned, robes whispering against stone. No ornamental obstacles. No tests built only because they amuse clever men. Each layer must either cost power, expose intent, or force haste. James moved to the chalked floor plan Dumbledore had already begun sketching. Fluffy stays first, he said. Visible threat, simple bypass. Quirrell still thinks in terms of Hagrid's answer there. Let him keep that confidence. After that, Dumbledore said, a restraint chamber. Devil's snare, Flamel suggested at once. Something that punishes panic and rewards clear thought. Fast enough for a school chamber, vicious enough to slow a desperate man. James tapped the next mark. Then keys. Motion. Precision. More time lost. And a board, Dumbledore added, looking up. One that cannot be bludgeoned past without understanding its own logic. Flamel gave a short approving hum. Good. Each chamber asks for a different competence. A weakening sequence, not a wall. James looked back toward the mirror, already seeing the path between threshold and trap. And nothing in it assumes we have all summer to respond if he moves tonight. No, Dumbledore said. There was no defensiveness in him now, only decision. That assumption has already cost enough. Flamel rested one hand on the stone frame and smiled, thin and sharp. Then let us build something appropriate for a school, he said, which is to say, something deceptively educational and entirely unforgiving. By the time Harry came down to breakfast, Hogwarts had decided to behave as though nothing whatsoever had changed. The great hall was full of ordinary noise. Cutlery clinked. Owls swooped in late and offended. Someone at the Hufflepuff table had managed to set marmalade on fire in a way that seemed almost artistic, and Professor Flitwick was already halfway out of his seat with delighted concern. Sunlight poured across the Ravenclaw table in long, clear bands that made the plates shine and the stone floor look harmless. It should have been comforting. Instead, Harry stood at the entrance for a heartbeat longer than usual, feeling the strange split in the morning. Somewhere under the school, adults were quietly rebuilding a trap meant for a man drinking unicorn blood in the forest. Here, Seamus Finnegan was arguing with Dean Thomas about whether toast could count as revision if eaten while reading notes. Hermione spotted him first. "You look awful," she said as he slid onto the bench beside her. "Sit down. Eat something." Neville looked up from a page of herbology notes, worry plain in his face. "Did you sleep at all?" "Some," Harry said. He reached for toast because Hermione was still watching him, and because eating gave his hands something to do. "Dumbledore believed me." That landed exactly as he expected. Hermione went very still. Completely. "Yes." Neville let out a breath. "Good." Hermione folded her hands on the table. "And?" Harry glanced up toward the staff table. Dumbledore was there, serene as ever, speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall as though the night had contained nothing more serious than paperwork. Snape sat 2 seats down, expression sour enough to curdle milk, which was almost reassuring. "And he's doing something," Harry said at last. Hermione followed his gaze, sharp enough to notice that McGonagall's calm looked a fraction too deliberate. "Good," she said. Then she lowered her voice. "That doesn't mean we stop paying attention." Neville nodded at once. "No." The day went on anyway. That was the strangest part. In charms, Professor Flitwick had them practicing controlled deflection work and praised Hermione twice, Harry once, and Neville with such warmth over a successful casting adjustment that Neville went pink to the ears. In Transfiguration, McGonagall assigned an essay with the unimpressed severity of a woman who fully intended her students to remain literate even if the year tried to collapse around them. At lunch, 2 second years near the end of the table were passionately debating Quidditch strategy while a pair of Gryffindors complained that exams should be illegal on moral grounds. Harry answered questions, took notes, and walked between lessons with the feeling that 2 schools now existed on top of each other. One was visible, noisy, and full of deadlines. The other moved in sealed chambers and quiet agreements under stone. As they came out of History of Magic, Hermione shifted her books in her arms and said, "I hate this." Harry glanced at her. "What part?" "That Hogwarts can feel so normal when it absolutely isn't," she replied. Neville looked between them, then back down the corridor. "Maybe that's why it keeps working," he said quietly. Harry looked ahead, toward the turning staircase and the bright spill of afternoon light across the landing. Somewhere beneath that, protections were being built. Above it, he still had homework. And somehow, impossibly, both things were now true at once. By evening, Harry had nearly convinced himself that the day's strange split could be endured if he simply kept moving. That illusion lasted until the library closed. He, Hermione, and Neville came out with their arms full of books and their heads full of dates, formulae, and the kind of weary outrage only revision could produce. The corridor beyond was dimmer than the library, the torches set low, the stone holding the day's warmth in a way that made the castle feel sleepy rather than dangerous. "I've decided," Hermione said, shifting her essays higher against her chest, "that if Professor Binns insists on assigning Goblin Treaty revisions, he ought to at least have the decency to become audible." Neville gave a tired laugh. "I only caught half of it." "That was the good half," Harry said. They turned the corner near the 3rd-floor junction and stopped at once. Snape was there. He stood with his back half to them, black robes still as ink, wand already in hand. He wasn't alone. Professor Quirrell faced him from farther down the corridor, turban shadowed in the torchlight, his hands clasped too tightly in front of him. The air between them looked thin with tension. Snape heard the trio first. "Stop," he said without turning. The word cracked across the corridor like a door slamming shut. Harry obeyed before he thought about it. Quirrell's eyes flicked past Snape toward them. Something hungry and ugly moved through his expression so quickly it might have been missed by anyone not already looking for it. Snape moved at once, one step sideways, placing his own body squarely between Quirrell and the children. "You are blocking a school corridor, Severus," Quirrell said. His usual stammer had returned, but it sounded worn now, a performance he no longer had energy to polish. Snape's voice came out low and cold. "And you are wandering one in circumstances that no longer permit my patience." Hermione drew a sharp breath beside Harry. Neville went very still. Quirrell's smile tried to form and failed. "You presume a great deal." "I observe a great deal," Snape replied. "Now go back the way you came." For one charged second, Harry thought Quirrell might refuse. Then the professor's face emptied into something flat and careful. He turned without another word and walked away, robes whispering against the stone. Snape remained where he was until Quirrell had vanished around the bend. Only then did he lower his wand and turn. His expression was exactly what Harry expected: furious, exhausted, and entirely unimpressed by children existing. "What part," Snape said silkily, "of go back to your common room do you routinely mistake for an invitation to linger?" Hermione straightened. "We were coming from the library." "I am devastated to learn literacy has made you slower," Snape replied. His gaze cut to Harry. "Potter, if you must haunt the corridors after hours, at least have the sense not to do it near active problems." That landed so oddly Harry almost missed it. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Move." They moved. Only when they had turned the next corner did Hermione stop and look back toward the now empty corridor. "Well," she said quietly. Neville swallowed. He wasn't helping Quirrell. Harry tightened his grip on his books and kept walking. "No," he said, "he really wasn't." By midnight, the chambers beneath the school no longer felt theoretical. James stood at the edge of the final room and watched the sequence close around itself piece by piece, each layer settling into place with the quiet certainty of old magic given a new purpose. Professor Sprout had left first, brisk and muddy-hemmed, after coaxing the devil's snare into a state she described as educationally vindictive. Flitwick had gone next, humming to himself as a storm of winged keys folded into restless pattern above the next chamber. McGonagall remained for the board, sleeves rolled, eyes sharp behind her spectacles as the giant chess pieces took their appointed places with grave stone patience. "It will not be impossible," she said, adjusting a knight by inches. "Impossible as Theatrix. This requires structure." "Thank you, Minerva," Dumbledore replied. She shot him a flat look. "Do try not to thank me in the tone one uses for emergency masonry." Snape, who had arrived last and clearly wished to be thanked least of all, stood over a line of black bottles and silvered goblets in the potions chamber, his expression sour with concentration. He didn't look up when James entered. "If any of these children reach this far," Snape said, "the school has failed more comprehensively than I care to imagine." James glanced at the 7 bottles. "And yet you built it with children in mind." Snape's mouth thinned. "I built it with logic in mind. Children occasionally stumble into that by accident." That was as close to reassurance as Severus Snape was ever likely to come. Dumbledore moved between chambers without hurry, checking each line, each threshold, each response. Nothing glittered. Nothing announced itself. The whole structure had the unnerving cleanliness of a machine pretending to be a curriculum. By the time he returned to the mirror chamber, Flamel was waiting there, one hand on the frame as if listening again to the shape of desire inside the glass. "It's done," Dumbledore said. Flamel shook his head. "Not quite. A trap is not finished when built. It is finished when its prey believes in it." James looked toward the path behind them, now layered with effort, loss of time, and required thought. "He will. Only if you do not flinch now," Flamel replied. No sudden tightening. No visible panic. No castle-wide alarm. He must continue to think he is approaching opportunity, not being shepherded toward consequence. Dumbledore inclined his head. Agreed. Snape folded his arms. Then perhaps the children might be kept out of the corridor where all this opportunity resides. James almost smiled at that. Almost. McGonagall stepped into the doorway, gaze moving over the completed line. And if Quirrell waits? He won't, James said. Flamel's eyes flicked toward him, bright and old. No, he agreed, he won't. The mirror stood silent at the end of it all, calm and unreadable, holding the stone and the final answer both. Above them, Hogwarts slept like a school. Below, the trap lay finished. All that remained now was the most delicate part of any design. Quirrell had to keep wanting what waited at the end of the path. 54. The headmaster's pace. The castle was quiet in the hour just before dawn, when even Old Stone seemed to hold its breath. James followed Dumbledore up from the third-floor chambers without speaking. The trap was laid. The protections were in place. Flamel had withdrawn to whatever corner of the world he preferred for not dying, McGonagall had gone to salvage what little remained of the night, and Snape had departed with the sour expression of a man who disliked being useful in company. That left only the two of them, climbing moving stairs that seemed to have decided not to interfere for once. Dumbledore's office received them with its usual layered clutter of books, instruments, silver things pretending not to listen, and portraits sunk in the dignified sleep of people who knew when conversation mattered more than witness. Fawkes lifted his head on the perch by the window and gave James one bright, measuring look before tucking his beak back into his feathers. Dumbledore gestured toward a chair. Tea. James remained standing for a beat longer, then sat. If it's already made. It is, Dumbledore said, which was answer enough. Tea appeared between them without flourish. James took the cup because refusing would have turned the moment theatrical, and he was too tired for theater. For a while, neither of them spoke. The office held that silence well. At last Dumbledore said, "You think I move too slowly." James looked at him over the rim of the cup. "I think you are very good at understanding a situation in full. I also think situations rarely reward you for waiting until you do." Dumbledore accepted that without visible offense. "A gentler phrasing than I deserve." "Not gentler," James said. "More efficient." That drew the faintest flicker of amusement. "Very well," Dumbledore replied. "Then let us be efficient." James set the cup down. "Planning is not the problem," he said. "Planning is useful. It saves lives when done properly. The problem is mistaking a prepared mind for an action taken. You collect possibilities until they feel like progress." Dumbledore folded his hands over his knee. "And you act before certainty hardens." "Yes. Dangerously." "Often," James agreed. Dumbledore studied him, blue eyes clear despite the hour. "Then why are you still alive?" James's mouth twitched, though not with humor. "Pattern recognition. Good luck. Worse losses than I care to count." That settled between them without drama. Dumbledore looked down into his cup, then back up. "You believe I have spent too much of this year curating outcomes." James did not soften it. "Yes. And you," Dumbledore said quietly, "have spent too much of your life surviving by acceleration." That was fair enough to sting. James leaned back slightly. "Probably." For the first time, the conversation felt less like disagreement and more like diagnosis. Outside the office windows, the first pale suggestion of morning touched the sky. Inside, two men with very different ideas of responsibility sat across from one another and, at last, stopped pretending they were arguing about methods alone. Dumbledore did not retreat from the point. That, more than the words themselves, made James listen differently. For a moment the old man sat very still, fingers resting lightly against the porcelain of his cup, the office around him full of quiet mechanisms and sleeping portraits and all the apparatus of a life spent arranging consequences before they arrived. The first thin light at the windows had turned the silver instruments pale as bone. "When one survives long enough," Dumbledore said at last, "one begins to confuse management with mercy." James said nothing. Dumbledore's gaze remained on the tea rather than on him. "It is a subtle failure," he continued. One tells oneself that delay is caution, that a thing observed is a thing contained, that one more day of understanding will make the eventual response kinder, cleaner, less costly. A faint smile crossed his mouth, without humor. Sometimes it does. Often it merely means the bill grows larger while one feels intelligent. James leaned back in the chair, one hand resting against the arm as if he needed the wood there to keep still. That's more honest than most men get. I am trying to improve, Dumbledore replied. That might have been wryness in anyone else. In him, it landed closer to confession. He lifted his eyes then, and there was no softness in them now, only the tired clarity of a man who had reached the point at which self-deception became labor. My failure this year was not ignorance, he said. Not entirely. It was an excess of confidence in my own ability to shape events by sequence. I kept thinking. First this, then that, then the next correction. I kept assuming the world would hold still while I completed the architecture. James's fingers tightened once against the chair arm. Quirrell, Dumbledore said, should have taught me otherwise far sooner. Harry should have taught me otherwise far sooner. Even you. His expression shifted, just slightly. Especially you. James looked at him steadily. Because I arrived as proof that sequence had already failed once. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. The office seemed to narrow around that. Dumbledore set the cup aside. I have always preferred the path that preserved the greatest number of choices, he said. It flatters the planner. It lets him believe he is being humane. But there comes a point at which preserving options means preserving danger. I crossed that point more than once this year and called it patience. James let out a breath through his nose. You called it patience because the alternative would have been admitting you were late. Dumbledore inclined his head. Quite. There it was. Not theatrics. Not absolution. Just the thing itself, laid plainly between them. Outside, the sky had brightened from black to gray. The castle would begin waking soon. Students would descend into breakfast and ordinary worries. Essays would still be due. Quidditch gossip would continue. And under all of that, a headmaster had finally named the shape of his own mistake. James looked at him for a long moment, then said, "Good." Dumbledore's brows rose. "Good." "Yes," James replied, "because now we can discuss what you do when you know that about yourself." Dumbledore regarded him over steepled fingers, the first gray of morning now clear at the office windows. He did not look offended. He looked, infuriatingly, as though James had finally asked the correct question. "What I do," Dumbledore said, "is stop defending my habits as virtues." James let that sit for a moment. It sounded right. It also sounded like the sort of sentence a clever man could use to buy time. "And after that?" he asked. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, just barely. "After that, I act sooner, explain less elegantly, and accept that some corrections are ugly before they are kind." That was better. James leaned back in the chair and studied him without pretending warmth he did not feel. The old man was still Dumbledore. Still layered. Still more likely than most to treat people as moving parts in a structure he believed necessary. One good confession did not erase a lifetime of method. But neither did mistrust change the shape of the problem beneath the school. "Do you know what my mistake would be here?" James asked. Dumbledore lifted a brow. Several present themselves. James almost laughed at that, but not quite. "My mistake would be deciding that because you were late before, you'll be useless now." He rested one forearm on the chair arm and tapped once against the wood. "It would feel satisfying. It would also be stupid." Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement rather than triumph. "Yes. I don't need to like your pace," James said. "I need to judge whether it can still be turned in the direction of survival." And James looked past him toward the office windows, where the sky had begun shifting from gray to the palest washed blue. Somewhere below, the house elves would already be waking kitchens into motion. Children would descend shortly with ink on their fingers and essays half finished and no useful sense at all of how near the year's end was to breaking open. "An obstruction wastes the chance we still have," James said at last. "I can keep fighting you on principle, or I can use the fact that you've finally started moving." Dumbledore was quiet for a beat. Then he said, I would prefer the second. I know you would. That earned him a dry look. James sat forward again. This doesn't become friendship, he said. It doesn't become trust handed over because you spoke honestly once before sunrise. It becomes coordination. Nothing more. Dumbledore accepted that with less resistance than James had expected. Coordination is a respectable beginning. For some things, James replied. For wars, Dumbledore said, it is often the only kind. There it was again, that infuriating habit of saying something true in a tone that made it sound almost gentle. James felt the old instinct rise, the one that wanted to keep all distance hard and absolute. Then he thought of Harry sleeping under school stone while Quirrell still walked its corridors, of the trap now laid, of how narrow the remaining path had become. He exhaled once through his nose. Fine, he said, then we coordinate. And because the alternative was wasting the first real chance either of them had had all year, James meant it. The agreement did not soften the room. It sharpened it. Dumbledore set his cup aside and drew a sheet of parchment toward him with one long, economical movement. No speech, no ceremony, just action, at last, following the words that had bought it. The scratch of his quill sounded oddly decisive in the quiet office. Then let us prevent misunderstanding while we are both still awake enough to be dangerous, he said. James watched him write, a noble standard. Dumbledore's mouth moved, not quite smiling. You will inform me if Quirrell changes pattern, pace, or appetite. You will not attempt unilateral removal unless delay itself becomes the greater risk. James considered that. Define greater. If waiting would place Harry in direct danger that cannot be mitigated by any other means, Dumbledore replied. Or if Quirrell reaches the stone line outside the channel we have built. That was precise enough to be useful. James nodded once. Dumbledore continued writing. In return, I will not make decisions about Harry's safety, movement, or exposure without either informing you or having a very good reason for failing to do so. James's gaze lifted at that. That is more concession than I expected. Yes, Dumbledore said mildly. This year has been educational. The parchment turned, now marked with short clauses rather than grand principles. Not a contract. Not quite. A working map between two men who both preferred procedure once trust had failed. You will not enter my house dormitories, Dumbledore said, still writing. Or Harry's trunk space, whatever its exact architecture may be, without invitation or necessity. That made James still. Dumbledore looked up over his spectacles. Mr. Gray, I am old, not blind. For one brief pulse of time, James considered half a dozen evasions and discarded them all. And yet you're leaving the point alone. For now, Dumbledore said. Because tearing open every mystery at once is one of the habits I am trying to improve. That landed more cleanly than accusation would have. James exhaled through his nose. Fine. In return, I don't interfere with staff governance unless Quirrell, Harry, or the trap make it necessary. A reasonable symmetry, Dumbledore said. He signed the bottom with a quick, unreadable motion and slid the parchment across the desk. James read it once, found no hidden barbs in the language, and signed as James Gray. The office remained quiet after that. Not comfortable, not warm, but structurally altered, like a bridge whose weight had finally been tested and found sufficient for the crossing. Outside the windows, dawn had become morning. The castle was waking in earnest now. Below them, owls would be arriving, prefects would be pretending to be competent, and students would be carrying gossip through corridors that no longer belonged entirely to school routine. Dumbledore folded the parchment and tucked it into a drawer without locking it. This does not make us allies by affection, he said. No, James agreed. He rose from the chair and adjusted his cuffs with the tired precision of habit. It makes us two men standing on the same side of a problem. Dumbledore inclined his head. For wars, that is usually the relevant distinction. James turned toward the door. The office felt politically different now, and he knew the castle would feel it too before long, even if no student could have named why. Dumbledore remained Dumbledore. James remained James. But from this morning onward, Hogwarts would no longer be governed by the fiction that only one adult at a time was allowed to move the year toward survival. 55. After exams. By the time exams actually arrived, Harry had developed a private suspicion that Hogwarts used revision less as preparation and more as a slow, institutional method of proving who could remain upright under pressure. The library had changed in the week leading up to them. It was still the library, still full of shelves and muttering quills and Madame Pants moving through the aisles like an offended ghost, but the air had tightened. Even the older students walked differently. Ravenclaws had gone glassy-eyed. Hufflepuffs had started carrying color-coded schedules with the grim dignity of soldiers holding maps. Somewhere in the middle of all that, Hermione had become brighter rather than dimmer, which Harry found both reassuring and mildly alarming. "You need to eat," she said for the third time that afternoon, pushing a wrapped scone toward him without looking up from her notes. "At this point you're not revising, you're just slowly staring at dates until one of them pities you." Neville, who had ink on the side of his hand and a stack of herbology flashcards fanned across the table like a losing hand at cards, gave Harry a sympathetic glance. "I think the Goblin rebellions are blending together for all of us." "They were separate," Hermione said at once. Harry took the scone because resisting was no longer worth the effort. "That's easy for you to say. You've started enjoying this." Hermione finally looked up, deeply offended by the suggestion. "I am not enjoying it. I am simply winning." Neville laughed hard enough that Madame Pants looked over. All three of them bent instinctively back over their notes like people who respected survival. That was the strangest part of the week, Harry thought. Not that exams had arrived while Quirrell still taught in the castle, or while a trap lay under the school waiting to be sprung, or even while adults he trusted were moving around one another with the careful rhythm of a plan held together by timing. It was that he genuinely cared. He wanted to do well. He wanted the answers to come when asked. He wanted the marks because they were his, earned in hours spent reading and arguing and trying again, not handed to him as prophecy or pity. The first exam was History of Magic, which felt like an elaborate attempt to weaponize chairs. As they filed out afterward into a corridor full of relieved noise and academic despair, Neville blinked hard and said, "I think I accidentally declared the Goblin Silver Accords morally inspirational." Hermione made a face. "They weren't." Harry laughed, the sound surprising him with how easy it came. "I wrote 3 inches on the wrong uprising." Neville looked appalled. "Did you really?" "No," Harry said, still grinning. "But for a minute I thought I had." Hermione exhaled through her nose, halfway between irritation and affection. "That wasn't funny." "It was a little funny," Neville said. They moved with the crowd toward the stairs, books already being pulled out again, because one exam ending only meant the next had moved closer. Harry felt tired in the honest way, mind-worn and human, and for once he let himself feel it fully. Whatever waited at the end of the year still waited. But today, this hour, he was allowed to care about marks and memory and whether he defined a treaty properly. And that, he realized as they turned toward the next corridor and the next stack of revision, felt surprisingly like living. The second day of exams proved that Hermione Granger under pressure became, if anything, more herself. Harry noticed it first in the corridor outside Charms, where most of their year stood in clusters of low panic and last-minute recitation, clutching notes that no one was actually reading anymore. Hermione, by contrast, had gone almost eerily calm. Not relaxed, exactly, sharpened. Her hair was escaping its ribbon in all directions, her ink had migrated to 2 fingers and the side of her thumb, and her eyes were bright with the particular intensity of someone who had ceased viewing examinations as obstacles and started reading them as a personal correspondence from the universe. "You are smiling," Harry said, watching her scan the final page of her revision sheet. Hermione lowered the parchment. "No, I'm not." "You absolutely are," Neville said. He was trying to look composed and only managing it from the neck up. "It's quite frightening." Hermione considered denying it again, then appeared to decide accuracy mattered more. "Fine," she said. "I like Charms. There's no point pretending otherwise." Harry laughed under his breath. "You make that sound like a moral weakness." "In this corridor, it may well be," Hermione replied. Neville, who had spent the last 10 minutes muttering wand movements under his breath, stopped long enough to glance between them. "I'd just like to pass without disgracing my grandmother." "You won't disgrace your grandmother," Hermione said at once. Neville gave her a sideways look. That was kind. It was also accurate, Hermione said. Your theory work is better than you think it is. That landed harder than any formal encouragement could have. Harry saw Neville straighten slightly, not with confidence exactly, but with the beginnings of it. When Professor Flitwick opened the classroom door and called them in, Neville walked through it looking less like someone approaching judgment and more like someone intending to try. The exam itself went quickly. Controlled deflection, precision lifting, simple charm theory under timed conditions. Harry found, with growing surprise, that he liked the shape of it. Not the pressure, not the scratching of quills or the way time seemed to contract under supervision, but the clean satisfaction of recognizing a question and knowing the answer because he had earned it. No hidden war beneath the wording. No prophecy buried in the ink. Just memory, thought, and the practical pleasure of magic used correctly. When they came out again, the corridor was louder, relieved and overbright with release. Hermione had that same contained glow about her. Neville looked stunned in a way Harry had learned to interpret as success. How bad? Harry asked. Neville blinked. I think, he said slowly, I may actually have done well. Hermione's mouth curved. Yes, she said. You probably did. Harry looked from one to the other, then back down the corridor where students were already complaining about the next paper as if this one had never happened. He felt the strange, almost unfamiliar pleasure of caring about that too. About marks. About competence. About whether he could improve the next answer over the last one. It turned out learning was easier to love when it wasn't only another form of survival. The strange thing was not that exams continued. The strange thing was that the rest of Hogwarts did too. After the afternoon paper, the castle seemed to exhale. Students spilled out onto the grounds with the desperate gratitude of prisoners granted sunlight, ties loosened and sleeves rolled, voices louder than they had any right to be after a morning of concentrated misery. A cluster of fifth years had colonized the patch of grass nearest the lake and were reciting potion ingredients to one another in the tone of people issuing battlefield last rites. 2 Hufflepuffs had fallen asleep against the same tree with their notes open in their laps. Somewhere beyond the steps, someone had started a half-hearted argument about whether astronomy revision counted as stargazing if done while lying flat on the ground. Harry sat with Hermione and Neville on the low wall overlooking the lawn, his bag at his feet, the stone still warm from the day. For a little while none of them said much. It was enough to listen to the ordinary noise of students trying not to think too hard about the next exam. Neville broke first. I think, he said carefully, that if I survive Transfiguration, I may never complain about herbology again. Hermione gave him a sideways look. That's not physically possible. You complain about herbology in your sleep. Neville looked affronted. I don't. You do a bit, Harry said. Neville folded his arms. I'm being slandered by my closest friends. Hermione's mouth twitched, but the smile didn't quite settle. Harry noticed that. He noticed, too, how often her eyes moved back toward the castle itself, as though she were measuring windows and stone by some logic only she could see. What? He asked quietly. Hermione looked out over the lawn. Nothing, she said, which meant it was something. Then, after a moment, it's just odd, that's all. Neville frowned. What is? She gestured with one hand, taking in the lake, the grass, the students, the evening light stretched thin and gold over everything. This, she said. All of it. People revising, people complaining, people falling asleep in the sun as if the year is ending normally. Harry understood at once. Below them, a pair of second years were trying to quiz each other on lunar cycles and getting distracted every third question by a passing beetle. Hagrid's voice drifted faintly from somewhere near the edge of the grounds, carrying with it the deep, ordinary sound of someone talking to things that had teeth. Above all of it, the castle stood serene and sunlit and impossible to read. Neville's expression changed as the thought caught up with him. Something worse is still there, he said. Yes, Hermione replied. Harry rested his forearms on his knees and looked out at the grounds with the strange, doubled feeling that had been following him for days now. The ordinary rhythm mattered more because of that, not less. The laughter on the lawn, the groans over revision, the simple fact of students being tired and annoyed and alive under summer light. All of it felt sharper because it was not guaranteed. He glanced at his two friends beside him, at Hermione with her notes still half clutched and Neville with grass on one sleeve and worry trying not to show too plainly in his face. "We keep doing this," Harry said quietly. "Until we can't." Hermione nodded once. Neville did too. And so they sat there a little longer, letting Hogwarts be a school in the sunlight while all three of them knew, with perfect clarity, that something underneath it was still waiting to break the surface. The last exam ended in a sound Harry would remember for years afterward, the collective release of an entire school deciding it had survived itself. Quills dropped. Chairs scraped back. Someone near the windows actually laughed with the ragged disbelief of a person returning from sea. Even Professor McGonagall, collecting the final transfiguration papers with her usual severe efficiency, seemed to have accepted that no useful discipline could be extracted from the first 30 seconds after freedom. Students poured out into the corridors in waves of bright, exhausted noise, carrying notes they no longer needed and talking all at once as if volume itself could prove the danger had passed. It should have felt triumphant. Instead, Harry found the relief difficult to trust. At supper the Great Hall had taken on that loose, celebratory untidiness particular to the end of term. Ties were crooked, sleeves rolled, laughter too loud and too grateful. Fred and George Weasley had somehow engineered a charmed napkin to sing the names of completed subjects in descending order of misery until it was confiscated by a prefect who was trying and failing not to laugh. Neville looked so honestly relieved after the last paper that Harry felt a small, warm surge of satisfaction just from seeing it. Hermione was no longer sharpened by revision, but glowing faintly with the calmer pride of someone who had done exactly what she meant to do. "We're finished," Neville said, still sounding as though he expected someone to correct him. Hermione lifted her goblet. "Academically, yes." Neville blinked. That was a very Hermione way to ruin a toast. "I wasn't ruining it," Hermione said. "I was clarifying." Harry smiled despite himself, but his eyes kept slipping upward to the staff table. Most of the professors looked merely tired. Flitwick had the fragile brightness of a man sustained entirely by student success and sugar. McGonagall was composed in a way that read more effortful than usual. Snape sat still as a drawn blade. And Quirrell, 2 seats down, looked almost hollow under his turban, hands folded too neatly, face arranged into a calm that did not convince Harry for an instant. Hermione noticed his gaze. "Still there," she said quietly. "Yes." Neville followed the line of sight and lost some of his new ease. "Do you think he's waiting?" Harry looked out across the hall, at the candles burning steadily overhead and the students below them laughing as if summer had already begun. "I think," he said slowly, "that he knows we are too." That settled heavily between them. After supper, the castle quieted in a way that felt wrong. Not silent, exactly, just emptied of pressure all at once, as though exams had been the last loud thing holding ordinary life above the surface. Students drifted toward common rooms or grounds or bed with that peculiar end-of-term looseness, but beneath it all Harry felt something else gathering, subtle and patient. When he reached Ravenclaw Tower and looked back once through the high window, Hogwarts lay under the dusk like a school released from one burden and waiting to discover the shape of the next. The calm had arrived at last. And because it had, Harry knew with the certainty of a held breath that Quirrell would not wait much longer to move. 56. A letter that shouldn't matter. The morning after exams ought to have belonged to relief. Dumbledore knew that because Hogwarts announced such things without needing to be told. The castle always had a different sound once formal pressure broke. Students moved more loosely. Laughter came easier. Even the portraits seemed inclined to forgive the living for existing. At breakfast the Great Hall had held that atmosphere in abundance, all loosened ties and overbright conversation, and for a little while he had allowed himself to believe the school might carry that calm intact for another day. Then Fawkes landed on the high table with a sealed dispatch in his claws. It was not the bird's arrival that changed the air. Fawkes came and went too often for that. It was the seal. Dumbledore took the narrow strip of folded parchment at once, the red wax marked not with ministry insignia or Hogwarts business, but with an old Confederation cipher stamp used only for emergency correspondence among a dwindling generation of people now largely dead, retired, or too old to travel without good cause. He had not seen that mark used in years. McGonagall, seated 2 places down, noticed his stillness before she noticed anything else. Albus. He did not answer immediately. He broke the seal with one thumb and unfolded the parchment. The message was short. That made it worse. Awarded holding on the continent had failed. A matter tied to old international custody. A name from another decade appeared in the first line and an older one still in the second, enough to turn urgency into obligation before he had even reached the signature. The hand was one he knew well enough to trust on sight. Elphia's Doge, hurried but recognizable, with the compact old-school cipher appended at the bottom to confirm no ordinary interception had touched it. Minerva had risen half out of her seat by then. What is it? Dumbledore looked down once more at the parchment, not because he doubted what it said, but because the old habit of verification was difficult to silence even under pressure. Yet the details were too precisely chosen to dismiss. If the message was genuine, delay would not merely be careless. It would be dereliction. A continental matter, he said at last. One I had hoped was buried permanently. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Can it wait? No, Dumbledore replied. He folded the message once along its original crease. Not if the report is true. Around them the hall continued in perfect ordinary ignorance. A third-year Ravenclaw was laughing so hard over something at breakfast that pumpkin juice had nearly come out of her nose. Seamus Finnegan was trying to balance a spoon on the edge of a goblet. Life persisted, bright and unhelpfully normal. McGonagall lowered her voice. This is poor timing. That, Dumbledore said softly, slipping the folded dispatch into his sleeve, is precisely why I cannot assume it is accidental. Her face tightened. Then you think it may be bait? I think, he said, rising at last from the table, that men who have lived as long as I have are endangered as often by the things they trust as by the things they fear. That was not an answer. It was enough to be one. And because the seal was old, the hand familiar, and the consequences of ignoring it too grave to dismiss on instinct alone, Dumbledore found himself doing exactly what the letter had been written to make possible. He prepared to leave. James learned of Dumbledore's departure from the castle itself. Not in words. Lady Hogwarts did not bother with those when irritation would do. The corridor outside the hidden chamber shifted under his feet, staircases aligning too efficiently, doors opening one beat before he reached them, the whole fabric of the place pushing him upward with a haste that felt distinctly accusatory. By the time he reached the headmaster's office, he already knew something had gone wrong. The office door was open. That alone was enough to sharpen every instinct he had. Inside, Fawkes was awake on the perch, wings slightly loosened, the silver instruments restless in their slow arcs, and Minerva McGonagall stood by the desk with a face like a drawn line. Dumbledore was fastening his traveling cloak with one hand while the other sorted parchment into 2 neat piles that looked far too orderly for genuine crisis. James crossed the threshold without preamble. Where are you going? Dumbledore looked up at once. No guilt, no surprise. Merely the clear acknowledgement of a question he had expected. A matter on the continent, he said. Old, urgent, and likely designed to be exactly those things. James stopped dead. And you're still going? Yes. McGonagall's eyes flicked between them, sharp and tired. I've already made my objections, she said. You're welcome to improve on them. James ignored that because there was no time for good manners. If you already think it may be bait, you don't leave the school. If it is genuine, I do, Dumbledore replied. He set the last parchment aside and reached for his wand. That is the difficulty. James felt the shape of it all at once then, not the foreign matter itself, but its timing. After exams. After the trap was laid. After Quirrell had been left just enough rope to believe in opportunity. The emergency did not need to be real. It only needed to be plausible for a man built like Dumbledore. This is the opening, James said. He doesn't need you gone long. He just needs the school to know you left. Dumbledore's expression did not change, which only made the answer worse when it came. I know. The room tightened. James stepped closer. Then don't give it to him. Dumbledore held his gaze, and for one brief moment James saw the strain beneath the calm. If I stay and the message was true, I abandon a duty I am still obligated to answer. If I go and it was false, I confirm exactly what you fear. He drew on his gloves with neat, efficient motions. I have already chosen the risk I prefer. That isn't preference, James said. That's manipulation by old instinct. Quite possibly, Dumbledore replied. McGonagall made a soft sound of disgust under her breath. James knew, then, that he was too late to stop this cleanly. Any further argument would become noise, not leverage. Dumbledore would go because the letter had been built for him by someone who understood which part of his nature could still be trusted to act against its own interest. So James changed questions. How long? He asked. Hours, not days, Dumbledore said. If I can make it so. That was not reassurance. It was logistics. James stepped back once, mind already turning past the departure to the shape of what followed it. Quirrell would not move because Dumbledore had left. He would move because the school would feel that he had. That was the difference, and it was enough to define the coming night before it had even begun. Harry knew something was wrong before anyone said Dumbledore's name aloud. It was in the staff table first. Not absence, exactly, but the way people behaved around it. Professor McGonagall was composed in that precise, brittle fashion she only used when composure was costing effort. Snape had gone stiller than usual, which was saying something. Flitwick's brightness looked forced at the edges. Even Hagrid, halfway through a plate that would have fed a family of 6, kept glancing toward the headmaster's chair as though expecting it to stop being empty by sheer force of hope. The students noticed too, though most of them noticed in the wrong direction. Maybe he's marking early, a Hufflepuff second year whispered 2 seats down from Neville. That's a horrifying thought, Hermione murmured. Harry did not smile. Halfway through the meal, Professor McGonagall rose. The hall did not fall fully silent, but it quieted enough for her voice to carry. Professor Dumbledore has been called away on urgent business, she said. He expects to return shortly. In the meantime, normal evening rules remain in place. Students are to remain out of restricted corridors and in their own houses after curfew. That landed on Harry like a stone dropped down a well. Hermione looked at him at once. Neville stopped with his fork halfway to his mouth. Around them, students registered only the surface of it. A few groans at the mention of rules. One speculative whisper about ministry matters. Someone at the Gryffindor table actually seemed pleased by the possibility of reduced supervision. Harry heard none of that clearly. The shape of it had arrived too fast. Hermione lowered her voice. This is it, isn't it? Harry kept his eyes on the empty chair at the staff table. I think so. Neville set his fork down with exaggerated care. Because he left. Because he was made to leave, Hermione said. Harry turned to her. How do you know that? Because nothing about today has been accidental, she replied. Her words came fast now, sharpened by thought rather than panic. The exams end, the school relaxes, everyone starts breathing again, and then Dumbledore is called away on urgent business precisely when Quirrell has the best chance to move. That isn't timing. That's design. Neville swallowed. Then the trap's active. Yes, Harry said, or it will be tonight. The hall had grown noisy again around them, students resuming supper and gossip and relief. It made the 3 of them feel strangely separate, as if they were sitting inside a different conversation entirely. Neville looked from Harry to Hermione and back again. What do we do? That was the real question, and Harry knew it because the answer had already begun moving in him before he could form it into words. Adults were acting. James would be acting. McGonagall and Snape and whoever else knew enough would be acting too. But Quirrell would not care how many adults intended to solve the problem if he found one opening first. Hermione saw it in his face and straightened. No, she said quietly. Don't say sit still. Harry met her eyes. I wasn't going to. Neville let out one breath, somewhere between dread and resolve. Good. Above them the candles burned steadily on, the hall warm and bright and perfectly ordinary. Beneath that ordinariness, something had shifted into motion. And as Harry looked once more at Dumbledore's empty place at the table, he understood that waiting politely for adults to finish solving the year was no longer a serious option. They did not run from the Great Hall. That would have been noticed, and the one thing Harry understood clearly now was that movement mattered only if it stayed ordinary until it no longer needed to. So they finished enough of supper not to look suspicious, left with the rest of the Ravenclaws when the flow of students turned toward the stairs, and said almost nothing until the common room doors had closed behind them. Only then did Hermione turn on him. "We need a plan," she said. "We have one," Harry replied, already crossing toward the dormitory stairs. "We go down before Quirrell does." Neville followed at once, pale but set. "That's not a plan. That's an outcome." "It's the beginning of one," Harry said. In the dormitory, the room still looked offensively normal. Trunks, beds, notes abandoned in post-exam relief. The evening light lay across the floorboards as if nothing underneath the school had shifted into active danger. Harry went straight to his trunk, opened it just enough, and slid his fingers beneath the hidden inner lip. James answered almost at once. The folded scrap that met Harry's hand contained only 3 words. "I know. Wait." Harry stared at it for half a heartbeat, then took out his quill and wrote beneath the line without bothering to sit. "No." Hermione, standing close enough to read upside down, made a small, strained sound that might have been laughter in a kinder year. "That is not how covert coordination usually works." "It is tonight," Harry muttered. He folded the note, fed it back through, and turned to the bed where the invisibility cloak lay hidden beneath old jumpers. Neville was already gathering what they might plausibly need: wand, light, the sort of practical focus that made him steady when other people started shaking. Hermione tied her hair back with one brutal tug. "We are not improvising once we start moving." "We are absolutely improvising once we start moving," Harry said. "We're just doing it with intent." "That," Hermione replied, "is the most alarming sentence you've said all year." The answer from the trunk came fast this time. "Then don't be seen." Harry looked at it, felt something in his chest tighten and settle all at once, and nodded once to no one the others could see. Below them, somewhere under stone and wards and carefully arranged chambers, James was moving too. Harry could feel it not as magic exactly, but as a shift in the architecture of his own resolve. Adults would be acting. James would be acting. And because of that, because the trap was finally real and Dumbledore was gone and Quirrell had been given exactly the opening he needed, the 3 of them could no longer pretend their part in the year ended at worry. Harry swung the cloak over one arm and looked at Hermione and Neville. "This is the point where we still get to stop," he said. Hermione lifted her chin. "No, it isn't." Neville swallowed, then nodded. "I know." That was enough. Harry drew the cloak open between them, the fabric spilling dark and silver in the fading light. Above, the castle continued its evening as if nothing had changed. Below, the trap waited. And with one generation moving under the school and another slipping out of a Ravenclaw dormitory to follow, the night finally stopped pretending it was undecided. 57. 3 heads better than 1. The invisibility cloak had always changed the air around Harry. Not physically. The castle still smelled of stone and wax and old magic, the torches still burned, and footsteps still carried along corridors exactly as they ought to. But once the cloak settled over the 3 of them, the whole school seemed to shift from inhabited place to obstacle course. Doors mattered differently. Corners mattered differently. Every sound they made belonged to the category of mistake. Harry led because that, at some point in the past half hour, had become inevitable. They moved out of the dormitory with practiced care, down the Ravenclaw stairs in a slow, uneven cluster that would have looked ridiculous if anyone could see it. Hermione kept one hand fisted in the edge of the cloak, the other closed around her wand. Neville walked close behind Harry, breathing too carefully to be comfortable. The common room below them was half empty, the remains of exam freedom scattered across chairs and low tables in the form of abandoned books, crumbs, and students who had fallen asleep over games they no longer had the energy to finish. At the portrait hole, Harry paused and listened. Nothing. He eased them through. The corridor beyond had gone unnaturally still. Not silent, exactly, Hogwarts was never silent. Somewhere far off a suit of armor clanked in offended dignity. A portrait on the next staircase yawned itself awake. Wind pressed faintly at a high window. But the usual end-of-term looseness had drained out of the stone. The castle felt alert now, listening in the same way Harry was. Hermione leaned close enough for her whisper to brush his ear. "If we get caught now, I'm blaming you first." "That's fair," Harry whispered back. Neville made a strained sound that might have been laughter if fear hadn't gotten there first. They avoided the main stairs and took the side passages Harry had learned by accident and James by design. Twice they had to flatten themselves into alcoves while prefects passed. Once they stopped entirely as Peeves shot overhead upside down, humming tunelessly to himself and trailing a ribbon stolen from somewhere respectable. He slowed, hovered, and turned in midair as if he'd felt something. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. Peeves squinted at nothing at all. He said to the corridor. Then he shrugged and flew on. Neville exhaled so sharply Hermione pinched his wrist through the cloak. By the time they reached the third-floor junction, the school no longer felt like a school above them. It felt like a surface, and they were already beginning to pass beneath it. The corridor ahead lay dim and empty, the far end swallowed in shadow. Somewhere beyond it waited the room with the trapdoor. Somewhere below that waited the line of chambers built to stop a man who now had every reason to try. Harry looked once at Hermione and Neville, seeing the same tension reflected back at him in different forms. "Still time," he murmured. Hermione's answer came at once. "No." Neville swallowed and nodded. "Go." So Harry did, and together under the cloak they crossed the last stretch of ordinary corridor toward the dog and the door, while above them Hogwarts held its breath and did not interfere. James did not take the same route. That was the first decision, and in some ways the hardest. Every instinct he possessed argued for interception, for sweeping Harry and Hermione and Neville bodily back to safety before the night found enough shape to become irreversible. But instinct was not always wisdom, and this year had been built, painfully and deliberately, around a truth he kept having to relearn: Harry could not be protected into personhood. So James moved in parallel. The castle made that possible. Not easy, never easy, but possible. Lady Hogwarts had opened one of the old service seams for him, a narrow run of forgotten stairs and walled-over passages that breathed cold stone and old ward light. He moved fast, wand in hand, boots soundless on steps the students would never know existed. Somewhere beyond several walls and one level above, he could feel the pattern of 3 younger lives threading under an invisibility cloak toward the room with the trapdoor. Too visible, he thought. Too brave. Too exactly Harry. A portrait in an alcove ahead stirred as he passed, a long-dead witch in armor looking down with frank disapproval. "You are going the wrong way," she said. "No," James replied without slowing. "I'm going the way that keeps them from seeing me." That seemed to annoy her more. At the next landing, Minerva McGonagall stepped out of shadow as if the castle itself had produced her. She was in night robes, tartan severe enough to count as armor, wand already drawn. "I wondered if you'd obey me," she said. James stopped only because not stopping would have been rude in a way that wasted time. "Did you tell me to?" "I was considering it." "Then no," he said. Her mouth flattened. "Thought so." They stood there in the thin, watchful quiet of a school pretending to sleep. Beneath that quiet, everything relevant was already moving. "They've gone down," McGonagall said. "I know. And you're not stopping them." James looked past her toward the stone above, where Harry's path and his own ran close without touching. "Not unless the situation turns from dangerous to terminal." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "That is an exceptionally narrow distinction." "It has to be," James replied. "If I take the whole thing from them now, then the story Dumbledore has been trying to repair becomes another version of the one that broke." That landed. She didn't like it, which James respected more than easy agreement. For a moment, she looked not like a professor but like an old soldier forced to choose between intervention and trust, both of them costly. "If one of them dies," she said quietly, "I shall blame you first." "That's fair," James said. Something almost like approval moved through her expression, though it remained well disguised. She stepped aside from the stair. Then go where you can still matter. James inclined his head once and passed her. He did not follow Harry down. He took the castle's other line instead, the one that ran beside the chambers rather than through them, because tonight both generations were moving toward the same end and only one of them was allowed to be seen arriving there first. The room beyond the locked door smelled faintly of dog, dust, and old wood. Even under the cloak, the size of Fluffy hit Harry like a physical force. The three-headed dog filled the chamber in a way that made ordinary scale feel irrelevant. Each massive head was ugly in a different style, all jaws and yellowed fangs and thick black fur. He lay sprawled over the trapdoor with the obscene confidence of something that had never once doubted its own right to take up space. Neville stopped breathing altogether for a second. Hermione's fingers tightened painfully in the cloak. Harry stared. For one wild instant he had the absurd thought that Hagrid had really looked at this creature and decided what it needed most was affection. Then the center head sniffed. Harry moved before the growl finished forming. He tugged the cloak down and they dropped into visibility all at once, because surprise had just lost them whatever advantage invisibility might have bought. Back, Hermione hissed. Too late. The left head came up first, then the right, then the middle, jaws opening in a rising sequence of sound that became one terrible bark. The floor shook under it. Neville flinched so hard he nearly fell backward into a table leg. Harry's mind moved faster than fear by pure necessity. Hagrid, music, sleep. But Quirrell already knew that answer, and a chamber built as a trap would not leave something this important dependent on one remembered lullaby. Hermione, he said sharply, not looking away from the dog. Anything. I'm thinking, she snapped back. That meant no. Fluffy took one enormous step forward, claws scraping wood. The trapdoor behind him vanished completely under muscle and fur. Neville made a strangled sound. It's not asleep enough. Harry understood the shape of the problem then. The room was different. A harp stood in one corner, still playing softly to itself, but Fluffy's eyes were open, heavy-lidded rather than closed. The music had calmed him. It had not dropped him fully. Because that would be too easy, Hermione muttered, following the same thought. The center head lunged. Harry threw himself sideways, seized the harp by its carved frame, and yanked. The music lurched into a discordant shriek. Fluffy froze in offended confusion, all three heads jerking toward the sound. Hermione was already moving, faster than he had ever seen her when thought and terror pointed in the same direction. She grabbed a heavy embroidered drape off the wall and flung it over the harp strings. The room dropped into sudden silence. Fluffy blinked. Then the left head gave a long, baffled yawn. The right followed. The center tried to snarl, got halfway there, and instead sagged forward with a thump of boneless weight. The whole beast swayed once, twice, and settled heavily back over the trapdoor, not deeply asleep, but far enough gone that the room stopped trembling around him. Neville let out the breath he had been hoarding. That was not the plan. Harry, still crouched with both hands on the harp frame, looked at Hermione and said, "We have definitely stopped pretending we had won." Below the dog's immense shoulder, the edge of the trapdoor had reappeared. That was enough. Getting to the trapdoor proved more difficult than finding it. Fluffy had gone slack with drowsiness, but not trust. One head snored wetly against the boards while another twitched in uneasy dreams, and the third remained half awake enough that every movement near his paws had to be measured like a negotiation with something built entirely out of bad instincts and teeth. Harry edged closer on his hands and knees, feeling the heat of the creature's body through the floorboards. Slowly, Hermione whispered. "I am being slowly," Harry whispered back. "That wasn't a sentence," she muttered. Neville, who had found the one angle in the room from which he could watch all three heads at once, made a tiny urgent gesture. "Middle one," he breathed. Harry froze. The center head lifted half an inch, nostrils flaring. Its eyes opened to narrow slits, yellow and offended. For one endless beat Harry thought the whole room was about to explode back into barking. Then Neville did something Harry would remember later with particular gratitude. He picked up a loose brass stand from beside the wall and, with the helpless expression of someone about to deeply regret his own bravery, rolled it hard across the floor toward the far corner. It clattered once. All three heads swung toward the noise. Harry moved at once. He slid under the line of fur, got both hands under the trapdoor ring, and pulled. The wood came up with a weighty groan that sounded, to Harry's ears, louder than the dog had been. A rush of cold air hit his face from below. Hermione was beside him in a heartbeat, crouching low. "Can you see anything?" Harry looked down into the dark. Not much. Neville had abandoned the brass stand and joined them, still breathing hard. "That smell," he whispered. Hermione leaned forward slightly. The air coming up through the opening was damp and green and carried something crushed beneath it. Not dog. Not wood. Plant. Then Harry saw it. One edge of the trapdoor frame was marked with fresh scoring, as if something metal had scraped it in haste. Beside it, caught on a nail head, hung a thin shred of dark fabric. He touched it once and felt the answer settle coldly into place. "He's been here," Harry said. Hermione went still. "How long ago?" Harry looked toward the harp under its muffling drape, toward the half-sleeping dog, toward the opening beneath them breathing its damp breath into the room. "Not long," he said. "The music's still running. Fluffy's still only halfway under." Neville swallowed. "So we're behind him." "Yes," Harry said. That changed the room more than the trapdoor had. Until then, part of him had been moving on the hope that they were still in time to prevent something. Now the shape of the night sharpened all at once. They were not going to stop Quirrell from entering the line. They were going after a man who had already gone down. Hermione looked into the dark opening again, face pale but set. "Then we don't have time to be careful." Harry tightened his grip on the edge of the trapdoor. Below them, the darkness waited with the patient certainty of something already in progress. No one argued. That, more than anything else, told Harry how far the night had gone. 58. Through the trapdoor. The drop did not look deep. That was the first lie it told. Harry lowered himself through the opening until his arms were fully extended and his fingers clung to the edge of the boards with the last of his reach. Cold damp air rose around him from below, smelling of crushed leaves and stone shut away from daylight too long. Above, Fluffy's breathing rumbled through the floor like distant thunder. Hermione crouched beside the trapdoor, pale and intent. Neville kept glancing over his shoulder at the dog as though expecting all three heads to wake at once and remember the evening had taken a turn. Harry looked down one last time and still saw only dark. "I'm going," he said. Hermione nodded once. "Shout the moment you land." "That assumes I'll know where the ground is," Harry muttered. Neville leaned closer. "If it starts moving," he said, voice too careful, "don't assume it's the floor." That was not comforting. It was probably useful. Harry let go. The dark caught him at once. There was just enough time for one sharp rush of falling before something soft and alive tangled around his arms and legs and sides. He hit not ground but resistance, springy and cold and tightening on instinct. For one blind second his body reacted exactly as bodies had been built to react since the beginning of time. He fought. That made it worse. The plant seized harder, strands sliding over his ribs, around his wrists, up toward his throat with horribly patient purpose. Harry twisted and kicked and got nowhere except deeper into its grip. Panic rose like heat. Then Neville's warning came back to him with sudden, ugly clarity. Harry forced himself still. The change was immediate. The pressure did not disappear, but it eased enough for breath. The vines loosened by degrees, not releasing him, merely adjusting as if disappointed by the loss of struggle. Harry lay suspended in the damp dark, chest rising too fast, and breathed through the fear until thought began returning in useful pieces. Crushed green smell, cold, tightening vines, herbology. "Harry," Hermione called down, her voice sharpened thin by the shaft above. "What happened?" He swallowed against the vine at his throat. "Plant," he called back. "Not ground. Don't jump." There was a brief silence, then Hermione's voice again, faster now. "What sort of plant?" Harry looked at the black ropes of it in the dimness, felt the slow, testing pressure around his wrists, and knew. "Devil's snare," he said. Even naming it changed something. The chamber below the trapdoor was not merely dark. It felt other. The castle above, with its torches and portraits and school logic, had vanished the moment he let go of the boards. Here the air was wet and green and close. The walls could have been part of the earth rather than part of Hogwarts. The ordinary confidence that had carried them through corridors and under the dog fell away all at once, replaced by the colder understanding that they were not under the school anymore so much as inside whatever the school had built to keep a thief from reaching the end. Above him, Hermione drew in a sharp breath. Neville said, "Right." Harry looked up at the square of blackness where his friends still waited and understood with perfect clarity that the first defense had taken him before they had even entered it. For one long second, no one moved. Harry hung in the devil's snare below, forcing himself to stay still while the vines held him in a cold, damp cradle with no affection in it at all. Above, Hermione and Neville knelt on either side of the opening, both trying very hard not to sound frightened and failing in opposite directions. "How bad?" Hermione called down. "Bad enough," Harry said. "Not dead enough to be useful." Neville, who had gone pale in the particular way he did when herbology became real, leaned farther over the opening than Harry would have liked. "It likes dark and damp," he said, thinking aloud now. "And panic. Mostly panic." "That," Hermione replied tightly, "is not the part we need." Neville blinked once, then twice. Harry could almost hear the information clicking into place in his head. "Light," he said, "or fire. It hates open conditions." There was a pause. Harry looked up into the dark square. Hermione. "I know," she said. "I know." Then, with the furious irritation of someone offended that panic had interrupted thought at all, she snapped, "Bluebell flames." A burst of bright blue fire dropped through the shaft like falling water. It did not touch Harry, but the effect on the plant was immediate. The devil's snare recoiled in green ripples, loosening all at once in outraged retreat. The vine at Harry's throat slipped free. The coils around his arms released. He dropped the last few feet onto damp ground and rolled hard, landing in a tangle of leaves and mud while the blue fire burned coldly above him. "It worked," Neville breathed. "Yes," Hermione said, sounding furious that anyone had doubted it. Harry got to his feet fast, looking around by the strange blue light spilling down through the opening. The chamber was larger than he had thought, the walls rough and damp, the floor carpeted in plant growth that withdrew from the flames in resentful waves. At the far side stood a door already standing open. "He's been through here," Harry called up. "And it's clear enough now. Come on." Hermione didn't wait to be asked twice. She dropped first, landing badly but upright enough to matter. Neville followed with less elegance and more honesty, nearly losing a shoe in the process. "Everyone alive?" Hermione demanded as soon as they were all together. "Yes," Harry said. Neville looked down at the writhing snare pulling itself away from the last of the light. "I hate this room." "That's sensible," Hermione replied. Harry looked from Neville's herbological recall to Hermione's magic, then toward the open door ahead. The first defense had not been luck. It had not been one person being clever while the others followed. It had taken all three of them thinking under pressure and doing it fast. That mattered. He tightened his grip on his wand. "Good," he said quietly. "Because we're through it." James reached the plant chamber by the castle's other line less than a minute later and disliked what he found at once. Not because it was failure. Because it was proof of movement. The hidden panel Lady Hogwarts gave him opened soundlessly into a narrow watching slit cut high into the stone, a maintenance seam from some older architectural logic Hogwarts no longer admitted aloud. Through it he could see the chamber below in flashes of blue light and green recoil. Devil's snare still writhed in offended knots across the floor, pulling itself back from the remnants of Hermione's spell. The trapdoor above stood open. No children. No Quirrell. Only evidence. James exhaled once, slow and controlled, and forced himself to read the room instead of reacting to it. The plant had been disturbed twice. One path through it was torn and hasty, the other newly burned and clean. Quirrell had gone first. Harry and the others had solved it after him. That meant the gap between them was measured in minutes, not absence. Unacceptable. Still recoverable. A voice behind him said, "How bad?" James turned. Snape stood in the passage with his wand already out, black robe swallowing most of the light, expression carved into its usual contemptuous stillness. First chamber breached by both parties, James said. Quirrell first. Trio after. Snape's eyes narrowed. Children, he said with a precision that made it sound like a legal indictment. Yes. And you permitted this. James did not waste time pretending he enjoyed the accusation. I failed to stop it early enough without becoming the worst problem. Snape looked as though he had at least 6 sharp replies to that and approved of none of them. He stepped forward, peered once through the slit, and took in the state of the room with the quick, poisonous intelligence Harry had inherited from precisely nobody on that side of the school. How far ahead? He asked. James crouched, touching 2 fingers to the edge of the hidden stone threshold where the castle side route intersected the chamber's ward logic. The residue there still ran warm in magical terms, one line frayed and hungry, one line bright with forced light and human panic. Not far, he said. Quirrell moved fast, but he didn't move clean. He's spending power. He straightened. And the children lost less time here than I expected. Snape gave him a dark look. That is not reassuring. No, James agreed. It's useful. That, at least, Snape respected. The potions master folded his arms, thinking in hard, unpleasant lines. Then he is not beyond interception. Not yet, James said. Snape's gaze flicked toward the lower route, where the real chambers continued beyond stone and darkness and a sequence of problems designed to narrow a thief into failure. And Potter. James looked once more through the slit at the chamber the children had already left behind. Blue fire still clung in little cold tongues to the edges of retreating vines. Still in the chase, he said. That changed the shape of the silence between them. Not hopeless. Not good. Merely active. James stepped back from the slit and turned toward the next castle side seam. Quirrell was still ahead, but ahead, tonight, did not yet mean gone forever. By the time Harry pushed through the open door at the far side of the plant chamber, the feeling of pursuit had changed. At first it had been simple enough. Quirrell ahead, themselves behind, the night reduced to distance and urgency. But the deeper they went, the less that mattered in any ordinary way. The chambers were not built like corridors. They were built like questions, each one forcing an answer before the next would reveal itself. Every room took time. Every room narrowed possibility. It did not matter whether the person entering meant theft, rescue, or desperate interference. The structure treated all of them alike. Harry felt that before he could name it. The passage opened abruptly into a high stone chamber full of moving wings. Hundreds of keys whirled overhead in wild metallic loops, their silver bodies flashing in the dim light as they struck against one another and rebounded in restless bursts. Broomsticks lined one wall. Old-school models and practice brooms and 1 or 2 that looked better than the rest by a long margin. At the far end stood another door, locked by a single large keyhole cut into black iron. Neville stopped so suddenly Hermione nearly ran into him. Oh, he said faintly. Harry looked up. The air above them was alive with motion, every key different, every pattern too fast to fix on for long. One of them, somewhere in the chaos, would fit the next door. All the others existed for confusion and delay. Hermione folded her arms around herself once, then forced them to loosen. That's not subtle. No, Harry said, it's efficient. Neville stared at the broomsticks lined neatly against the wall. Please tell me we're not meant to fly in there. Harry did not answer immediately, because the truth had already landed. The room had been built to slow Quirrell. It would slow them too. It would slow James if he reached it from some hidden line through the castle. It would slow anyone. The trap did not care who was right. It only cared who could continue. Hermione followed his gaze upward. This is what you're thinking, isn't it? Harry glanced at her. What? That it isn't his trap anymore, she said quietly. Not really. Once we entered it, it became ours too. Neville looked between them, still pale, still game. That's a horrible thought. Yes, Hermione said, which is why it's probably true. The keys wheeled and flashed above them, the sound of their wings filling the chamber like metallic birds trapped in a bell tower. Behind them lay the choking dark of the first defense. Ahead stood another door already waiting to charge them for passage. Harry walked to the broom wall and laid one hand on the nearest handle. The wood was cold and worn smooth by use. He looked back once at Hermione and Neville, at the damp marks still drying on their sleeves from the devil's snare, at the set of their faces, at how young they all still were despite the night trying very hard to refuse that fact. Then he looked up at the storm of keys again and understood with sudden, complete clarity that the trap was doing exactly what it had been designed to do. It was narrowing everyone inside it. 59. Keys. For one suspended second, none of them moved. The keys wheeled overhead in wild silver loops, hundreds of them flashing and turning in the high stone chamber with a sound like agitated birds trapped in iron bells. The broomsticks along the wall waited in their rack with the bland innocence of school equipment pretending not to be part of a defense line. At the far end, the black iron door remained shut, the keyhole fixed and patient. Neville looked from the storm above to the broomsticks and back again. I really dislike the answer I think this room wants. Hermione did not take her eyes off the keys. Yes, she said. Unfortunately, so do I. Harry stepped closer to the broom rack. Even in the dim chamber light he could tell the difference between them. Most were serviceable school brooms, the sort meant for drills and supervised laps and not much else. But one or two were better. Faster. More responsive. Flitwick or Dumbledore or whoever had built this chamber had not left the problem impossible. Only narrow. It wants a chase, Harry said. Neville folded his arms as if that might protect him from the thought. That is a terrible design philosophy. Hermione glanced at Harry sharply. Can you do it? He looked up again. The keys were not moving randomly. There was pattern in the chaos, a rhythm beneath the swarm. One key flashed past lower than the others with one wing bent slightly out of true, compensating with an erratic pull to the left before climbing again. Yes, Harry said. Then, more honestly, I think so. That was enough to change the room. Hermione moved at once, crossing to the door to inspect the lock while Neville stepped toward the broom rack with a care that suggested he expected them to bite. Harry reached for the best-looking broom without letting himself think too much about why his hands felt steadier here than they had in any chamber so far. The handle settled into his grip like recognition. Neville noticed. You've gone calm, he said. Harry looked at him. Have I? Yes, Hermione replied from the lock. Annoyingly so. Harry almost smiled. It wasn't that the room was safe. It wasn't that the danger had eased. But this, at least, was a kind of problem he understood in his bones. Flight was not abstract. It did not ask for detached logic or patient stillness. It asked for balance, timing, nerve, and trust in movement before thought could ruin it. Beneath everything else, that still belonged to him. Hermione straightened from the door. The key will need to be damaged, she said. Used, not merely decorative. Look for one that's been forced into this lock in haste. Harry nodded once. Bent wing. Uneven flight. Damage. Neville looked upward, then back at Harry with a mixture of hope and apprehension. You're really going after that in there? Harry swung one leg over the broom. Yes. The keys screamed overhead in bright metallic spirals. The chamber smelled of cold iron, old straw, and the faint living sharpness of enchanted motion. Harry tightened his grip, set his feet, and felt the broom wake under him. This room had been built to turn flying into survival. For the first time that night, the trap had chosen a language Harry spoke fluently. The broom rose the instant Harry kicked away from the floor. That, more than anything else, steadied him. No hesitation. No wobble. Whatever enchantments controlled the chamber had not stripped the brooms of their essential honesty. A good broom still wanted to fly. Harry shot upward into the storm of keys and the whole room changed scale around him at once. Noise hit first. The keys were louder from inside the swarm, wings beating in frantic metallic bursts, edges flashing past his face and shoulders so quickly that they blurred into streaks of silver. They did not merely circle the chamber. They reacted. The moment Harry entered their air, the whole swarm shifted, tightening and breaking in self-protective patterns that turned pursuit into a moving problem rather than a simple chase. Below, Hermione's voice rose through the rush of wings. Left side, higher up. Harry banked hard, felt 3 keys whip past his ear, and caught sight of the bent-winged one pulling erratically toward the far wall. It was quicker than its damaged flight suggested, compensating in sharp, crooked bursts that made it harder to predict rather than easier. "There!" Neville shouted. "By the torch!" Harry leaned forward and the broom answered beautifully, accelerating under him with that clean, dangerous joy only flying ever gave. For one glorious second the chamber stopped being a trap and became a match of motion and nerve. Then the bent-winged key cut downward without warning, diving through a knot of ordinary keys that scattered around it like shrapnel, and Harry had to wrench the broom sideways to avoid driving straight into the wall. His shoulder clipped stone hard enough to send pain blazing down his arm. Hermione made a choking sound from below. "Harry." "I'm fine," he called back, which was not true enough to deserve the confidence with which he said it. The key was climbing again now, wing flashing crookedly in the torchlight. Harry reset his grip, ignoring the ache blooming across his shoulder, and chased. This time he did not aim for the key itself. He aimed for its pattern. Bend left, compensate, climb, dive. It was not flying randomly. It was flying injured. "Drive it down," Hermione shouted. "If you can force it lower, Neville and I can catch it." That was a better plan than trying to snatch it out of full flight while being shredded by the rest of the swarm. Harry wheeled upward, cut across the key's line, and dropped into its path from above. The key veered as expected, banking away from him and losing height to protect its damaged side. "Again," Neville shouted. Harry pressed harder. The broom shuddered under the turn, one foot nearly slipping, but the key dropped lower, then lower still, until it was no longer alone in the storm but driving toward the level of raised hands and human timing. Hermione had her wand out. Neville had his sleeves rolled and both hands ready. For the first time since entering the chamber, Harry understood that this room, too, would not yield to one talent alone. Flying might have brought the key within reach. Catching it would take all 3 of them. The key came down fast enough to turn timing into violence. Harry drove it lower with 2 hard passes of the broom, forcing it out of the safer currents near the ceiling and into the churning middle air of the chamber. It fought every inch of the descent, darting sideways in wounded, crooked bursts that made it look clumsy until it was almost through someone's fingers. Below, Hermione tracked it with her wand while Neville shifted his weight from foot to foot like a boy trying to decide whether courage was more useful in hands or legs. "Now," Harry shouted. "Not yet," Hermione called back. "Lower." Harry clenched his jaw and dropped again, cutting across the key's path so sharply that the broom groaned beneath him. The silver thing swerved, panicked, and dived. Neville jumped for it and missed by inches. "It bit me," Neville yelped. "It doesn't have teeth," Hermione shouted. "It has corners." That was fair. Harry looped upward again, shoulder burning now, and saw the key's pattern breaking under pressure. Its bent wing was failing to compensate as cleanly. It no longer wanted the door. It wanted escape. That, Harry thought, was useful. He swung wide, came down not to chase but to herd, and drove the key toward the only gap left open at floor level. "Hermione, left." "I see it." The key darted. Hermione snapped her wand up and shouted, "Impedimenta." The spell missed the key by a breath, but the light of it startled the surrounding swarm hard enough that 6 ordinary keys broke formation. The bent one jerked sideways to avoid the collision and lost what little balance it still had. Neville moved. He did not move elegantly. He moved with the desperate, wholehearted commitment of someone who had already decided bruises were an acceptable future problem. He launched himself across the stone, both hands out, and hit the floor with the key trapped against his chest. "I've got it," he shouted, which would have sounded more triumphant if the key had not immediately started battering him under the chin. Hermione dropped to her knees beside him. "Hold still." It is specifically refusing. Harry hit the ground moments later, stumbling off the broom with all the grace of a falling cupboard. He threw himself down to help pin the key's wings while Neville wrestled its body and Hermione tried to fit it into the lock without losing fingers. The key twisted like a live fish made of metal. Its damaged wing beat frantically against Harry's knuckles. "Turn it," Harry said. "I am turning it." "You're narrating turning it." "Oh, Be quiet and hold it straight. Then the key slid home. For one breathless instant it fought them from inside the lock, shaking and rattling with furious mechanical life. Then Hermione forced the turn. Something heavy shifted within the door. Bolts drew back with a series of grinding clicks that sounded far too loud in the chamber. The key went limp at once, as though purpose had been the only thing holding it together. Neville stared down at it in his bruised hands. Did we kill it? No, Hermione said, pushing herself up. I think we exhausted it. Harry rose more slowly, shoulder throbbing, breath still uneven from the chase. Behind them the rest of the swarm kept circling in agitated silver loops, already returning the room to chaos as if nothing important had happened. Ahead, the black iron door stood unlocked, opening inward into the next stretch of dark. This chamber, too, had yielded. But only after taking something from each of them. The door did not swing open gracefully. It shuddered inward with the stubborn reluctance of something that had never been meant to welcome anyone, scraping over stone in a drawn-out grind that made all three of them flinch after the chaos of the key chamber. Beyond it lay another room, wider than the last, lit not by torches but by a cold, even wash of enchantment that turned every surface pale and severe. Harry stepped through first, wand raised. The air changed again at once. Less wild than the key chamber. Less organic than the snare. This room felt ordered in a way that made his skin tighten. Then he saw the board. It filled most of the floor from wall to wall, black and white squares vast enough to stand on, each one polished to a dull stone sheen. Upon them towered chess pieces the size of statues, ranks drawn up in perfect silence. Black on one side, white on the other, every figure faced forward as if they had been waiting through generations of dark for someone finally foolish enough to enter. Neville stopped dead. Oh, no. Hermione stared. That, she said slowly, is extremely clear. Harry looked from the pieces to the far door beyond them, small now with distance and entirely unreachable except by crossing the board. The logic of the chamber presented itself immediately and without mercy. The room did not want watchers. It wanted players. Neville took one careful step backward, as though that might persuade the statues to forget him. I don't know chess well enough for it to be allowed to become physical. Hermione was still studying the board with the fierce concentration she usually reserved for difficult essays and impending disasters. It isn't just physical, she said quietly. It's positional. We won't be able to run across. The pieces will respond. As if in answer, one of the black pawns turned its stone head a fraction toward them. Neville made a sound that belonged in smaller, safer rooms. Harry's shoulder was still aching from the broom wall, his hand stung from wrestling the key, and the room ahead did not care in the slightest. That, more than the scale of it, was what he felt first. The trap went on asking, room after room, for a different kind of certainty, and offered nothing in return except passage bought dearly. Hermione glanced at him. You can't fly through this one. No, Harry said. That's probably for the best, Neville muttered. Harry walked forward until he stood at the edge of the first square and looked along the board to the other side. The pieces were not decorative. He could feel the spell in them, old and alert and ready to convert error into consequence. Behind him, the iron door to the key's chamber still stood open. Ahead, the next door waited beyond a field of rules large enough to crush them. Hermione let out one slow breath. We need to know which side we're meant to take. Harry nodded. And what it costs to play. That was the real question. The room had the cold patience of something designed not merely to test intelligence but to demand commitment. In the key chamber, bruises had been enough. Here, Harry thought with sudden certainty, the board would ask for more than effort before it let anyone through. 60. Chess. The answer arrived from Neville first. Of course it did, Harry thought later. Not because Neville loved being right, but because he had spent his whole first year at Hogwarts learning to stand in rooms that expected less of him than he could actually give. We're white, Neville said. Harry turned. What? Neville was staring at the board with the fixed concentration he usually wore in herbology when a plant looked harmless and absolutely was not. He stepped closer to the nearest rank of pale stone pieces, eyes moving from square to square, mouth tightening slightly as the logic assembled itself in front of him. "We're white," he repeated. "Look at the line of play. The far door is beyond the black side, so the board expects movement from here toward there. If we try to walk on as ourselves, it'll probably treat us as interference. But if we take the empty places in the white back rank, we become part of the game." Hermione followed his gaze. "The bishop, the knight, and the rook." Neville nodded once. "Yes." Harry looked from the waiting pieces to the squares Neville meant. Up close, the board felt even older than the rest of the chambers, less like a puzzle and more like a compact. The stone figures were not simply carved. They were committed. Every line of them held readiness. "How do you know that so quickly?" Harry asked. Neville gave a small, almost uncomfortable shrug. "Gran says if you can't fight a room, learn its rules before it starts winning." That sounded so exactly like Augusta Longbottom that even here, with the next door far beyond them and the trap narrowing around every choice they made, Harry nearly smiled. The white knight nearest them turned its head. Then, with a grinding shift of stone on stone, it stepped aside from its square. The floor trembled under the weight of it. Hermione drew a sharp breath. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. Neville did neither. He only watched the newly emptied square with a look Harry had seen before in classrooms and greenhouses and nowhere else, the look of someone recognizing that a problem had finally presented itself in a language he spoke. Hermione moved to Harry's side. "If this is actual chess," she said quietly, "mistakes are not going to be theoretical." "No," Harry said. "I'd gathered that." Neville kept his eyes on the board. "If we do this, we have to do it properly. Once we step on, we're pieces. That means we move when I say, where I say, and we don't argue in the middle because the statues will not wait politely while we work through our feelings." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked back at him. Then both of them turned to Neville, who stood before the waiting white ranks with the first real authority he had allowed himself all year. "All right," Hermione said. Harry nodded. "Lead." Neville did not smile. He only stepped toward the vacant knight's square as though the room had finally asked him the one question it had been built for him to answer. The board accepted them the moment they stepped into place. Harry felt it not as a spell striking him, but as a shift in relation. The instant his shoes crossed onto the white bishop's square, the room's attention settled around him with cold and total certainty. He was no longer a boy standing on stone. He was a piece occupying a position, and the distinction mattered to the chamber more than anything else about him. Hermione, on the rook's square to his right, went visibly still as the same recognition caught her. Neville climbed onto the knight's place with less grace than the marble animal had vacated it, but the moment he settled there the rest of the board seemed to wait. A white pawn 2 ranks ahead lifted its head and looked directly at him. Neville swallowed. "Right," he said quietly. "That's unpleasant." Harry resisted the urge to move his feet. The white king towered behind them somewhere out of sight, and the black ranks across the board stood in silent answer, broad-shouldered and pitiless. Between the two sides stretched the polished squares of a game that would not tolerate uncertainty. Hermione kept her voice low. "How does it know you're in charge?" "It's chess," Neville said. "The knight moves first often enough to matter. Or maybe it just knows I'm the only one stupid enough to talk back." "That's not reassuring," Harry said. "No," Neville replied. "It's really not." Then one of the black pawns moved. It stepped forward with a grinding crack of stone on stone, each motion deliberate and huge, and took its place 1 square nearer. The sound echoed through the chamber like something architectural deciding to become violent. Harry's grip tightened around his wand. "Tell me we're allowed to use magic." Neville never looked away from the board. "I think if we stop being pieces, the room stops treating us as players. Don't risk it." That landed coldly and cleanly. The only way through was through. Neville drew one slow breath. Harry could practically see the lines of the board assembling in his head, not as symbols from a common room table but as space, weight, threat, and sacrifice. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It was still Neville's, still hesitant around the edges, but under that sat something firmer. Command, perhaps, or simply necessity learning to stand upright. "Harry," he said, "forward 3 to the right." Harry looked at the square indicated, then back across the board where the black pieces loomed in waiting silence. That puts me exposed. Yes, Neville said. It also opens the file and keeps Hermione covered. Move. Harry obeyed. The instant he stepped off his square, the whole board seemed to wake more fully. The white pieces adjusted by fractions. The Black Queen turned her head. Somewhere behind him, Hermione drew one sharp breath and held it. Harry crossed the squares Neville had chosen and stopped exactly where ordered, feeling the chamber's logic settle around his new position like a lock clicking shut. Below the fear, something else stirred in him then. Not confidence, exactly, but recognition. Neville was not guessing. And if that was true, then this room had finally done what the others had only begun. It had forced them not merely to trust one another, but to place their bodies where that trust could be broken if it was wrong. The first capture came 3 moves later. Until then, the game had held in a tense, grinding balance, every command Neville gave drawing a corresponding answer from the black side with the awful dignity of something ancient and utterly committed to rules. Harry moved when told. Hermione moved when told. White pawns advanced, black bishops shifted, and the room filled with the sound of stone grinding over stone like a quarry learning strategy. The far door remained impossibly distant. Then Neville said, "Hermione, up 2." She moved at once, stepping from her square onto the next with the kind of controlled care that looked almost academic until the Black Knight opposite her lowered its head. "Neville," Harry said sharply. "I know," Neville replied, not looking away from the board. The knight came like a landslide. It did not merely strike Hermione's square. It crashed into it in a burst of marble force, lance arms sweeping down with murderous certainty. Hermione had just enough time to throw herself sideways out of the direct line before the rook she had been standing in for exploded under the blow. Stone shattered across the board in white fragments. One broken wheel bounced hard enough to strike Harry's ankle. Hermione hit the floor off the squares and rolled, breath knocked out of her. "Hermione," Harry shouted. "I'm fine," she gasped, which was not entirely convincing but was, at least, alive. The Black Knight withdrew with the cold indifference of something that had not attacked a child but merely completed a legal move. That, Harry thought, was the worst part. The room did not hate them. It did not even know them. It only enforced. Neville's face had gone white. Was that supposed to happen? Harry demanded. "No," Neville said. His voice was tight now, shaken for the first time since the board had accepted him. "No, I thought the line would hold one move longer." Hermione pushed herself upright on one elbow, bits of shattered rook scattered around her like broken teeth. "Well," she said hoarsely, "it didn't. That should not have been funny." Harry laughed anyway, one hard burst of sound born entirely from terror and relief. Neville closed his eyes for one fraction of a second, then opened them again with something darker and steadier inside them. "All right," he said. "No more assuming the room will be merciful." Harry looked across the board. The black pieces had not changed expression because they had never possessed one. The white side had lost a rook. Hermione was still breathing. The game had made its first serious demand and would not stop there. "What now?" Harry asked. Neville's gaze moved fast over the board, recalculating lines with the speed of someone who had just learned exactly how unforgiving the chamber intended to be. "Now," he said, "we stop playing as if this is school chess." That landed with finality. Hermione pulled herself farther clear of the squares, wincing but alert. Harry held where Neville had placed him, every muscle tight. Around them the stone army waited for the next instruction, patient and pitiless. The board had taken its first piece. It had done so using one of theirs. After that, Neville changed. Not outwardly, not in any grand or theatrical way. He was still pale, still breathing too fast. Still Neville Longbottom in a chamber that had just smashed a stone rook beneath Hermione hard enough to leave white fragments scattered across the board like broken bone. But something in him had narrowed with the game. Fear stopped spilling outward and turned into function. "Harry," he said, voice steadier now, "take the bishop on your diagonal." Harry looked at the square. A black piece waited there, motionless and terrible. And then, Then I open the center, Neville said. Do it. Harry moved. The Black Bishop came alive the instant he stepped into range, raising its staff and bringing it down in a cracking arc that shattered the White Bishop he had become. Stone exploded around Harry's shoulders and ribs, driving him sideways to one knee. Pain flashed hot through his arm, but the square was his now. The bishop toppled in fragments. Harry, Hermione called. I'm fine, he said, because that had become the only useful answer. Neville did not waste breath checking it. His eyes were everywhere at once now, moving from Harry's new square to the Black Queen, then to the central files, then to the far door. He was not merely surviving the board anymore. He was inside it. One more exchange, he murmured, almost to himself. Then the line opens. Hermione, sitting out beyond the squares with one hand braced against the floor, stared at him. Neville. He did not look away from the pieces. I know. Harry heard it then. Not the words alone, but the shape beneath them. Something in Neville's thinking had reached a place the rest of them had not yet seen. The Black Queen shifted one square with awful grace. White pawns adjusted. Somewhere behind Harry, the Stone King remained silent and immense, demanding nothing and everything through mere existence. The chamber no longer felt like a room. It felt like a narrowing argument in which every move made the next one costlier than the last. Neville, Harry said more sharply. What do you know? Neville's jaw tightened. That we can win. Hermione pushed herself farther upright despite the pain in her face. That isn't what he asked. For 1 second Neville closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked older, not in years but in burden. We can win, he repeated, but not with all three of us still on the board at the end. The words struck harder than the stone pieces had. Harry stared at him across the squares. No. Neville finally looked at him then. There was no panic in his face now. No uncertainty. Only the dreadful clarity of someone who had seen the whole shape at once and hated it without being able to deny it. That's the game, he said quietly. The board doesn't want us to survive it clean. It wants commitment. It wants a real exchange. His fingers curled once at his sides. And I'm the knight. Hermione went very still. Harry felt the room around them sharpen into one cold, inevitable line. The board had not merely demanded intelligence or nerve. It had been moving toward this from the moment Neville first recognized its rules. Ahead, the far door still waited. Between them and it, the game had finally named its price. 61. The board. No, Harry said again, harder this time, as if force alone could push the truth back into Neville's mouth and make it something else. Find another line. Neville did not flinch. The board around them ground faintly in place, black pieces adjusting by fractions that felt less like movement than patience. Hermione, still off the squares among the shattered remains of the rook, pushed herself upright another inch and looked from Neville to Harry with the strained concentration of someone refusing pain the right to interrupt thought. There has to be one, Hermione said. Her voice was rough, but steady. If the game allows substitution, then Harry can take your square and you can clear the path from his. Or I can. We only need the far door open long enough to cross. Neville shook his head at once. No. The board fixed us when it accepted us. Harry is the bishop. I'm the knight. You were the rook. His mouth tightened slightly on the last word, guilt flickering through him and then being forced aside by necessity. If we break roll now, it won't read that as cleverness. It'll read it as failure. How do you know? Harry demanded. Neville's eyes flicked over the board, tracking lines Harry could not yet see. Because it hasn't tried to kill us for being children, he said. It's tried to kill us for making legal mistakes. That means the rules matter more than we do. The Black Queen turned her head. The motion was small. It landed like a bell. Hermione saw it too. Harry watched the understanding move across her face, not all at once, but piece by piece, like a door shutting in careful increments. Oh, she said quietly. Harry looked at her. What? Her eyes stayed on Neville. It's not just that a piece has to be lost, she said. It has to be lost in the right place. Neville gave one grim nod. Yes. Harry's stomach dropped. The shape of it became visible then, not in full, but enough. Neville was not talking about sacrifice as a general principle. He had already found the square. Somewhere ahead, just beyond the center where the Black Queen and Rook held the board in a crossfire of force and consequence, waited a move that would open the line and end the game for the white side in every way that mattered except the one Neville had chosen to value most. "Neville," Harry said, and heard the break in his own voice. "No." Neville finally looked at him properly, and what Harry saw there was not fear or panic or self-pity. It was the terrible calm of someone who had spent a year being underestimated and had just found the one moment in which being exactly who he was might save the people he loved. "Yes," Neville said. Harry stared at him as if the word itself had changed the room. Around them the board held its patient, murderous order, black pieces waiting in silence, white stone broken in pale wreckage where Hermione's Rook had been. He could hear the scrape of marble settling, the faint grind of weight shifting somewhere ahead, but all of it seemed to come from very far away. "No," Harry said, "you don't get to decide that for all of us." Neville's face tightened, not with anger, but with the effort of standing still inside something he had already accepted. "I'm not deciding it for all of us," he said. "I'm deciding it for me. The board needs the knight to take the Queen's line and hold it long enough for the file to open. If I don't do that, you never reach the far side. Neither of you." He swallowed once, then forced the rest out cleanly. "That's the move. I've checked it 3 times. Hermione pushed herself fully upright now, one hand pressed to the floor among shattered stone, her hair falling loose around a face gone pale with pain and concentration. "Then we change the game," she said. "There must be another sequence. Sacrifice a pawn. Force the bishop out. Delay the queen and create a path through the center." Her voice sharpened with urgency as she looked at the board instead of at Neville, as though logic alone might still save them if she moved fast enough. "Neville, show me the full line." "I can't," Neville said quietly. Harry turned on him at once. "What do you mean, you can't?" Neville looked at Harry then, and the steadiness in his expression frightened him more than panic would have done. "Because if I start explaining every branch, we lose time, and if we lose time, the board starts making the choices for us." He glanced toward the Black Queen, who stood with her head turned slightly, as if listening. "It already knows I've seen the pattern. That's why it's waiting." Hermione's eyes followed his, and Harry saw the moment she understood that too. This was not a puzzle sitting politely on a table. It was a machine of rules and force, and Neville was the only one inside it deeply enough to bargain with its terms. "There has to be something else," Harry said, but he heard the weakness in it now, the plea where certainty should have been. Neville's mouth moved in what might have become a smile somewhere kinder and safer. "It didn't get that far, Harry," he said, and his voice was very calm, very sure. "All year I've been behind both of you, trying to keep up, trying not to be the one who slows things down or gets in the way. I'm not behind now. This is mine." He drew one slow breath and straightened on the knight's square as though the stone itself had risen through him. "So listen carefully. When I move, you do not stop. You do not come back. You go through the line I open and you finish it." Harry opened his mouth, but no answer came. And the Black Queen shifted, just one square, as if the board had heard enough. The Queen's movement broke the last of the argument. Stone ground against stone with a sound that seemed to come up through Harry's feet and into his bones. The black line had begun to close. Neville saw it before either of them did. Harry knew that from the way his face changed, not into fear, but into action. "It's now," Neville said. His voice came out sharper than before, carrying command instead of explanation. "Harry, hold your square. Hermione, when the Queen commits, you run the edge file to the door. Harry follows as soon as the line opens. Don't look back." Hermione stared at him. "Neville." "No," Neville said, and for the first time all year there was nothing uncertain in him at all. "Listen to me. This is the move." Harry stepped toward him instinctively, rage and helplessness rising together. "Then I'm taking it." Neville turned on him so fast it stopped him cold. "You can't," he said. "You're the one who has to reach the last room. You know that. Quirrell is there. The thing from the forest is there. James told you what this ends with, and so did the year. His chest rose hard once, then settled. If I let you throw this away because you don't like the price, then I really would be useless. The words hit harder than the stone around them. Harry opened his mouth and found nothing ready except truth. Neville was right. Harry knew what waited beyond the far door. Quirrell. Voldemort's last vessel. The end of all of it. This room was not asking who he loved most. It was asking whether he would reach the place only he could go. Hermione saw it happen in him. Her face crumpled for one bare second, then steadied into something fierce and bright. Then we finish it, she said, but her voice shook on the final word. Neville gave one short nod, grateful and miserable all at once. Good. The Black Queen moved again. Everything after that happened with the terrible speed of decisions that had been waiting all along. Neville launched himself from the knight's square in a hard, diagonal rush, boots striking stone as the white knight beneath him came fully alive around the move. The board answered at once. The Black Queen swung toward him, vast arm lifting, and the whole line of attack opened exactly where Neville had seen it would. Go! Neville shouted. Hermione ran first, limping and breathless but fast. Harry followed because he had to, because Neville had bought this path with his own body and Harry would not turn that into waste. Behind him came the crash. He looked anyway. Neville was still upright for one impossible instant, White Knight shattered beneath him, Black Queen's blow breaking across stone and boy together. Then the force took him and threw him sideways in a burst of marble fragments and sound. Hermione, Harry shouted, voice tearing raw. The door. She reached it first. Harry hit the final squares a heartbeat later, Neville's sacrifice still echoing through the chamber like the board's last answer. The door slammed behind them with the force of old magic completing an argument. Harry hit the stone on the far side hard enough to jar his knees, caught himself on one hand, and turned at once. Through the narrowing gap before the chamber fully sealed, he saw the chessboard settled back into stillness. Broken marble lay scattered across the squares like winter bone. Neville was down among it, motionless for one dreadful second, then not motionless at all. Harry saw the smallest shift of his shoulder. He's alive, Hermione gasped. The wall closed. Harry stayed where he was, staring at blank stone as if he could force it open again by fury alone. His chest hurt. His throat hurt. The whole room felt too small for what Neville had just done. We can't leave him there, Hermione said. Her voice cracked on the last word, raw with pain and outrage and the simple refusal of it. Harry pushed himself upright, breathing hard. No, he said, and for a second she looked at him as though he had agreed with her. Then he went on. We can't. But we are. Hermione stared. Harry. He knew, Harry said. He was shaking now, not from fear but from the effort of holding himself to the shape Neville had forced on the moment. He knew exactly what this room cost, and he paid it because Quirrell is ahead of us and there isn't anyone else who can finish that. He dragged a hand across his face, furious at the wetness there and too far gone to care. If we go back, if we waste what he bought, then he did it for nothing, and I will not do that to him. Hermione looked as if she wanted to argue. Harry saw the words rise in her and die there, because she knew he was right and hated him for being right and hated herself for knowing it. Her face folded inward for one instant, then steadied with visible effort. He'd better still be alive when we come back, she said. Harry nodded once. He will be. The room around them was smaller than the chess chamber, lower and quieter, but it felt worse somehow because it offered no spectacle to push feeling outward. Only stone walls, cold air, a table ahead lined with bottles that caught the dim light in red and black and clear glass. Beside it waited a scrap of parchment. Hermione drew one unsteady breath. Another puzzle. Harry wiped his face with the heel of his hand and made himself look forward. Neville's sacrifice sat in him now like a second heartbeat, heavy and impossible to ignore. Then we solve it, he said. And then I keep going. Hermione moved to the table beside him, hurt and furious and steady all at once. Behind them lay the board. Ahead waited Quirrell. 62. The Riddle of Bottles. The room held its quiet like a threat. Harry stood beside Hermione, breathing still uneven from the run and from everything Neville had just paid to buy them, and looked at the table ahead. 7 bottles stood in a line upon it, each a different shape and height, their contents catching the dim light in red, black, violet, and clear glints that made none of them look like anything he wanted near his mouth. Beside them lay a narrow strip of parchment. Hermione reached it first. Her hand shook when she picked it up, not from hesitation, but from pain and fury and the fact that Neville was lying behind a stone wall while they stood here reading instructions from another dead mind. Harry saw all of that pass through her before it settled into the one thing she did best. Attention. What does it say? He asked. Hermione read in silence for 3 heartbeats, then once more from the top, slower. When she finally spoke, her voice had changed. It was still raw, still stretched thin by what they had just come through, but something inside it had locked into place. It's a riddle, she said. Not poetry. Constraints. She looked up at the bottles, eyes moving from left to right with quick, precise focus. 1 lets us go forward. 1 takes us back. 2 are wine. 3 are poison. Harry stared at the row of glass. That is not enough information. It will be, Hermione said. She lowered the parchment and read aloud, each line clipped and exact, as though turning it into spoken language would make the structure clearer. By the time she finished, Harry could feel it too, the shape beneath the words. Not guesswork, not whim, a system. He stepped closer, scanning the bottles with new distrust. Can you solve it? Hermione's mouth tightened. Yes. The answer came too fast to be confidence. It was closer to recognition. Harry saw it then. This room had not been built for force or nerve. It had been built for someone like Hermione, someone who could stand in the middle of fear and still believe logic would hold if she held it properly. Then do it, he said. Hermione looked at him sharply. I am. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and made himself stop crowding her. Right, sorry. She set the parchment down with great care. No, you're not, she said. You're in a hurry because Quirrell is ahead and Neville is hurt and every second feels stolen. I know. Her eyes did not leave the bottles. But if you rush me here, you'll die before you ever reach him. That landed cleanly. Harry went still. Tell me what you need. Hermione took 1 slow breath. Space. Quiet. And for you to trust that this is mine. He thought of Neville on the board, saying the same thing in a different language. Something in Harry twisted hard at that, then steadied. All right, he said. It's yours. Hermione nodded once and bent over the bottles like a scholar leaning into battle. Hermione did not touch the bottles at first. She circled the table once, not moving quickly, not hesitating either, her eyes moving from glass to glass and back again to the parchment. Harry stood where she had told him to stand, hands clenched at his sides, forcing himself into stillness while every part of him wanted motion. Neville was behind them. Quirrell was ahead. The room between those facts had become Hermione. She read the riddle again under her breath, lips barely moving. Then she pointed at the bottles without looking at Harry. The 2 at the ends are different sizes, she said. That matters. And the second line says different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. She looked up briefly, eyes sharp and focused. So the forward potion is not on either end. Harry nodded at once. Good. Hermione ignored the urgency in that and kept going. The dwarfs are not poison. That removes the smallest bottle and the one beside it from one category. And the second from the left and second from the right are twins once you account for shape and fill. She bent closer, comparing levels. If one is wine, the other must be wine too. That sounds like a guess, Harry said before he could stop himself. Hermione's head came up sharply. It's not, she said. It's structure. The riddle is eliminating possibilities by relation, not by taste or color. She exhaled once, deliberately. Please don't make me drag you through basic logic while Voldemort's last body is 3 rooms ahead. That shut him up more effectively than anger would have done. Harry lifted both hands slightly. Right, sorry. Hermione turned back to the bottles. Her fingers hovered over the line, never touching. If the twins are wine and the ends are not forward, Then the remaining middle options have to divide between poison, return, and forward. Her voice slowed as the pattern settled. And the clue about the giant and dwarf places the poison next to the wine on one side but not the other. She shifted 2 bottles in her mind, rejected one arrangement, then another. Suddenly she went very still. Harry knew that stillness. He had seen it in class, in the library, in every moment when the world finally stopped being noise and became something Hermione could hold. "You've got it," he said. "Yes," Hermione replied, and this time the word was calm rather than sharp. She pointed to a squat, dark bottle near the middle. "That one sends someone back." Then she pointed to a much smaller bottle, clear and almost modest beside the rest. "And that one goes forward." Harry stared at the tiny measure of liquid inside. "That?" Hermione nodded. "That." He looked from the bottle to the black door ahead. The room had asked its question. Hermione had answered it. For one suspended moment neither of them moved. Harry kept his eyes on the tiny clear bottle, on the thin line of liquid that seemed far too small to carry the weight now resting on it. Hermione had solved the room. Neville had broken himself to get them here. Quirrell was ahead, and after Quirrell there was only the end of it. "How much does it give?" Harry asked. Hermione bent to read the final line again, lips tightening. "Enough for one person to go forward through the black fire," she said. "The larger one will get one person back through the purple flames." Harry let out a breath through his nose. Of course, the room had not only asked the question. It had chosen the shape of the answer. Hermione reached for the squat dark bottle and the tiny clear one, handling both with the same careful certainty she would have used on volatile ingredients in the trunk. She poured the return potion into one of the empty wine glasses standing at the edge of the table, then stopped with the small forward bottle in her hand. Harry held out his hand. Hermione didn't give it to him. "No," she said. Harry stared at her. Hermione. Her chin came up at once. Pain, fear, anger, and intelligence all held together in one fierce line. "Don't Hermione me as if I'm being difficult for fun. I know what this means." Her fingers closed around the bottle more tightly. "If you go through there, you are going alone. I need you to say that as if you understand it." "I do understand it," Harry said. His voice came out rougher than he wanted. "Quirrell is there. Voldemort is there, or enough of him to matter. James told me what this ends with, and I know why it has to be me." Hermione's eyes searched his face, not because she doubted the facts, but because she needed to know he wasn't saying them like a boy reciting instructions he didn't believe in. What she found there seemed to hurt her. "You really mean to kill him," she said quietly. Harry didn't look away. "Yes." The word settled between them with terrible, adult weight. Hermione swallowed once. "Good," she said, and he heard what it cost her to say it. "Because I am not sending you into that room to hesitate." He took one step closer. "You're not sending me," he said. "You're getting me there." That changed something in her face. Not enough to soften it, but enough to make the grief inside it stand upright instead of folding inward. She placed the return glass in his other hand. "If I go back, I can get help. Neville, Dumbledore, if he's returned. James, if he's near enough to find." Her breath shook once, then steadied. "If you don't come out, I won't sit still and hope." Harry nodded. "I know." Hermione finally put the small bottle into his hand. Her fingers were cold. "There is no version of this year," she said, voice low and exact, "where I get to keep you from this." He closed his hand around the glass. "No," Harry said, "there isn't." For a moment they simply stood there, facing each other across the narrow edge between childhood and whatever came after it. Hermione looked down at the 2 glasses in Harry's hands, then back at his face, as though she were fixing both things into memory at once. The fury in her had not gone anywhere. It had only been forced into cleaner lines. "When you get through," she said, "don't waste time talking unless you have to." Harry gave a short, humorless breath. "I won't." "If Quirrell's there alone, you end it fast," she said. Her voice was steady now, clipped and bright with strain. "If James is already with him, you don't try to be heroic in the wrong direction." Harry nodded once. "I know." Hermione's eyes sharpened. I mean it, Harry. This is not the place to prove anything. He met her gaze and answered with the only truth he had left. I'm not going in there to prove anything, he said. I'm going in there to finish it. That landed in her like a blade finding the place it had always been meant for. She closed her eyes for one breath, then opened them again. Good, she said quietly. Harry looked down at the tiny bottle. The liquid inside was so slight it hardly seemed enough to alter fate, but the room had already made its judgment, and Hermione had made hers. He uncorked it first, then paused and lifted the return glass slightly toward her. Get back to Neville, he said. Then get help. Don't come after me yourself unless you have no other choice. Hermione snorted once, fierce even now. That sounds like an order. It's a request, Harry said. She took the return glass from him, fingers brushing his. I'll honor it, she said. Up to a point. That was the closest thing to comfort either of them had to give. Harry lifted the little bottle and drank. The potion was icy the instant it touched his tongue, not bitter, not sweet, but sharp with purpose. It slid through him like winter air, and at once the black flames ahead changed. They did not lessen. They only stopped reading as fire and became instead a boundary he could cross. Hermione saw it in his face. Go, she said. Harry nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. He turned, walked to the curtain of black fire, and stopped only once, with the heatless dark moving before him and Quirrell somewhere beyond it. Neville lay behind him. Hermione stood at his back. James would be closing in from whatever line he had chosen. This was the last room that still belonged partly to children. Harry stepped through the black flames and left Hermione behind. 63. The Mirror Chamber. The black flames closed behind Harry without heat, and for one strange instant he felt as though he had stepped not into danger, but into stillness. The chamber was wide and almost bare. No bottles, no chessboard, no grasping plants or shrieking keys. Stone rose high around him in pale, quiet lines, and the air held a cold so clean it felt deliberate. Candles burned along the walls in narrow brackets, their light steady and untroubled. At the center of the room stood the mirror. Harry stopped. It was the same gilt frame, the same impossible height, the same inscription running along the top in backward script that meant nothing until you let your eyes stop trying to force it into sense. Memory struck him all at once, sharp and whole. Christmas. Stillness. His parents at his back. The ache of wanting turned into something almost sweet. James beside that memory now, older and alive and unable to change what the glass had offered. Of course it was here. The room had not been built around traps in the usual sense. It had been built around the one thing harder to resist than pain. Desire. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. He did not step closer immediately. He let his eyes travel over the room instead, searching shadows, corners, the spaces behind pillars where a man might hide and wait for someone else's longing to do the work of weakness for him. Quirrell, he said into the chamber. His voice came back to him thinly, swallowed by stone. I know you're here. No answer came. That did not mean he was alone. It only meant Quirrell had chosen silence, and Harry knew enough now to respect that as danger rather than absence. He moved one careful step, then another, angling himself so the mirror stayed in sight without becoming the only thing in it. When he finally looked into the glass, he was ready for grief. What met him was worse. Not because it was cruel, but because it was kind in exactly the wrong way. The reflection showed him not merely his parents, nor the dead returned in some soft impossible arrangement. It showed completion, Sirius free and laughing without strain. Remus standing beside him, Neville unhurt, Hermione at Harry's shoulder, alive and fierce and unwounded by what came next. James a little behind them all, watching with that quiet, exhausted pride Harry had come to know too well. In the reflection, nothing more needed to be paid for. The war had already ended. Everyone he loved remained. Harry's breath caught anyway. The mirror knew. It had taken everything he had learned this year and offered it back to him with the cost removed. That's not real, Harry said, but the words came out softer than he wanted. The chamber did not answer. The mirror didn't need to. It only stood there in the candlelight, patient as a confession, waiting to see whether Harry wanted the stone more than he wanted the world it could pretend to give him. Harry stood before the glass and made himself breathe. The reflection did not shift away from Mercy. It stayed cruelly beautiful in its wrongness. His mother's hand rested lightly on his shoulder. His father stood tall and unbroken beside her. Sirius laughed in that open, reckless way Harry had only just begun to know in life. Remus looked tired but whole. Neville stood easy on his own feet, unharmed, as if the board had never asked its price. Hermione's expression was sharp with intelligence and alive with anger, but none of that anger was grief. James remained just behind them all, not separate, not burdened, simply present, as though the world had finally stopped requiring him to stand in front of everyone else and take the blow first. It was not power the mirror offered him. That was what made it dangerous. It offered rest. Harry felt the pull of that in the center of his chest, deep and aching. Not the childish wish to see his parents again. That had been Christmas. This was worse because it had grown up with him. This was the wish that none of it had needed paying for. That Neville had not fallen. That Hermione was not behind him with a return potion and a lie of confidence in her mouth. That James had not come back from a dead world just to spend this one carrying its ruin in his bones. His hand twitched once toward the glass. He stopped it. No, Harry said quietly, and this time the word was not for Quirrell or for the chamber. It was for himself. The reflection did not vanish. It only watched him with unbearable patience, as though waiting for him to remember that wanting something did not make it a trap until he chose stillness over motion. Harry thought of Christmas again. Of James beside the mirror, older and steady and honest enough not to steal the moment from him, but unwilling to let it keep him. He thought of Hermione in the bottle room saying, "This is mine." Neville on the chessboard saying the same. James all year, giving him truth early enough that he could walk into this chamber knowing exactly what waited at the far end of the story. He was not here for the dead. He was not here for comfort. He was not even here for victory in the way the mirror meant it. Harry tore his eyes from the family in the glass and forced himself to look at his own reflection instead. At the boy standing alone before the mirror, wand in hand, face pale and set and very young. That boy did not look comforted. He looked ready. And in the reflection, his other self moved first, slipping one hand calmly into his pocket as though something there had finally been found. Harry stared at the reflection's hand disappearing into its pocket and felt the answer strike him all at once, not like revelation, but like a lock turning. The mirror was showing him what it would give a person who wanted the stone without wanting to use it. Not glory, not resurrection, not even safety in the simple, selfish sense. The family in the glass remained around his reflected self, whole and impossible and dearly wanted, but they were no longer the center of the image. The center was the small, almost casual movement of a hand going where no hand had gone before. Harry did not smile. He did not run to the glass either. That was what the room had been waiting for. Longing. Reach. The easy surrender of a boy who wanted one more look at the dead and could be taught, one heartbeat at a time, to forget everything waiting outside the frame. "I see you," Harry said softly, though he no longer meant the mirror. His own reflection drew the stone from its pocket. It was smaller than Harry had expected. Roughly cut, dull red at first glance, almost ordinary except for the way the candlelight seemed to gather in it rather than fall across it. In the glass, his reflected self only looked at it once, then put it away again without greed or wonder, as if the object mattered less than the fact of keeping it from someone else. That was the point. That had always been the point. Harry looked away from the reflection entirely and focused on the stone floor before the mirror, forcing himself back into the room that actually existed. Cold air, candlelight, silence, Quirrell somewhere near enough to matter. Hermione behind him with orders and faith and a bottle of return potion. Neville alive if luck held. James closing in on the final line of the trap. There was no space left in him for wishing that changed the cost of any of it. Only the need to finish it. Slowly, without taking his eyes from the chamber, Harry slipped his free hand into his own pocket. His fingers touched something hard and cool. For one violent second his whole body reacted, pulse jumping, breath catching, disbelief trying to become triumph before he strangled it. He closed his hand around the stone and felt its weight settle into his palm, real and unyielding and not remotely magical in any way that could be trusted by feeling alone. He had it. The thought rose sharp and dangerous, and Harry cut it down at once. Not had. Held. Briefly. For purpose. He left the stone where it was and withdrew his hand empty, schooling his face before instinct could ruin him. The mirror stood innocent before him, the chamber silent as ever, but the room no longer felt patient. It felt watched. Very good, said a soft voice from the dark beyond the candles. Much better than I'd expected. Harry turned at once, wand up. Quirrell stepped from behind one of the far pillars with none of the fumbling uncertainty he wore in classrooms. The turban was still wound neatly about his head, the robes still hung in nervous professor's folds, but the man inside them had changed. The stammer was gone, so was the shrinking, apologetic twitch of his hands. He moved carefully now, like something already damaged but still dangerous enough not to need haste. Harry saw the change and, with it, the forest. Not the shape in the trees this time, but the aftermath of it. Unicorn blood silvering dead leaves. The hunched figure feeding on life because ordinary survival had already ceased to be enough. Quirrell's face looked worse up close than it ever had at dinner tables or in lessons. His skin was gray under the candlelight, drawn too tight at the mouth, his eyes fever-bright and rimmed with exhaustion. He looked like a man being worn from the inside by an occupant that did not care what remained when it was finished. I know what you are, Harry said. Quirrell's lips curved faintly. Yes, he said, I imagine by now you do. He did not come closer immediately. He let the distance stay between them, measuring Harry the way one scholar might measure another before deciding whether conversation was worth the effort. It made the moment feel colder than if he had rushed. You shouldn't have come alone, Quirrell said. Harry kept his wand trained on the center of Quirrell's chest. I didn't. Something flickered in Quirrell's expression then. Not fear. Calculation. Ah, he said quietly. Mr. Gray. Harry did not answer that. He would not give Quirrell even the shape of confirmation. Quirrell's gaze slid briefly to the mirror and back again. You've always been the inconvenient variable, he said. The child was meant to be blind longer. Protected longer. More pliable when it mattered. His eyes sharpened. Instead you keep arriving informed. Harry's grip tightened. You're not leaving this room. Quirrell let out a breath that might once have become laughter. That depends, he said, on what you've taken from the mirror. The question landed hard and cleanly between them. Harry schooled his face into blankness, but he could feel the stone in his pocket like a second pulse. Quirrell saw the stillness, saw the answer inside the refusal, and his own composure thinned into hunger. Tell me, Quirrell said, and now the command in his voice had nothing of the classroom left in it. What do you see? 64. Faces behind faces. Harry did not answer at once. He stood before the mirror with his wand level and his face held still by force, feeling the stone in his pocket and Quirrell's hunger sharpening the air between them. The question was not really a question. It was a hand reaching toward the truth to see whether Harry would flinch and give it shape. What do I see? Harry said at last. His voice came out calmer than he felt. A trap, a liar, and a man who's already dying. Quirrell's mouth twitched. Not amusement. Recognition. Yes, he said softly. That was always the problem with you. Even before memory. Even before language. You had a tiresome instinct for the right wound. He took one measured step closer, candlelight catching the gray strain in his skin. Still, instinct is not the same as understanding. Harry's grip tightened. I understand enough. Do you? Quirrell asked. The stammerless voice made the words worse, not better. It sounded educated, precise, like a man who had spent too long giving intelligence to evil and calling it scholarship. You know what happened in the forest. You know what I've been made to do to remain useful. You may even know that I am no longer alone in my own body. His eyes fixed on Harry with fever-bright intensity. But knowing around a thing is not the same as seeing it. Harry's pulse gave one hard beat. He did not move. Quirrell read the stillness correctly. Ah, he murmured. So Mr. Gray told you that much. He lifted a hand to the edge of his turban, fingers trembling not with fear but with exhaustion held too long under strain. Then let the lesson be complete. Harry raised his wand another inch. Don't. Quirrell's laugh came out thin and ruined. You think I have a choice? The words landed with a different kind of danger. Before Harry could decide whether that was truth or performance, Quirrell turned slowly, each movement deliberate, as though he were presenting evidence to a court that had already reached its verdict. His hands went to the folds of cloth around his head and began to unwind them. Layer after layer came loose, not hurried, not theatrical, just inevitable. Harry smelled something then beneath the cold stone and candle wax. Not rot exactly. Something older, sourer. A body made to house too much. The final strip fell. For one suspended heartbeat Harry saw only the back of Quirrell's skull, pale and wrong in the candlelight. Then the other face opened its eyes. It was not a mask. Not a growth. Not a trick of shadow or spell. A face lived there where no face should live, flattened and serpentine against the back of Quirrell's head, red eyes opening with old hatred and old intelligence and a terrible intimacy Harry knew at once without ever having truly met it before. Harry Potter, said Lord Voldemort. The name hit the room like a verdict already old when it was spoken. Harry did not lower his wand. For one heartbeat, perhaps two, the sight of that second face tried to become horror. Not because it was unexpected. James had told him enough. The forest had told him more. But knowledge from another person's mouth had not prepared him for the intimacy of it, for the way evil here was not distant or grand, but pressed skin to skin against a ruined man and looking back at him with recognition. Voldemort's mouth curved. Yes, he said softly. You know me. Better than most who ever stood before me. Better, perhaps, than you should. Harry forced himself to breathe through his nose. I know what you do to people. Quirrell's body swayed faintly under the weight of the thing wearing him, but Voldemort's eyes never left Harry's face. Do you? He asked. Or do you know what frightened men told each other in the dark when they needed a monster large enough to excuse their own failures? His voice was thin, yet it carried with unnatural ease. I know what it is to be marked before one can speak. To be watched, used, turned into symbol and story before becoming oneself. You and I are not strangers in that. The words were chosen carefully. Harry heard it at once. Not truth, exactly, shape. The kind of sentence built to slide between a wound and the skin grown over it. No, Harry said, we're not alike. Voldemort's red gaze sharpened, but the softness remained. You're certain, even now, even after learning what Dumbledore concealed, what the world expected of you, what was placed upon you before you understood enough to refuse. The mouth on the back of Quirrell's head moved in something almost sympathetic. I could teach you what to do with that anger. I could show you how not to be owned by it. Harry thought of the mirror. Of Hermione in the bottle room. Of Neville standing straight on the chessboard and saying this is mine. Of James, who had told him ugly truths early enough that he would never mistake manipulation for intimacy again. You mean you could use it, Harry said. Something colder passed through Voldemort's face. Use you, he murmured. Child, look at me. I have no body worth naming. My servant is dying on his feet. If I sought mere convenience, I would not be speaking to you. I would be inside your mind already, taking what I wished. The pity in that was worse than the seduction had been. Harry saw Quirrell's hollow cheeks, the gray exhaustion, the slow ruin of a man turned into scaffolding for another's survival. He also saw the choice inside it. The years of choices before this room. The forest. The blood. The children watched from behind a professor's smile. You're still talking, Harry said, because you need something. At that, the softness broke. Voldemort's expression did not twist into rage all at once. It narrowed first, then hardened, old contempt rising cleanly into place where false understanding had been. Yes, he said, I need the stone. And you, Harry Potter, are standing between me and the only future your little family has any chance of surviving. Quirrell took one step forward. Give it to me, said Voldemort, and now there was no sympathy left in the room at all. Harry did not move. The stone sat in his pocket, solid and secret, and Voldemort's demand hung in the chamber like something that expected obedience as a natural law. Quirrell had taken another step, but not a third. Harry saw the hesitation there, the care. Whatever lived in him wanted the stone badly enough to strip pretense away, but not badly enough to rush blind. That mattered. No, Harry said. Quirrell's body went still. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Think carefully. I have, Harry replied. His wand remained level, though his hand had begun to ache from how hard he was holding it. You don't get out. You don't get the stone. And Quirrell doesn't walk away wearing you. Quirrell's mouth twisted, but the voice that answered was Voldemort's. You speak as if you have power here. Harry's pulse beat hard once, then steadied. I have enough. The answer bought him a flicker of surprise, no more. Voldemort recovered at once. Enough to kill a teacher. He asked softly. Enough to choose that and live with it afterward. Harry thought of the forest. Of the blood on the leaves. Of Neville flying backward under the Black Queen's blow. Of Hermione handing him the little bottle with cold fingers and no lie left in her voice. He had crossed too much ground to pretend there was a cleaner version of this night waiting somewhere behind him. Yes, he said. The word changed the room. Quirrell came forward at last, sudden now, all careful pacing stripped away. Harry fired first. Stupefy. The spell hit Quirrell square in the chest and burst uselessly, red light splashing across him like rain against rock. Not blocked. Absorbed. Quirrell staggered, but only because the body carrying Voldemort was already failing. Foolish boy, Voldemort hissed. Quirrell lunged. Harry moved sideways on instinct, too late to avoid the grab entirely. Fingers closed on his shoulder with bruising force, and Harry reacted without thought, dropping his wand hand and catching Quirrell's wrist with his bare one. Quirrell screamed. It was not human for the first second. It was too shocked, too high, too raw. Smoke curled where Harry's skin met his. Quirrell tore backward, clutching at his own arm. The flesh there had gone red-black in the shape of Harry's hand. Harry stared for one heartbeat, understanding arriving in the same instant as terror. Lily. Protection. Still there. Voldemort had understood it too. Don't touch him, he shrieked, and the loss of composure made the thing in Quirrell sound suddenly smaller and far more dangerous. Harry snatched his wand back up. Behind Quirrell, from the side passage hidden in the stone beyond the mirror, another voice entered the chamber, low and cold and very familiar. That, said James Gray, was exactly what I needed to see. Quirrell spun, one burned hand clutched to his chest, the other half raised as if he could still shield the thing on the back of his head from what had already been seen. Harry did not look away from him, but relief hit hard enough to make his knees want to give. James stepped out from the side passage with his wand already drawn, his face cold and set and older than the stone around them. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You, he said. Yes, James replied. He did not spare Harry more than one sharp glance, enough to confirm standing, wand, stone still hidden. And now we know your host can't touch him without paying for it. Harry heard the choice in that wording at once. Not rescue. Confirmation. James had come in only after Harry had held the line himself, and the knowledge steadied something in him that fear had been trying to loosen. Quirrell backed toward the mirror, breath coming raggedly. My lord, he whispered, voice broken now between his own terror and the will riding inside him. What do we do? Voldemort's answer came out like acid. Kill the elder. Stun the boy. Take the stone. James moved first, but not toward Harry. He angled left, forcing Quirrell to turn if he wanted to keep both of them in sight. Harry, he said, voice low and exact, keep him split. Don't let him settle on one target. I can do that, Harry said. Voldemort's mouth twisted. Look at you, he said, hatred sharpening each word. A child, a ruin of a man, and a stolen mother's charm masquerading as strategy. This is what stands against me now. James's expression didn't change. No, he said. What stands against you is every life you failed to account for. The words landed deeper than Harry expected. Hermione behind the fire. Neville on the board. Sirius waiting somewhere in the world above. Remus. Dumbledore. James. Not prophecy. Not destiny. People. Quirrell lashed out with a curse so quickly Harry barely saw the wand movement. Confringo. James threw up a shield at once. The spell hit blue light and burst sideways into the stone pillar beside the mirror, cracking it in a spray of dust and sparks. Harry answered before the echo died. Expelliarmus. Quirrell twisted, half avoiding it, but that was enough. His wand flew crooked in his hand rather than cleanly out, and Harry saw the cost immediately. Quirrell's body was slow, burning up, breaking down under the strain of housing something that had never truly fit. Again, James snapped. Harry moved right as James moved left, and Quirrell's head whipped between them, furious and cornered and no longer facing one frightened child in an empty room. The chamber had changed now. Mirror at the center, Harry on one side, James on the other, Quirrell trapped between what Voldemort had built and what he had failed to foresee. For the first time that night, Harry saw it clearly. Voldemort had not come here to face a boy alone. He had come too late to stop Harry from having help. 65. The Last Vessel. Quirrell struck first because he had to. A curse tore across the chamber, green, white and ragged at the edges, not cleanly cast so much as flung in desperation. James caught it on a shield that rang through the stone like struck iron, and Harry moved at once, cutting right as James moved left, exactly as he'd been told. Quirrell spun between them, trying to keep both in sight, his turban hanging loose, one hand blackened where Harry had touched him, his breathing already too harsh for a man winning anything. "Keep moving," James said. His voice stayed flat, controlled. "Don't let him root." Harry obeyed. He circled the mirror, wand up, heart hammering hard enough to hurt. The stone knocked once against his pocket as he ran, a small, secret weight that suddenly seemed less important than the man in front of him falling apart by degrees. Quirrell slashed another curse toward Harry, missed wide, and staggered as though the effort itself had cost him. The smell in the chamber had changed. Candle wax and dust still clung to the air, but beneath them lay something sour and metallic, the memory of unicorn blood curdling inside a body never meant to survive on borrowed horrors. "My lord," Quirrell gasped, and the words came out wet. "My lord, I can't." "You will," Voldemort hissed from the back of his head. The red eyes had widened, not with fury alone but with a sharper thing, something closer to alarm. "Take the stone. Kill the elder. Now." James's curse struck Quirrell's shoulder and spun him half round. Harry answered at once with another jinx, not expecting victory from it, only pressure, only one more demand on a body that had already been asked to carry too much. Quirrell blocked late. The spell glanced off his wand arm, and he cried out, stumbling hard against the base of the mirror. His mouth opened on a cough that turned savage before it finished. Dark blood hit the stone. Harry froze for half a heartbeat. James didn't. "There," James said, and now there was iron in his voice. "Harry, look at him." Harry did, and understanding came cold and clear. This wasn't just damage from the fight. Quirrell's skin had gone the color of old paper stretched too tight over bone. Sweat ran down his face in gray lines. Every breath seemed to scrape him hollow from the inside. Possession, unicorn blood, fear, whatever magic had once anchored Voldemort safely elsewhere, all of it had narrowed now into one failing human frame, and that frame was giving way. Voldemort understood it too. "No," the thing on the back of Quirrell's head whispered, and for the first time that night, Harry heard something in it that sounded like the beginning of fear. Fear changed Voldemort faster than rage ever had. The red eyes widened further, then narrowed to slits as calculation replaced shock. Harry saw the instant the thing on Quirrell's head reached the same conclusion he had. Quirrell was dying. Not wounded. Not losing. Dying, and dying now, with nothing left in reserve to hold the thing inside him together. Quirrell sagged against the mirror, one hand slipping in his own blood. His wand clattered once against the stone, though he kept hold of it by reflex alone. "My lord," he rasped again, and this time the plea was naked. "Please. Stand up," Voldemort said, voice thin with strain and fury. "Stand up, you useless creature." Quirrell tried. His knees locked, failed, and folded under him. He hit the floor hard enough that Harry felt the impact through the soles of his shoes. A wet, Tearing cough convulsed through him. More blood spilled across the flagstones. The chamber smelled wrong now, too hot and too sour, as though something inside Quirrell had begun to rot before it died. James didn't advance. His wand stayed level. "Harry," he said, never taking his eyes off Quirrell, "back. Now." Harry moved at once, retreating 2 sharp steps, then a third. The stone pressed against his pocket like a second heartbeat. He could feel the room changing around the mirror, the air tightening as if magic itself had leaned in to watch what happened when a body stopped being enough. Voldemort understood it a fraction later, and the understanding broke him open. "No," he hissed, then louder, the word shredding into something higher and far less human. "No, I will not be trapped here. I will not." Quirrell screamed. The sound tore through the chamber with no shape left in it. Harry had heard pain before. This was worse. This was a man being used past the point where pain still meant anything. Quirrell's back arched. His fingers clawed at the stone. The face on the back of his head seemed to strain outward, not detaching, not yet, but pulling against skin and bone and the failing structure of the body beneath it. "James," Harry said, and hated how young his own voice sounded. "I know," James replied. His voice stayed flat, but Harry could hear the pressure under it now. "There's nowhere left for him to go." That landed harder than any curse. The diary was gone. The locket. The ring. The diadem. Every hidden refuge, every secret anchor James had hunted and destroyed. Quirrell was not one vessel among many anymore. He was the last. Voldemort knew it too. The red eyes swung toward Harry, not with seduction now, not with calculated sympathy, but with naked hatred sharpened by terror. "You," he spat, "you did this." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "No," he said, breathing hard but steady. "You did." The accusation had scarcely left Voldemort's mouth before Quirrell's body failed completely. It began in the spine. Harry saw it in the violent shudder that ran through him, the way every muscle in his back seized at once as though some unseen hook had been driven beneath the skin and pulled hard. Quirrell's wand slipped free at last and skidded across the stone. His hands went to his own throat, then to the back of his head, clawing uselessly at the thing that had worn him hollow. "My lord," he choked. There was nothing left in the words now but terror. "Please, please get out." Voldemort didn't answer him at first. The red eyes fixed on Harry with a hatred so concentrated it seemed to strip everything else away. Then Quirrell convulsed again, harder this time, and the face on the back of his head twisted with sudden, furious strain. "I am trying," Voldemort said, and the words came out thin and ragged, no longer grand at all. James took one measured step forward, wand unwavering. "Harry," he said, and his voice was low enough that only Harry could have heard it, "whatever happens next, do not touch him." Harry nodded without looking away. Quirrell screamed again. The sound broke midway through and collapsed into a choking sob. His whole body arched off the floor. For one impossible second the skin at the back of his skull seemed to thin, stretch, and shine from within, as if something made of spite and smoke were forcing itself toward open air through a body already too ruined to contain it. Then it tore free. Not cleanly. Not like a man stepping from a doorway. It came out in a rush of blackened vapor and torn red light, face first, mouth open in a sound that had no breath behind it. Harry stumbled back anyway, his stomach turning hard. The shape was Voldemort and not Voldemort, less a body than the memory of one held together by rage alone. It hovered above Quirrell's collapsed form, ragged at the edges, trying to gather itself into something stable and failing with every heartbeat. "No," Voldemort hissed. He turned in the air as if searching for purchase, for stone, for flesh, for any hidden refuge left in the world. "No. There must be something. There must." "There isn't," James said. The words hit with the force of law. Voldemort recoiled as if struck. His shape flickered violently, face stretching, thinning, the red eyes burning brighter for one desperate instant. Harry saw then, with terrible clarity, that this was not escape. This was collapse. Every anchor was gone, every hiding place destroyed. What remained before him was not an immortal terror waiting for another chance, but the last fragment of a war refusing to understand it had already ended. Voldemort tried to become more. Harry saw the effort gather through the chamber like a storm looking for ground. The blackened vapor thickened, drawing inward as though rage alone could force a body back into existence. The red eyes burned brighter. The mouth widened. For one terrible instant the face sharpened into something almost human again, something that might once have passed for a man in bad light and worse company. Then the shape tore at the edges. Voldemort let out a sound that was not quite a scream and not quite words. He surged toward Harry anyway, not flying so much as hurling himself through the air in blind, starving hatred. Down, James snapped. Harry dropped at once. James's wand cut a hard silver line across the chamber, not a curse but a barrier, a clean piece of magic placed like law between the living and the thing that had no right to remain. Voldemort hit it and burst apart, not destroyed in that instant, but scattered, his face stretching across the shield in a rippling smear of red light and black smoke before snapping backward again. No, Voldemort shrieked. The voice had lost all pretense now. No seduction, no grandeur, only refusal. I am Lord Voldemort. I do not end here. I do not end at the hands of children. Harry got to one knee, breathing hard. Quirrell lay crumpled beneath the mirror, no longer moving in any way that mattered. The stillness of him pressed cold against the rest of the room. Yes, Harry said, and he heard his own voice steady as he spoke. You do. Voldemort whipped toward him again, and now the shape was failing too quickly to hold anger properly. Parts of him trailed away as he moved. His eyes stayed where the rest of his face did not. The mouth opened on threats that kept breaking before they were finished. I marked you, he hissed. I made you. I made the world kneel to your name. You made graves, Harry said. Something in Voldemort's face changed then. Not remorse. Never that. Recognition, perhaps, that there was nowhere left to press the knife. No weakness left in the room that he could reach before he vanished. James stepped closer, wand still raised, his expression cold and empty of triumph. Look, he said quietly, not to Voldemort, but to Harry. This is what's left. Harry did look. The thing before him was shrinking now, unraveling into strands too thin to hate with any force at all. Red light guttered, smoke frayed. The face lost its shape, collapsed inward, and broke apart as if the world had finally stopped agreeing to remember it. There was no explosion, no final curse, only a thin sound, almost like breath leaving a room. Then Voldemort was gone. The chamber went still around the mirror, around Quirrell's body, around Harry's pounding heart and James's lowered wand. What survived the war was not victory music, not prophecy, not fear. Only silence, because at last there was nowhere left for the Dark Lord to remain. 66. White sheets. Harry woke to stillness first. Not silence exactly. The hospital wing always held sound in soft layers. Distant footsteps, the faint clink of glass, the rustle of curtains moving in a draft too gentle to be called wind. But the stillness beneath it felt different. There was no pressure in his scar. No cold intelligence pressed along the inside of his skull. No faint, hateful wrongness humming at the edge of thought like something waiting for him to notice it. There was only his own mind. He lay very still beneath white sheets, staring up at the high ceiling while the truth arrived in pieces large enough to bear. The mirror chamber. Quirrell on the floor. Voldemort tearing loose in smoke and red light and then failing, not escaping, not promising return, simply ending because there was nowhere left for him to remain. Harry waited for the old sense of danger to rise and fill the space that memory opened. It didn't. His throat tightened before he understood why. A chair scraped softly to his left. Harry, Madame Pomfrey said, her voice low and firm and very much alive. Don't sit up too fast. You've been asleep a long while, and I won't have you falling over just because your sense of drama survived the night intact. Harry turned his head. The movement felt slow but easy. Madame Pomfrey stood beside the bed with a potion tray in her hands and the expression of a woman who had already decided she was not impressed by death-defying heroics, however final the results. Beyond her, morning light lay pale across the ward. It looked clean, ordinary. How long? Harry asked. His voice came out rough. Into the next day, she said. You were exhausted, overstrained, and rather determined to stop frightening everybody before you came round, which I appreciate. She set the tray down and peered at him closely. How does your head feel? Harry swallowed. Quiet. Something in her face eased. Good, she said. That's what it ought to be. The answer landed so simply that Harry nearly laughed. Quiet. That's what it ought to be. As if the absence of pain and pressure were not a miracle, not a legend-ending fact, but the proper state of a child's body all along. He looked past her then and saw that the chairs near his bed were occupied. Dumbledore sat with his hands folded over the head of his cane, tired enough that the age in him showed plainly. James was there too, sprawled in a chair that looked far too small for him, asleep at an angle that couldn't possibly be comfortable. His face in sleep looked older somehow, not younger, the strain of the year still written into it even with his guard down. Harry stared at him for a moment. Then he looked back at Madame Pomfrey. Quirrell, he asked. Dead, she said, because she was Madame Pomfrey and had no time for decorative phrasing. And with him his master. Forever this time, if the adults are to be believed, and they appear unusually certain. She picked up a vial and held it out. Drink this. Harry took it and obeyed. The potion tasted dreadful. He welcomed it anyway. Madame Pomfrey watched him finish, then said more gently, You're safe, Harry. The words went through him like warmth. For the first time since James had pulled him out of the cupboard under the stairs, the future did not feel like something he had to survive before he could reach it. It stood open in front of him, bright and unknowable and strangely calm, and Harry lay back against the pillows with that new, impossible space inside his chest and understood that he was still here to see what would come next. Madame Pomfrey had barely taken the empty vial from his hand when Dumbledore stirred. The movement was small, almost careful, but it woke the whole bedspace around Harry at once. The headmaster straightened in his chair, one hand still resting on the head of his cane, and for a moment Harry saw not the great wizard everyone talked about, not the man who filled rooms simply by entering them, but an old man who had sat vigil through the night and felt every hour of it. Ah, Dumbledore said quietly. There you are. James woke at the sound of his voice, coming up hard and fast before he caught himself. His hand had already gone toward his wand before recognition settled. Harry saw the instant it did, saw James force the reflex back down into stillness, and something in his chest tightened and eased all at once. I'm fine, Harry said, because both of them looked as though they needed to hear it. Madame Pomfrey made a low sound of disapproval. You are recovering, she corrected. That is not the same thing. She looked between Dumbledore and James with the flat authority of a woman prepared to throw both of them out of the hospital wing by force if necessary. 5 minutes. No heroics, no evasions, and if either of you upsets him, I shall become extremely memorable. Dumbledore inclined his head. A just condition, Poppy. James only nodded. When Madame Pomfrey moved a little way off, still very obviously listening, Harry looked at Dumbledore first. It felt simpler that way. The headmaster met his gaze without that usual mild brightness in his eyes. There was no twinkle in him this morning. Only tiredness, and something more difficult to name. I owe you the cleaner truth, Dumbledore said. Not because you earned it by suffering, though you did, but because I was wrong to believe delay would keep you safer. His voice remained gentle, but the gentleness no longer blurred the words. I thought time could be managed. I thought danger could be narrowed and handled without placing its full shape upon you too soon. This year has made a thorough wreck of that belief. Harry let that settle. He was surprised by how little anger rose in him. Not because there was nothing to be angry about, but because the room no longer had the old pressure in it, and without that pressure, he could hear the difference between explanation and excuse. You knew enough, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore replied, and not enough where it mattered most. That is not a contradiction I am proud of. James shifted in his chair, awake now in every meaningful sense. Then say the part you'd once have delayed, he said. His voice was calm, but Harry heard the edge under it. Say it plainly. Dumbledore turned his head and did not avoid him. Very well. Voldemort is gone, he said. Not banished. Not weakened for later return. Gone. The soul fragments that once preserved him have been destroyed, and Quirrell was the last vessel left to him. What Harry saw in that chamber was not escape denied for a season. It was the end. The words landed with more force than Harry expected. End. Not next year. Not someday. Not when he was older and cleverer and less breakable. End. Harry looked from Dumbledore to James and back again. Really? Dumbledore's expression softened, though his voice did not. Really, he said, and I am sorry it took so much to bring us there. The words had barely settled when the hospital wing doors opened again. Harry turned at the sound before he thought about it. The movement pulled less than it should have, and even that small ease still felt strange. Two figures came through the morning light together, one dark and lean and careful at the edges, the other broader in the shoulders, moving with a contained urgency that never quite became haste. Remus walked as though he had spent his life teaching himself not to alarm frightened things. Sirius looked as though not alarming anyone was the hardest work he had ever done. Madame Pomfrey intercepted them halfway down the ward. Quietly, she said, though her voice had softened, "And if either of you makes him cry hard enough to reopen anything, I shall send you both out and lock the doors." Sirius stopped short. "I can manage quietly," he said, which might have sounded more convincing if his voice hadn't cracked halfway through. He looked past her then and found Harry in the bed. The rest of the room seemed to fall away from him all at once. "Oh," he said, very softly. "There you are." Harry had imagined this moment too many times for it to feel real at once. Sirius Black had been a name before he had been a man, then a cause, then family returned by law and evidence and stubborn adult competence. Now he was simply here, alive and looking at Harry as though seeing him awake was something too precious to trust. "I'm here," Harry said. Remus came a step closer, his eyes moving over Harry with the quick, precise assessment of someone who noticed damage by habit and relief by effort. "How are you feeling?" he asked. The question held no performance, only real need to know. Harry thought about lying for half a second and let the impulse go. "Tired," he said, "and a bit floaty. But my head's quiet." Remus's face changed at that, some deep-held tension easing without fully leaving. "Good," he said. "Good. That's very good." Sirius laughed once under his breath, the sound unsteady and astonished. He came to the bedside only when Madame Pomfrey stepped aside to allow it, and even then he stopped as if uncertain whether he was permitted to come nearer. "I had a speech," he admitted. "Something brilliant and suitable and probably devastatingly charming. It's gone." "That's all right," Harry said, and felt his own mouth pull into something small and real. "I don't think I'd trust you if you sounded prepared." That won him a startled bark of laughter from Sirius and the ghost of a smile from Remus. James, still seated nearby, said nothing, but Harry could feel the room settle differently around the silence he kept. Dumbledore had told him the war was over. Madame Pomfrey had told him he was safe. But this was the proof his body understood first. Not being left alone to wake, not being spoken around, not being treated like an artifact passed back from danger. Sirius reached out then, slow enough to be refused, and laid one careful hand over Harry's where it rested on the blanket. "You don't have to do this by yourself anymore," he said. Harry looked at the hand, then up at Sirius's face, at Remus beside him, at James in the chair, and believed him. The hand Sirius had laid over his stayed there, warm and careful, as if Harry were something precious and breakable and not an inconvenience dragged back from danger. Remus stood on the other side of the bed with one hand resting lightly on the rail, his expression still watchful, still tired, but gentler now that Harry was speaking and answering like himself. James had not moved from his chair. He sat a little forward, elbows on his knees, looking less like someone who had won anything and more like someone who had finally stopped bracing for the moment after. Madame Pomfrey returned with another tray and clicked her tongue at the lot of them. "You may all look relieved in a more orderly fashion," she said. "He needs food, quiet, and at least 1 hour in which no one tells him anything legally, politically, or tragically important." She set a bowl on Harry's lap, adjusted the pillow behind him with brisk competence, and narrowed her eyes at Sirius. "And if you start crying onto my clean sheets, Mr. Black, I shall take it personally." Sirius drew himself up with great dignity. "I'd never." "You already look like you might," Remus said mildly. That won a real laugh out of Harry, small at first and then steadier. The sound changed the room more than anything else had. Even Dumbledore, who had remained quiet since his apology, seemed to let some weight out of his shoulders. Harry looked down at the bowl, then at the faces around him. "So that's it?" he asked. "It's over." James answered this time. His voice was low and even, but there was something unguarded in it Harry had heard only rarely. "Yes," he said, "the war's done." No one contradicted him. No one softened it into maybe or later or for now. Sirius's fingers tightened once over Harry's hand. Remus's mouth thinned the way it did when he was holding back stronger feeling than he wanted to show in public. Dumbledore bowed his head a fraction. Madame Pomfrey, practical as ever, merely handed Harry a spoon as though the end of a Dark Lord properly belonged beside broth and enforced rest. Harry took a bite because that was what one did when Madame Pomfrey handed over a spoon, and because suddenly the ordinary shape of the thing mattered. The broth was too hot and a little salty. Sirius was visibly restraining about 7 speeches. Remus kept checking whether Harry looked pale. James watched all of them as if he could not quite trust what he was seeing. It should have felt strange. Instead it felt solid. He had thought, in some buried part of himself, that endings would feel louder, brighter, marked by some great internal certainty that the danger had passed because he had defeated it. But lying there in the white bed with Sirius at his side, Remus close, James awake and present, Madame Pomfrey fussing, and even Dumbledore remaining because leaving too quickly would have felt wrong, Harry understood the truth of it with a simplicity that made his chest ache. The story had not ended because Voldemort vanished. It had ended because Harry had opened his eyes, and this time he had not woken alone. 67. Corrections. The hour Madame Pomfrey had demanded ended exactly when she said it would. Harry knew because she checked the clock twice, removed his empty bowl, and then looked toward the doors with the expression of a woman permitting bureaucracy into her ward only under protest. 5 at most, she said. If anyone uses the phrase "for your own good" in my hearing, I shall start throwing people out in order of seniority. That seems likely to simplify several institutions at once, came Amelia Bones's dry voice from the doorway. Harry looked up. Madame Bones entered first, all plain authority and tired competence, a leather folder tucked under one arm. Dumbledore rose from his chair this time rather than waiting for her to approach. Behind her came a goblin in formal dark cloth, his expression unreadable, and an unspeakably neat ministry clerk carrying more parchment than any one human ought to trust themselves with in public. Harry straightened a little against the pillows. The quiet of the hospital wing remained, but it had changed shape. The danger was gone. Process had arrived. Madame Bones came to the bedside without flourish. "Mr. Potter," she said. "How alert are you?" "Enough," Harry answered. She gave him a brief, measuring look and seemed satisfied. "Good. Then I'll keep this clean." She opened the folder. "Peter Pettigrew has been formally identified, recorded under Veritaserum, and charged. Sirius Black's conviction has been vacated in full. He is legally free, his property rights restored, and all standing orders against him withdrawn." She glanced sideways at Sirius. "Congratulations. Try not to make that sound like a challenge." Sirius's mouth twitched. "No promises." Amelia ignored that. "Second, Harry's status." Her gaze shifted back to Harry. "The ministry recognizes that the prior guardianship arrangement failed in its most basic duty. Gringotts has submitted supporting sovereign documentation. Until final summer determinations are completed, you are under protected status. No one removes you from Hogwarts, the hospital wing, or ministry-recognized guardian custody without review." The goblin spoke then, his voice even and precise. "The Potter estate recognizes this protection as binding. Access, authority, and inheritance interference have been restricted accordingly." Harry absorbed that slowly. "So no one can just decide for me?" "No," Amelia said, "not anymore." The simplicity of it hit harder than Harry expected. Dumbledore folded his hands behind his back. "I have signed the same recognition on the school's behalf," he said. "No student should ever have required such formal correction to be treated with ordinary decency. But since one did, the correction now stands." Harry looked from one adult to the next. Bones, exact and unsentimental. The goblin, implacable as law cut into stone. Dumbledore, tired enough now that his honesty no longer came wrapped in softness. Behind them stood Sirius and Remus, both still, both listening as if the words mattered more than ceremony. "They do stand?" Harry asked. Bones held his gaze. "They do," she said. "And if anyone tries to bend them, they'll answer to me first." For the first time in his life, official language did not feel like something built to hide him. It sounded like a wall being raised in the right direction. The officials did not leave all at once. Paperwork had a way of lingering even after the important words had been spoken, and Madame Pomfrey kept circling the bed with the expression of a woman prepared to banish every last form into the corridor if a single sheet so much as rustled too loudly. Harry had just finished signing where Amelia pointed, his hand still a little weaker than he liked, when the ward door opened again and a colder quiet came in with the newcomer. Professor Snape stopped just inside the threshold. He wore his usual black, severe as a threat, but something in him sat differently today. Not softer. Harry would never have mistaken Severus Snape for soft in any universe worth discussing. But the old coiled wrongness that usually clung to him in potions, the sense of a man carrying bitterness like a second set of robes, had shifted into something leaner and cleaner. More dangerous, perhaps, certainly less petty. "Headmaster," Snape said. His gaze moved once across the bed, paused on Harry, then moved on again with no sneer attached to it. "Madame Pomfrey." "Professor," Madame Pomfrey replied. "If you've come to loom, do it briefly." Snape ignored that with long practice. "I came to report that the castle wards have settled," he said. "There is no residual signature from Quirrell, and the disturbances in the dungeons have ceased." His mouth thinned. "Entirely." Dumbledore watched him with that same tired attention Harry had seen all morning. "And you?" he asked quietly. That changed the room more than Harry expected. Snape's eyes flicked toward Dumbledore, then away. For one brief moment, his left hand tightened around the fold of his sleeve. Harry saw James notice it too. Remus did as well. Sirius only looked confused. Snape answered after a pause. "Gone," he said. Dumbledore inclined his head once. "I thought it might be." Harry didn't understand until James spoke, his voice level and careful. "The mark." Sirius inhaled sharply. Remus closed his eyes for half a second, relief and grief crossing his face so quickly Harry might have imagined it. Snape's expression hardened at once, not with anger exactly, but with old defenses dragging themselves into place. "Yes," Snape said. "The mark." His gaze cut briefly to Harry then, black and unreadable. "It seems the Dark Lord's permanent ambitions were less permanent than advertised." That startled a laugh out of Sirius before he could stop it. Even Amelia's mouth twitched. Snape looked faintly offended that his dry contempt had amused anyone. Dumbledore's voice gentled, though it did not soften into pity. "You are free, Severus." Snape stood very still. Then he gave the smallest of nods, as if accepting a fact that had taken too long to arrive to be trusted at once. When he looked back at Harry, the old classroom malice was absent. Not replaced by warmth. Never that. But Harry no longer felt like a target being selected out of habit. "I remain your potions master," Snape said, the edge of himself returning in a form Harry suspected was more honest than cruelty had ever been. "Do not mistake this for a sentimental collapse of standards." Harry, to his own surprise, almost smiled. "Wouldn't dream of it, sir." Something in Snape's face shifted, small and grudging and real. Then he inclined his head to Madame Pomfrey, turned, and left the ward like a man who had buried one life and intended, at last, to live the next one as himself. Snape had only just gone when Hermione's voice cut across the hospital wing from behind the nearest privacy screen. "For the record," she said, tired and sharp in exactly the way Harry had been hoping to hear her, "I told him to go on. So if anyone in this room intends to blame Harry for reaching the last chamber alone, you may begin with me." Every adult in the room turned. Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes for one long moment, the expression of a woman who had already lost control of this ward and knew it. Then she marched around the screen and came back shepherding Hermione and Neville ahead of her like reluctant but determined geese. Hermione was pale, her hair even more chaotic than usual, but she held herself upright by force and principle. Neville moved more carefully, one arm held a little stiffly, the aftereffects of the chessboard still visible in the set of his shoulders. Neither of them looked remotely inclined to stay put. "I said rest," Madame Pomfrey muttered. "You said not to run," Hermione corrected. "I didn't." Harry felt his mouth pull into something dangerously close to a grin. "Hello, Hermione." She stopped at the foot of his bed and looked at him with furious relief. "Don't smile at me," she said. "You look dreadful." "That seems to be the consensus," Harry replied. Neville came up beside her, quieter but no less intent. His gaze flicked over Harry's face as if checking for hidden damage. "You're really awake," he said. "I am," Harry answered. Neville let out a breath and nodded once, solid and grateful. "Good." Hermione folded her arms, then unfolded them at once because she was too tired to maintain the pose properly. "I sent you on because it was the correct choice," she said. "I am not revising that merely because it was unpleasant. But you might at least have had the decency not to nearly die after I'd done the difficult part properly." Sirius made a startled sound that might have become laughter if he'd let it. Remus gave up and smiled openly. Even Amelia Bones looked faintly entertained. "You did do the difficult part properly," Harry said. "Both of you did." Neville looked down, clearly wanting to argue and not quite knowing how. Hermione, by contrast, knew exactly how. "So did you," she said, and the fierceness in it stripped all the cleverness away. "Don't you dare make this into one of those stories where the last room means the rest of it didn't count." That landed cleanly. Harry looked at her, at Neville beside her, at the evidence of the night still written into both of them, and felt the shape of the year settle into something true. Not a boy alone beneath the school. Not a chosen one doing the final part while everyone else became background. "All right," he said quietly. "It counted." Neville's mouth twitched. Hermione's shoulders came down by a fraction. And in that crowded white ward, with adults, paperwork, and the wreckage of war all still hanging in the air, Harry felt something ordinary and precious return to its proper place. They had gone down together. That mattered. By the time the afternoon light had begun to turn gold at the edges, the hospital wing no longer felt like the center of a crisis. It felt like part of a school again. The change came in layers. Madame Pomfrey opened two high windows and let in spring air that smelled faintly of grass and old stone warmed by sun. Somewhere beyond the ward, a bell rang and was answered by the familiar shuffle of students changing rooms, voices rising and falling in the corridors with all the careless momentum of ordinary life resuming itself. Harry heard it and felt the difference at once. Hogwarts was still moving. Professor Flitwick arrived not long after, moving briskly enough that his robes fluttered behind him. He carried himself with unusual gravity for almost 3 full steps before his eyes found Harry awake, Hermione upright, and Neville no longer white as parchment, and relief softened him into something nearer himself. "My dear children," he said, voice warm and precise, "you do seem to enjoy making the end of term more dramatic than the timetable strictly requires." Hermione looked faintly offended. "It wasn't deliberate." "I should hope not," Flitwick replied. He came closer and rested one small hand against the rail at the end of Harry's bed. "I won't insult you by pretending nothing serious occurred. But I will tell you this. Ravenclaw Tower is intolerably curious, Gryffindor has become loudly protective of Mr. Longbottom, and the school has already begun the healthy work of talking too much." Neville blinked. "About us?" "Yes," Flitwick said cheerfully. "And about Mr. Black's exoneration, which has done wonders for the general collapse of bad assumptions." Sirius, still nearby, looked both pleased and startled by that. Harry shifted against the pillows, listening to the life of the castle just beyond the ward walls. "So it's not going back to normal," he said. Flitwick's expression sharpened with approval. "No," he said, "and very good of you to notice. Normal was not serving us especially well." That landed more quietly than a joke ought to have, but it landed cleanly. Hermione let out a slow breath. Neville's shoulders eased. Even Harry felt something inside him settle at the sound of a teacher saying it plainly. Not all restoration was return. Sometimes correction meant refusing to rebuild the same old shape. Flitwick looked between the three of them, his eyes bright now but no less serious. "Rest today," he said. "Recover properly. Be admired tomorrow, if you must. But understand this. Whatever else the year has done, it has made certain truths harder for this school to ignore." He straightened, smoothing his robes. Outside, the voices in the corridor swelled again, full of gossip, hunger, relief, and the untidy resilience of children carrying on. Harry listened to it and understood, with a calm that felt earned, that Hogwarts had not been restored to what it was. It had been forced, at last, a little closer to what it ought to be. 68. Terms for summer. By the time evening settled over the castle, Madame Pomfrey had allowed Harry out of bed on the condition that he be moved nowhere dramatic, nowhere cold, and nowhere near stairs if anyone valued her continued goodwill. That was how he ended up in a small side room off the hospital wing, wrapped in a blanket he didn't technically need, with Hermione and Neville seated opposite him and Sirius pacing the length of the rug like a man trying not to climb the walls in public. Remus stood near the window with the posture of someone who had chosen calm by force. James leaned against the mantel, arms folded, watching all of them with that same contained stillness he wore when something difficult had finally run out of room to wait. Sirius broke first. "I know this is meant to be sensible," he said, turning back toward the room with both hands open in exasperation, "but if anyone says the word stability one more time, I may develop a principled objection to sensible." Remus rubbed one hand over his mouth. "What you mean is that you want to take Harry this instant and barricade him somewhere with locked doors and enough food for a siege." "Yes," Sirius said, "exactly. See, you do understand me." "That," James said quietly, "is the problem." The room changed at once. Sirius turned. Remus straightened. Hermione's attention sharpened so visibly that Harry almost felt sorry for anyone who ever tried to keep something from her for long. Neville looked between them all, braced by instinct but not yet frightened. James let out one slow breath. "Before we decide what summer looks like," he said, "there's something all of you need to know. Harry already knows enough. The rest of you deserve the whole shape." Harry felt it before he understood it, some old tension in the room pulling taut. James reached up and touched his own face, not with drama, just decision. The glamour came apart quietly. The stranger's features loosened and fell away. Height shifted, shoulders narrowed. The whole adult shape of him seemed to unmake itself in a breath, body transfiguration unwinding cleanly until the person standing by the mantel was no longer Mr. Grey at all. He was Harry. Not older, not harder, not a man returned from decades ahead. A second Harry stood there in borrowed clothes, same black hair, same green eyes, same thin frame, only just beginning to recover from a childhood that should never have happened. He looked no more than his twin, because that was what the ritual had made instead of what it had intended. Sirius stopped breathing. Neville made a small, helpless sound. Hermione went white, but did not look away. Remus closed his eyes for 1 second, opened them, and stared with the fixed intensity of a man reordering every memory he had of the past year. Harry looked from his own hands to James's and felt the impossible fact settle in full. Not an older self. Not a disguised guardian with his face hidden underneath. A copy. A second chance that had gone wrong and somehow become a person. "No," Sirius said, and the word came out broken. He took one step closer, then another, as if nearness might make the sight resolve into something less impossible. "No, that's not possible. I'm looking at two of him." James's expression softened, and that made it worse. "I know," he said. Sirius's hands shook. "What happened to you?" James did not answer that first. He looked at Harry instead, then back at the others. "The ritual was meant to merge," he said quietly. "Soul, memory, magic, all of it, back into the boy I was. It failed. Instead of one Harry made whole, it made two." For a few suspended seconds, no one in the room seemed able to decide what breathing was for. Sirius was the first to move. He crossed the rug in 3 fast steps and stopped so close to James that Harry thought he might reach for him, shake him, or pull him into an embrace by sheer instinct. Instead, Sirius just stood there, hands open and trembling, staring into a face that matched Harry's so exactly it felt like looking into a mirror that had learned grief. You can't do this to me, Sirius said, and his voice broke on the last word. Not with his face. Not if this is some kind of mercy. It isn't mercy, James said quietly. And it isn't a trick. Remus came away from the window at last, slower, as if speed would break something fragile in the room. He stopped at Sirius's shoulder and looked from one Harry to the other with painful concentration. Explain it properly, he said. All of it you can bear to say tonight. James nodded once. Harry watched him gather himself, not like a liar building a story, but like someone choosing where to cut into an old wound so the truth could be reached cleanly. I died in another future, he said. Old. After too many wars and too many funerals. I built a ritual to send back everything useful. Memory. Magic. Will. It was supposed to make Harry stronger by making him whole too early. Instead it misfired and split. He stayed himself. I arrived beside him. Neville stared. So you're really him? Yes, James said. And no, I'm what he would have become on that road. Not what he must become here. Hermione's hands had clenched white around each other in her lap, but her voice came out frighteningly steady. The adult body, she said. Mr. Grey. Transfigured, James replied. A maintained disguise. Easier for the world to accept than two Harry Potters. Sirius let out one ragged breath and scrubbed both hands over his face. When he lowered them his eyes were wet. What happened to you? He asked. To make you build something like that? James looked at Harry first. Then at Remus. Then finally at Sirius, and whatever Sirius saw in his face undid him. We lost too much, James said. You, Remus, her. His voice tightened, but held. Hermione died in my arms as an adult, and by then there was nothing left in the world worth preserving except the chance that this one might be different. Sirius made a sound that was half grief and half fury and stepped forward at last, catching James by both shoulders as if to prove he was solid. Tears ran cleanly down his face now, unhidden and unashamed. You stupid, brave, impossible boy, he said. You came back alone carrying all that. No, James said, and for the first time that evening his voice gentled all the way. He looked toward Harry. Not alone anymore. The room stayed quiet for a while after that, but it was no longer the shocked, breathless quiet of revelation. It had become the kind that followed truth when everyone present understood it would have consequences beyond the moment itself. Sirius let James go only far enough to look at him properly again, as if he still couldn't trust his own eyes. Remus had come closer too, not touching either of them yet, but near enough that the old shape of their friendship was suddenly visible beneath all the years that hadn't happened here. Hermione sat very straight, pale but composed, the look on her face sharp with thought rather than fear now. Neville looked as though he had been dropped into a story 3 layers deeper than the one he'd expected and was determined not to lose his footing in it. Harry pulled the blanket closer around his shoulders, more for something to hold than for warmth. The room had shifted around him again. Not because James had become less safe, but because he had become more legible. That changed everything. Remus was the one who found the next step. All right, he said quietly, and Harry could hear the effort it cost him to sound calm. Then we stopped talking as if summer is a puzzle for adults to solve over Harry's head. Sirius looked toward Harry at once, almost painfully direct. Yes, he said. Yes, that. I want him with me. Obviously. But wanting isn't the same as deciding. James said nothing. That mattered. Hermione noticed it too. Harry saw her eyes flick to James, then back to Sirius, and understood that she had clocked the restraint for what it was. James could have steered this. He wasn't going to. Remus crossed his arms loosely. Harry, he said, and there was nothing managerial in it, nothing softened into false ease. Where do you want to spend the summer? No one interrupted. No one tried to help. Harry looked from face to face. Sirius, raw with love and grief both. Remus, steady enough to lean on without disappearing into. James, standing a little apart now in Harry's own shape, carrying a whole dead future and refusing to let it choose this one for him. He thought of Grimmauld, unknown and dark but full of family returned. He thought of James, who had carried everything alone for too long. He thought, too, of how wrong it suddenly felt that any of them should be asked to separate cleanly now that they had found one another. "I don't want just one place," Harry said. Sirius blinked. "You don't." Harry shook his head. "I want all of you." That landed in the center of the room and changed it. He looked at Sirius first. "I want to go with you." Then at Remus. "And you." Then finally at James, whose expression had gone very still. "And him," Harry said quietly. "I don't want this to turn into another thing where everyone decides someone has to stand outside for it to work." No one spoke for a heartbeat. Then Sirius laughed once, ragged and astonished. "That," he said, wiping at his face with the heel of one hand, "is the first sensible thing anyone's said all evening." That broke the room open in the best possible way. Sirius stopped pacing entirely and planted both hands on his hips as if confronted by a problem so welcome it had offended his right to dramatics. "Well," he said, looking from Harry to Remus to James and back again, "that's clearly the answer, then. We take the house, improve the house, and add enough food, furniture, and legal paperwork that no one can claim we're improvising." "We will be improvising," Remus said. "Yes," Sirius replied, "but competently." Hermione, who had gone from pale to intent in the span of a few minutes, leaned forward. "Grimmauld Place is legally yours now," she said to Sirius. "But that doesn't mean it has to stay as it was. And if Harry's protected status is already recognized, then there's room to formalize this properly." Neville nodded at once, as though the idea had needed only one person brave enough to say it out loud. "So Harry wouldn't be passed around," he said. "He'd just live there." "With all of us coming and going as needed," Remus said, already sounding more grounded now that logistics had entered the room. "Sirius is primary guardian. I can share legal guardianship if the ministry will accept it. James." He stopped there. James had gone still again, but this time Harry knew what the stillness meant. Not withdrawal, resistance. The old future in him pushing up hard against the possibility of being included in something he had never expected to survive. Sirius turned to him sharply. "Don't," he said. James blinked. "Don't what?" "Don't stand there getting noble at me," Sirius said. "You came back through time, carried a war on your back, dragged me out of prison, saved him, and now you're about to suggest you live in a trunk at the bottom of the garden or some equally idiotic compromise because you think being necessary is the closest you're allowed to come to belonging." Neville looked startled. Hermione looked impressed. Remus closed his eyes for one brief second, not because he disagreed, but because Sirius had said the exact thing first. James's mouth opened, then shut again. Harry felt something warm and fierce move through him. "He's right," he said. "Privately, you're my brother. Or my twin. Whatever works. Publicly, you can be Mr. Grey if that's safer. But you're not standing outside." Silence held for half a breath. Then Remus let out a slow breath and nodded. "That seems clean enough to build a life on," he said. Sirius's face folded in on itself for one bright, unguarded instant, relief and grief tangling so tightly Harry could not have separated them if he tried. "Good," he said roughly. "Then that's summer settled." Harry sat there wrapped in his blanket, Hermione and Neville still beside him, Sirius already planning aloud, Remus quietly converting love into structure, and James looking at them all as though the world had briefly become too kind to trust. For the first time in his life, the future did not look like somewhere he might be permitted to stay. It looked like home being built around him while he watched. 69. The Last Potions Lesson. The morning after summer stopped looking like a question, Harry found he still had one school thing left unsettled. It came to him while he was dressing, not as dread exactly, but as a shape in the day that refused to be ignored. The year had ended wars, freed Sirius, broken old lies, and rearranged half the castle around new truths, yet one ordinary thread still hung loose. Potions. Not the subject itself. The fact of it. All year long James had stepped in where Harry had not been ready, taking the worst of Snape's attention and handing the lessons back later in safety. Necessary. Clever. Temporary. Not anymore. James saw the decision on his face before breakfast was half over. "No," he said at once, very mildly. Harry looked up from his tea. That's not very encouraging. It isn't meant to be, James replied. It's me noticing you're about to do something difficult on purpose and objecting out of habit. Harry set his cup down. Sirius and Remus were elsewhere with lawyers, plans, and Grimmauld logistics, which left the room oddly quiet around the truth of it. I have to go myself, he said. At least once. Otherwise it stays yours. James did not answer immediately. That was how Harry knew he understood. Hermione would say unresolved structures become bad habits, James said at last. She would, Harry agreed. James let out a slow breath and leaned back in his chair. In private he still wore Harry's face now, and sometimes that made conversations like this feel strangely like arguing with his own future conscience. Then don't go in there to win, he said. Go in there to stand. That landed cleanly. So Harry went down alone. The castle was quieter at that hour, most students still at breakfast or lingering over last day gossip. The dungeons held their usual cool dimness, smelling of stone, smoke, and old ingredients that had soaked so thoroughly into the walls they might never leave. Harry slowed outside the potions classroom door and discovered, to his annoyance, that his heart had started thudding after all. From inside came Snape's voice, dry as scorched parchment. If you intend to hover in my corridor for another full minute, Potter, I shall be forced to conclude you've mistaken hesitation for courtesy. Harry pushed the door open. The classroom looked the same as it always had. Black cauldrons, shelves of glass and bone and neatly labeled things that probably disliked being mishandled. Professor Snape stood at the front table, sleeves immaculate, expression unreadable, and for one brief moment Harry had the sharp, absurd sense that if the year had been less brutal, this might have been only another difficult lesson. Well, Snape said, his gaze flicking once over Harry and finding him alone. How novel. The correct Potter. Harry shut the door behind him. I thought it was time. Something moved in Snape's face then, too slight to name and too real to miss. Yes, he said, so did I. Snape did not invite him to sit. He turned instead and drew a small crate out from beneath the front bench, setting it on the table between them with the kind of precision that suggested annoyance was not the same as care, however closely the two sometimes resembled one another in him. Inside lay a handful of ingredients Harry recognized at once. Powdered moonstone, syrup of hellebore, valerian sprigs, tied neatly. Not a dangerous brew, not a trap. Draught of peace base, Snape said. If you are going to insist on presenting yourself personally at the end of the year, you may as well prove you learned something besides how to acquire melodrama from your godfather. Harry stepped forward and set his hands on the bench. The wood was cool under his palms. You knew. Snape's mouth flattened. That Mr. Gray had been attending certain lessons under carefully managed circumstances. He began laying out the tools as he spoke, each placed exactly where it belonged. Yes, I am, contrary to popular student mythology, capable of pattern recognition. Harry should have felt embarrassed. Instead he felt oddly steadier for having the thing said plainly. Why didn't you stop it? That made Snape look at him directly. For a second, the dungeon seemed to narrow around the question. Harry could hear the low hiss of the banked fire under the nearest cauldron, the tiny tick of glass settling on the shelves, his own breathing held too still. Because, Snape said at last, it became evident rather early that one Potter was entering this room braced for attack and another was entering it prepared to learn. I found the second arrangement more useful. The answer hit harder than Harry expected because it was not kind. It was worse than kind. It was accurate. Snape handed him a knife. Valerian. Fine, not butchered. If you remove your fingers, I shall be professionally inconvenienced. Harry almost smiled. I'll try to spare you. You'll do better than try. He began cutting. The first few strokes were too cautious, and he knew Snape saw it. Then the rhythm settled into his hand. Slice, gather, turn. Across from him Snape crushed moonstone with a mortar, efficient and silent, and Harry had the uneasy sense of stepping into a pattern that might have existed all year if things had been different. After a minute Snape said, without looking up, Mr. Gray informed me that substitution was temporary. It was. And now you are here. Harry added the valerian to the cauldron and watched the steam lift, pale and clean. Yes. Snape stirred once, then set the pestle down. Then hear me carefully, Potter. I have no interest in coddling you. I will not revise standards to flatter your survival, your scar, or your suddenly crowded family arrangements. His black eyes lifted to Harry's, sharp and unsparing. But I am also finished wasting effort bullying a child for crimes committed by ghosts. The room went utterly still. Harry felt something change in him. Not forgiveness, not ease, but the clean shift of weight when a door stopped pretending to be a wall. He held Snape's gaze and said, with all the steadiness he could gather, "All right." Snape gave one short nod. "Good," he said. "Now stir clockwise. You're about 3 seconds from ruining it." Harry corrected the direction of the spoon at once, and the potion steadied beneath his hand. The surface smoothed from muddied gray toward the proper pearled silver, steam rising in clean, even curls. Snape watched for a moment without comment, then moved to Harry's left and added 3 drops of hellebore with such exactness that Harry understood all at once why potions had always felt less like cooking and more like a language with very strict grammar. "Your problem," Snape said, "has never been inability. It has been divided attention." Harry kept stirring. "That sounds nicer than terrified." Snape's mouth twitched in what might have become disdain if left unattended. "Only because I am in an unusually charitable mood." Harry glanced at him. "Are you?" "No," Snape said, "but I am trying not to be wasteful." That was such a Snape answer that Harry almost laughed, and the near laugh eased something in his shoulders that had been tight since he entered the room. He looked back to the cauldron before the moment could be mistaken for safety. It wasn't safety. It was something more careful than that. A truce, perhaps, between truths too stubborn to keep pretending. Snape circled the bench once, black robes whispering against stone. "Lift the spoon," he said. "Higher. Let it fall." Harry obeyed. The potion streamed back into the cauldron in one smooth ribbon, unbroken and luminous. "Acceptable," Snape said. From anyone else, it would have sounded meager. From Snape, it landed with startling solidity. Harry set the spoon aside and found himself saying, before he could decide whether it was wise, "James said you'd know the difference." Snape stilled. "Between the two of you?" "Yes." Snape's gaze rested on the potion, not on Harry. "Mr. Gray," he said after a moment, "was a boy performing manhood by force of necessity and bad memory. You are a child attempting, with intermittent success, to remain one." His eyes lifted, black and unsoftened. "The second prospect is infinitely preferable." Harry absorbed that slowly. It was not praise. It was not affection. It was, however, a recognition so exact it felt almost intimate. "I don't know if I'm good at that yet," Harry admitted. "Most children are not," Snape replied. "That is why they require adults who can distinguish immaturity from malice." He paused, and something older than bitterness crossed his face too quickly to pin down. "A lesson the profession does not always learn when it ought." The words settled between them without demand for comfort. Harry looked down at the finished draft, pale and calm in the black cauldron. He had come here expecting endurance and perhaps a little bloodless victory. What he had found instead was narrower and more useful. Not friendship, not forgiveness. Just proof that he could stand in this room as himself and not disappear under someone else's damage. Snape corked a vial and pushed it toward him. "Take it," he said. "Your work. You may as well have the evidence." Harry picked it up. The glass felt cool and real in his hand. When he looked back up, Snape had already turned away, the lesson ending with characteristic refusal to ornament it. That, somehow, made it easier to trust. Harry slid the vial carefully into his pocket and turned toward the door, thinking that was the end of it. "Potter." He stopped with his hand on the latch and looked back. Snape had not moved far from the bench. He stood with one hand resting lightly against the wood, black robes falling in severe lines. The dungeons gathered around him as naturally as if the stone itself had chosen his shape years ago and never revised it. For a moment he looked as though he regretted speaking at all. Then, because retreat was not one of Severus Snape's habits, he continued. "You will hear things in the coming years," he said. "About me. Some true. Many idiotic. A few flattering enough to be immediately suspect. His mouth thinned. You are not required to like me. That would be an alarming collapse of your judgment. But you would do well to understand one thing. Harry waited. Snape's gaze held his, dark and exact. Survival, he said, does not make a child responsible for the damage done around him. Not by his parents. Not by his enemies. Not by adults too proud, frightened, or stupid to carry their own share. The words landed so squarely that Harry felt them in his chest before he understood them in his head. Snape looked away first, as if the fact of having said that much was already more exposure than he cared to survive twice in one lifetime. He reached for a stack of parchment and straightened it with unnecessary force. If the school remains incapable of teaching that distinction cleanly, it may at least learn not to punish children for existing in the blast radius of history. Harry stood very still. Something in him wanted to answer quickly, to lessen the weight of the moment by treating it as ordinary. He did not. Snape would have heard the false note at once. Instead, Harry said, carefully, I think you're trying. Snape gave a short, humorless breath that might have become a laugh in a kinder man. A deeply unpleasant experience, he said. I do not recommend encouraging it. That steadied the room again. Harry's hand eased on the latch. I'm still not going to be good at potions straight away. I would have been disappointed if you were, Snape replied. Instant competence is usually a symptom of fraud. Harry nodded once. All right. He opened the door, and the colder air of the corridor slid in around him. Behind him, Snape's voice came one last time, dry and unmistakable. Potter. Harry looked back. Next year, Snape said, already reaching for his papers as if the matter bored him intolerably, if you mean to make a hash of my classroom, at least have the courtesy to do it yourself. Harry felt the answer arrive before thought did. Yes, sir, he said. Then he stepped into the corridor alone, the vial cool in his pocket and the dungeons no longer feeling like a place where he had to borrow someone else's courage to pass through. 69.5, Feast Day. By the time Harry came up from the dungeons with Snape's vial cool in his pocket, the castle had changed moods again. It had done that often this year, shifting from fear to routine, from routine to wonder, from wonder to danger with hardly any warning at all, but this change was gentler than most. It moved through the corridors like light finding old stone. Students walked more slowly. Doors stood open. Voices carried with that particular brightness people used when they were trying to enjoy something before it became memory. End of term had finally stopped being an abstract date and become a thing the castle itself was doing. Harry had half expected to go straight back to Ravenclaw Tower and let the day fold in on itself. Instead he found Hermione waiting near the turn toward the main staircase, already in clean robes, her hair only partly obeying the effort she had clearly made with it. Neville stood beside her in Gryffindor red and gold, looking freshly scrubbed, faintly uncomfortable, and more handsome for not knowing it. Hermione looked at Harry once, took in the set of his face, and said, well. Harry touched the pocket where the vial rested. Acceptable. Her mouth twitched. From Professor Snape, that's nearly a declaration of respect. Neville shifted and gave Harry a careful look. You all right? Harry found he was. More than that, actually. The last loose thread had not turned into a noose. It had only become what it should always have been, finished work. Yeah, he said. I think so. Neville let out a breath. Good. Because if we're late to the feast after surviving everything else, I'll feel cheated. That got a laugh out of Harry before he could stop it, and together they started toward the Great Hall. The corridors were already filling with students in formal robes, the school polishing itself for one last shared ritual before trunks, trains, and summer broke it apart. House colors flickered everywhere now, ribbons and badges and ties turned suddenly brighter in candlelight. They slowed just outside the hall doors. This was where the shape of things altered, not painfully, but enough to be noticed. Hermione glanced toward the long Ravenclaw table beyond the open doors. Neville looked, with less enthusiasm, toward Gryffindor. Hermione made a face. I dislike feast days, she said. Neville blinked. Because of the speeches. Because of the seating, Hermione replied. We usually sit together. Harry looked between them and felt that same year-end ache stir in a new form. Not fear this time. Just the quiet irritation of being reminded that official things rarely arranged themselves around what mattered most. "It's one meal," he said. Neville nodded, though he did not sound convinced. "Yes," he said. Then, after a beat, "Still stupid." Hermione lifted her chin. "Completely stupid." Harry smiled and pushed one of the great doors wider. "All right," he said. "Let's go be divided by institution for an hour." That changed the pressure of it. Not enough to make the separation pleasant, but enough to make it theirs. They went in together under the enchanted ceiling, then turned toward different tables only at the last possible moment, each of them looking back once as if to confirm that the distance was ceremonial and nothing more. The great hall had dressed itself as if the year deserved a ceremony grand enough to hold all of it. House banners fell in rich folds from the walls, their colors deepened by candlelight until the red of Gryffindor looked almost burnished and the blue of Ravenclaw carried silver through it like moonlit water. The enchanted ceiling hung clear and high above them, evening just beginning to soften into stars. Gold plates gleamed. Goblets caught the light. For one suspended moment before everyone sat, the hall looked less like a school and more like the kind of place stories insisted victories were meant to end. Harry slid in beside Hermione at the Ravenclaw table and looked automatically across to Gryffindor. Neville was easy enough to find. He had been claimed at once by the general sprawl of his house, but not swallowed by it. Dean said something that made him grin. Seamus leaned across him to point toward the staff table. Even from this distance Harry could read the shape of him. Still slightly awkward, still too inclined to duck his head when noticed, but grounded now in a way he had not been at the start of the year. Hermione followed Harry's gaze and muttered, "I still don't approve." "Of what?" Harry asked, reaching for the water jug. "Architectural loyalty enforcement," she said. "If the school can enchant a ceiling, it can certainly manage more flexible seating." Harry nearly smiled into his goblet. "That sounds like the beginning of a petition." "It may become one." A Ravenclaw fifth year on Hermione's other side gave her an amused look. "Please wait until after pudding. I'd like one peaceful feast before Granger begins restructuring the institution." Hermione turned with perfect seriousness. "I'm not promising anything." That eased the table around them. Conversation rose and spread, not in the loose, hungry way of ordinary meals, but with that bright, ceremonial strain Harry had already felt in the corridors. Everyone was trying, just a little, to be worthy of the memory while it was still happening. Across the hall, Neville caught Harry looking and lifted his goblet slightly in what was either a salute or a helpless acknowledgement of feast day stupidity. Harry lifted his own back. Hermione, seeing it, did the same with clipped precision, as if to make the point formal. Then the staff table stirred. Professor McGonagall straightened. Flitwick seemed almost to sparkle with suppressed pleasure. Sprout was smiling before anything had even begun, which felt ominous in its own gentle way. And at the center, Dumbledore rose. The hall quieted by degrees rather than command, voices dropping, heads turning, benches creaking as attention gathered. Harry felt Hermione go still beside him. Across the room, even the Gryffindor table settled around Neville. Dumbledore rested both hands lightly on the table before him and looked out over the hall with the expression of a man about to enjoy himself responsibly. "Well," he said, his voice carrying easily into the hush, "what a year you have all had." A ripple of laughter moved through the hall, light and willing, and Dumbledore allowed it to settle before continuing. "It has been," he said, "a year of unusual difficulty, remarkable courage, administrative inconvenience, and a quantity of surprises which I hope not to repeat too often, for my own sake if not yours." That won a warmer laugh, though this one carried more feeling beneath it. Harry could hear it in the way people leaned into the sound, relieved to be given something harmless to do with all the rest. Dumbledore's eyes moved over the tables, not vague at all now. Intent. Choosing. "As ever," he said, "our year concludes with the House Cup. And as ever, I find that the tally before me, while mathematically respectable, does not always capture the full truth of what has happened within these walls." That changed the room at once. Harry felt Hermione go rigid beside him. Across the hall, Gryffindor straightened as if tugged by the same string. Even Slytherin seemed to sharpen into attention, collective suspicion settling over their table like a second set of robes. Dumbledore glanced down at the parchment in his hand, though Harry had the distinct impression he didn't need it. Courage, he said, takes many forms. Some are loud enough to be sung about for years. Others are quieter, and all the more valuable for that. Hermione's fingers tightened once around her goblet. For clear thought under pressure, Dumbledore said, lifting his voice just enough that the hall seemed to lean toward him, for intellect used not for vanity but for survival, and for a steadfast refusal to let fear think in her place, I award 50 points to Miss Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. The hall broke. Ravenclaw erupted first, their applause cracking open in delighted disbelief before settling into something fiercer and more personal. Harry found himself on his feet without deciding to stand. Hermione did not. She stayed seated in frozen astonishment while students all around her clapped, cheered, and thumped the table hard enough to set goblets ringing. The fifth year beside her bent toward her with open satisfaction. Do try not to restructure the castle before dessert, she said over the noise. It's becoming impossible to deny your influence. Hermione turned pink all at once. I'm not influencing anything, she said, which was absurd on its face. Dumbledore waited, smiling faintly, until the noise lowered enough for his voice to carry again. And, he said, looking this time directly toward Harry, for courage not as spectacle but as choice, for meeting danger without surrendering judgment, and for seeing certain truths clearly when it would have been easier not to see them at all, I award 50 points to Mr. Harry Potter of Ravenclaw. This time Harry knew the sound would come, but that did not make it smaller. Ravenclaw surged up around him in a fresh wave of cheers, and across the hall he saw Neville thump the Gryffindor table once with a grin so bright it made the distance between them feel brief and stupid and entirely survivable. Dumbledore let the noise run a little longer this time, perhaps because he understood what it meant to Ravenclaw to hear its own virtues named aloud and treated as more than useful decoration. When the hall had quieted enough for breath to matter again, he lifted one hand lightly and looked, unmistakably, toward the Gryffindor table. And finally, he said, for courage of a particularly rare and useful kind, for understanding that sometimes the greater good is served not by glory but by choosing to fall so that others may go on, and for what I am told was a truly wonderful game of chess, I award 60 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor. The hall broke all over again. This time Gryffindor exploded so completely that Harry felt the noise through the floorboards. Dean seized Neville by the shoulders. Seamus was on his feet at once, shouting something triumphant and incoherent. Even students further down the table who barely knew the whole story seemed caught at once by the force of the thing, by the clean rightness of seeing Neville named in public for exactly what he had done. Harry was standing again before he noticed he had risen. Beside him, Hermione had done the same, clapping hard enough to sting, her face bright with a fierce, unembarrassed pride that made her look almost dangerous. Across the hall, Neville had gone scarlet from collar to hairline. He looked as if he would have preferred to vanish under the table, except that there was no room left in him for old disappearance. When his eyes found Harry and Hermione among the Ravenclaw cheers, something steadied in his face. He was still astonished, still embarrassed, but he was also there, fully, in the center of the moment, and not one part of him tried to deny he belonged in it. Dumbledore, who looked quietly delighted by the total disorder he had caused, waited until the cheering softened into something survivable. These additions, he said, glancing down at the parchment as if only just now consulting the numbers, bring our final tally to its proper conclusion. And so, this year's House Cup goes to Ravenclaw. Blue and bronze erupted around Harry in a fresh wave, but it did not feel separate from what had just happened at Gryffindor. It felt braided to it. Recognition here, recognition there, truth finally catching up with arithmetic. Hermione leaned close enough to be heard over the renewed cheering. I still hate feast day seating, she said. Harry lifted his goblet toward Neville across the hall. Yeah, he said, watching Neville lift his own back from the red and gold chaos of Gryffindor. But this helps. As if the words had been a cue, the gold plates before them filled at last. Food appeared in shining, generous abundance, and the hall shifted from ceremony into celebration. Students sat. Dishes were passed. Someone at the Ravenclaw table pressed a platter toward Harry without asking whether he wanted any, assuming correctly that of course he did. Across the room Neville was being handed too much by at least 3 different people at once, laughing helplessly as he tried to protest. Harry sat back down beside Hermione and let the noise of it wash over him. This, he thought, was what school victory was meant to feel like. Not secret, not postponed, not dragged away into adult rooms and explained later. Just candles, food, friends at the wrong tables, and the simple public fact that they had done well and lived to hear it said aloud. When he looked across the hall one last time, Neville was still there. So was Hermione at his side. The distance remained, but only as furniture. And when the feast truly began, the year no longer felt unfinished at all. 70. Packing. By the time Harry came back up from the dungeons, the castle had already begun the peculiar work of undoing itself. It wasn't dramatic. Hogwarts never made an announcement for this part. It simply started loosening. Doors stood open where they had been shut all year. Corridor walls that had held notices, timetables, and warnings now showed patches of cleaner stone where things had been taken down. Somewhere above him, trunks thudded shut one after another with the dull, final sound of decisions being made. The year was ending not like a battle won, but like a room slowly being emptied after a feast. He walked back toward Ravenclaw Tower with the vial from Snape cool in his pocket and the dungeon still strangely quiet behind him. What had happened down there stayed with him, not as a triumph, but as a settled fact. He had gone in as himself. He had left as himself. That should have made the rest of the day feel lighter. Instead, as he climbed, he found the castle wearing a different sort of ache, and this one had nothing to do with fear. The dormitory looked wrong when he pushed the door open, though wrong was not quite the word. Bare, perhaps. Honest in an unflattering way. One bed had already been stripped down to mattress and frame. Another had books stacked in neat surrender beside an open trunk. The ordinary clutter of boys living badly in one room had begun to resolve into categories: keep, carry, return, leave behind. Summer had turned every belonging into a question. Harry stood in the doorway long enough that James, who was folding one of Harry's jumpers with infuriating precision, looked up at once. "You have that face," he said. Harry shut the door behind him. "What face?" "The one that means you've just won something emotionally inconvenient." That got a breath of laughter out of him before he could help it. It wasn't a win. James set the jumper into the trunk. "No," he said, gentler now. "Probably not." Harry crossed to his bed and sat, looking at the half-packed room. "It feels strange." James glanced around, understood immediately, and nodded. Endings that aren't disasters usually do. That landed harder than Harry expected because it was true. All year he had been braced for the next danger, the next revelation, the next thing that might take someone away. He had not prepared, somehow, for the sadness of ordinary departure. For library books needing to be returned. For robes being folded. For the quiet insult of seeing the year reduced to what could fit inside a trunk. Outside the window, somewhere far below, he could hear laughter from the courtyard. It made the room feel emptier, not fuller. Harry bent, picked up the first stack of books from beside his bed, and said, "All right, then. Help me make a start." James reached for the next pile without comment, and together they began. They made decent progress before the room began to feel too much like an inventory and not enough like a life. James packed with methodical calm, folding robes, setting aside school things, stacking Harry's books by size instead of by subject in a way that was so wrong Harry eventually had to stop him. "That's barbaric," Harry said, taking a copy of Magical Theory out of a pile of defensive texts and moving it 3 stacks over. James looked up from the trunk. "It's efficient. It's criminal." James considered that gravely. "I see. Then by all means, Potter, save civilization." Harry was still muttering about categories when there came a knock on the open dormitory door. Hermione stood there with 2 library books braced against her chest and the expression of someone holding herself together by sheer force of usefulness. Neville was just behind her, carrying an overfull satchel that looked ready to burst. "I thought you'd still be hiding in revision notes or emotional repression," Hermione said. Her eyes flicked over the room, took in the half-packed trunks, and softened despite herself. Oh. Neville shifted the satchel higher on his shoulder. Our dormitory looks like this too, he admitted. Dean's already packed. Seamus keeps saying he hasn't started, but I think that just means he's stuffed everything into one trunk and sat on the lid until it shut. James straightened from Harry's trunk and dusted his hands together lightly. A respectable method if one has no standards, he said. Hermione gave him a look that suggested she had many possible answers and had discarded all of them as inefficient. Then she turned back to Harry. Madame Pants is already in a temper, she said. If these aren't returned soon, I think she may start haunting children proactively. Harry glanced at the stack by his bed, then at the room around him, and understood at once that this was why it had begun to feel unbearable. Packing alone made the year look finished. Returning books with Hermione and Neville made it look lived. I've got some too, he said, bending for the pile. Give me a minute. James took half the stack from his hands before Harry could protest. No, he said when Harry opened his mouth. You three go. I'll keep packing before your things achieve sentience through neglect. Hermione's mouth twitched. Neville smiled outright. Harry hesitated only long enough to recognize what James was doing. All right, he said. They left together, arms full of books, moving through corridors already shedding the year around them. Students passed carrying folded robes and tied trunks, calling to one another about trains, parents, owls, and summer plans. It should have felt light. Instead it felt fragile, as if the castle were gently taking back the time it had lent them. Neville was the one who said it first, quiet enough that only the two of them heard. I don't want it to stop being like this. Hermione looked straight ahead as she walked. Neither do I, she said. Harry shifted the books in his arms and felt the truth of that settle beside his ribs with surprising force. Then it doesn't, he said. Not the important bit. That changed something. Not the ache of it, but the way they carried it, and together they kept going toward the library. Madame Pants accepted their books with the expression of a woman who believed civilization depended entirely upon other people returning things in the correct order. Hermione bore that inspection with grave dignity. Neville nearly dropped his satchel in the effort to look competent, and Harry found, to his surprise, that the ritual steadied him. Books returned. Fines avoided. Shelves restored. It was such a small school thing, and precisely because it was small, it mattered. By the time they came back out into the corridor, the afternoon had gone softer around the edges. Sunlight lay long across the stone, catching dust in the air and turning it briefly gold. Neville was drawn away by Dean calling his name from the staircase, and Hermione paused only long enough to look from Harry to the tower above them. You're very quiet, she said. Harry adjusted the strap of his satchel. So are you. Hermione gave a small, rueful breath. That's because I'm trying not to sound as sentimental as I feel. Her gaze sharpened slightly. You'll right. It wasn't phrased as a question. Harry smiled despite himself. Yes. Good, she said. Then, after a beat, softer now, I mean it, Harry. This doesn't stop just because the term does. I know, he said. She nodded once, satisfied, and turned away toward Ravenclaw Tower, carrying the end of the year with her in that brisk, deliberate way she carried everything difficult. Harry watched her go for a moment, then climbed alone. James was no longer in the dormitory when Harry stepped inside. The trunk was packed more neatly than any school trunk had a right to be, and on Harry's pillow sat a short note in James's hand. One last errand. Come if you want to see the end of it. Harry stood holding the note for only a second before turning back round. He caught up with James near the entrance hall, already in Mr. Gray's older shape, dark coat buttoned, expression settled into the kind of quiet reserve that meant he was doing something important and didn't want to make a spectacle of it. He looked at Harry once and understood immediately why he'd come. The stone, Harry said. James inclined his head. Yes. They left the castle together and went down to Gringotts by Flow, the journey brisk and silent. Once they were below the bank, in the cool certainty of goblin stone, a small sealed coffer was brought out under Potter authority, iron-banded and utterly plain. No glow. No ceremony. Just the final handling of something too dangerous to be left inside a story. Harry looked at it, then at James. That's all. James signed the last line on the record and handed the quill back. That's all, he said. The Hallows are only noble when people are far enough away from them to be foolish. Harry thought of the mirror. Of the ring. Of all the ways grief tried to dress itself as purpose. So we're not meant to chase them. James's mouth thinned, not unkindly. We're meant to live long enough that we stop wanting to. The goblin clerk sealed the record, the coffer was taken away into Potter custody under Stone and Law, and that was the end of it. Harry felt no disappointment, only an odd, clean relief. Some doors, he thought as they turned back toward the surface, were better closed without music. By the time they came back from Gringotts, evening had settled properly over the castle. The corridors held that last night restlessness peculiar to Hogwarts at the end of term, when nobody quite wanted to sleep because sleeping would make departure real. Trunks stood outside doors in tidy rows. Owls muttered and rustled in their cages. Somewhere along the corridor, someone was laughing too loudly in the determined way people did when they were trying not to feel sad. Harry stepped back into the dormitory and found the last of his things already packed. The trunk stood shut at the foot of his bed, buckled and labeled, looking both ordinary and impossibly final. James, out of Mr. Grey's older shape now and wearing Harry's face again in the privacy of the room, was sitting cross-legged on his own bed with a list in one hand and Harry's missing sock in the other. "You'd be astonished," James said, holding it up, "how close you came to leaving behind a single sock and 3 chocolate frog cards." Harry sat on the bed opposite him and let out a breath that felt like the end of something longer than the day. "I probably could have survived." "Yes," James said, "but there's no reason to cultivate barbarism now that you've escaped it." That made Harry smile, but only for a second. His eyes kept returning to the trunk. James saw it. Of course he did. He folded the list, set the sock aside, and said, "Tomorrow's going to feel strange." Harry looked up. "That's becoming a theme." "It's a good one," James replied. "It means this year gave you things worth not wanting to lose." The room had gone quiet around them. Outside the tower window the sky was deepening from blue to something softer, and the castle beyond the glass seemed to be drawing in on itself for the night before letting them all go in the morning. Harry rested his hand on the trunk lid. "I kept thinking the train meant going back," he admitted. "Back to them. Back to surviving it." James's expression changed at that, not into pity, but into something steadier. "Not this time," he said. "Tomorrow the train is only a train. After that, it's home." Harry held his gaze, testing the words for weakness, for false comfort, for anything that might make them unsafe to believe. He found none. "All right," he said quietly. James stood and reached for his own trunk. "Then get some sleep," he said. "We've done the hard part." Harry changed, banked the lamp, and lay down with the packed room around him and the year shut neatly into leather, wood, parchment, and memory. When he finally closed his eyes, he understood that the trunk at the end of his bed was not proof that Hogwarts was over. It was proof that, for once, he had something worth carrying forward. 71. King's Cross. Morning came with the clean, practical brutality of departure. By breakfast, the castle no longer felt like a place pausing between terms. It felt like a machine carrying out its last exact duties before releasing them all into summer. Trunks appeared in the entrance hall in ordered rows. Owls shifted restlessly in their cages. Students moved in clusters that kept breaking and reforming, laughter rising too quickly, conversation snagging on the edge of goodbye before sliding away into safer subjects like sweets, Quidditch, and train compartments. Harry carried his trunk down with James beside him, and even that felt strange in the best possible way. He was used to endings being solitary work, used to holding his own things, making his own small space, bracing for whatever came next without help because help had never reliably arrived. Now James took the heavier end of the trunk as if there had never been any other arrangement. "You're doing that face again," James said as they crossed the entrance hall. Harry glanced at him. "Which one?" "The one where you look like being cared for has become personally inconvenient." Harry let out a breath that might have become a laugh if he hadn't still been holding the trunk. I'm getting very tired of how quickly you recognize those. James adjusted his grip. And I'm very relieved they've become repetitive. That settled something in him. Not enough to name, but enough to carry. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, the platform had already filled with steam, voices, and the sharp bright disorder of children trying to make departure feel festive. Hermione was standing near one of the nearer carriages with Crookshanks tucked under one arm and the expression of someone determined to remain organized in the face of emotional sabotage. Neville was beside her, Trevor safely pocketed and his trunk already stowed, looking steadier than Harry had ever seen him on a station platform. Hermione looked from Harry to James and said, with the grave suspicion of someone testing a fragile fact, "You are getting on this train without dread, aren't you?" Harry opened his mouth, stopped, and realized she was right to ask. The old feeling was there, but only as habit. A ghost of itself. The train still meant leaving Hogwarts. It still meant summer. But for the first time in his life, it did not mean being delivered back into hunger, shouting, and careful invisibility. James saw the answer land before Harry spoke. "That's new," he said quietly. Harry looked at the scarlet train, at the white steam drifting past the windows, at students leaning out of compartments to call to one another, and felt the truth settle cleanly in his chest. "Yes," he said, "it is." Hermione's face softened at once. Neville smiled. Small and real. James took a step back then, leaving the next part to the children it belonged to. "Go on," he said. "Find a compartment before the entire train fills with people who chew loudly." That got the right reaction. Hermione made a disapproving sound, Neville laughed outright, and Harry found himself smiling as he climbed aboard with them. The compartment they found was not one of the dramatic sort where secrets waited to be discovered. It was simply clean, sunlit, and blessedly half-empty, with enough room for Trunks, Crookshanks, Trevor, and 3 children who had earned the right to sit still for a while without anything trying to kill them. For the first few minutes, nobody said very much. The train settled into its rhythm beneath them, wheels finding the rails with a familiar clatter that usually made Harry brace without thinking. This time the sound ran through him and found nothing to catch on. Hermione arranged her books with automatic precision, Neville checked Trevor twice, then a third time, and Harry sat by the window watching the last of the platform disappear into summer. Hermione was the one who broke the silence, as she usually was when it had gone on long enough to become suspicious. "This is odd," she said. Neville looked up. "The train?" "No," Hermione replied, "as not being in immediate danger on it." That got a laugh from both of them. And once it started, the mood shifted with surprising ease. Neville stretched his legs out beneath the seat and said, "I think I prefer this version." "You would," Hermione said, but there was no bite in it. She looked at Harry then, directly enough that he knew she was being careful on purpose. "You were writing," she said again. "Yes," Harry replied. "You've mentioned." "I'm serious." "So am I." Hermione studied him for another second, then nodded as if some private equation had finally balanced. "Good," she said, "because I don't intend to spend all summer wondering whether you've forgotten how to use ink." Neville, who had gone pink for reasons Harry understood at once, cleared his throat and said, "Gran says I can have visitors now. Proper ones. Not just cousins she approves of on principle." He looked from one to the other, then added more firmly, "So if either of you wanted to come, that would be all right." Hermione blinked. Harry smiled. "That sounds suspiciously like an invitation," Harry said. Neville looked embarrassed and determined all at once. "It is." Hermione's whole face softened. "Then I'd like that very much," she said. Harry leaned back against the seat, feeling the train rock gently around them. "Me too." For a moment none of them spoke. Crookshanks was purring in Hermione's lap, Trevor had settled, and sunlight slid across the compartment floor in warm bands that made everything feel briefly suspended outside time. Harry looked from Neville's quiet hope to Hermione's fierce, practical certainty and understood something that had never seemed entirely real before now. Friendship, he thought, did not only belong to danger. It could survive trains, summers, distance, and the simple fact of people continuing to live once the worst thing was over. Hermione adjusted Crookshanks and said, as if to make the truth formal, then we'll make plans properly before we arrive. And this time, when the future opened in front of them, it did not feel like something trying to separate them. They did make plans, or at least the beginnings of them. Hermione produced parchment from nowhere any reasonable person would have stored it and began listing dates, households, likely owl routes, and the practical limits imposed by adults who believed children should not organize their own happiness without supervision. Neville contributed in careful bursts, offering what Gran might permit and what she almost certainly wouldn't. Harry, who had never before been invited into the mathematics of a summer that wasn't merely something to endure, found himself leaning over the page as though it were an enchanted map. "This is slightly alarming," he said at last, watching Hermione draw a second column for contingencies. Hermione did not look up. "That's because you're mistaking competence for aggression." Neville, now brave enough to be amused in her direction, said, "I think it might be both." That won another round of laughter, and after that the compartment settled into a kinder rhythm. The trolley came and went. Hermione bought something sensible and then two things that weren't. Neville chose carefully, as if sweets required a strategic framework. Harry ended up with far more than he intended because for once buying food on a train was not an act weighted with strange guilt or the need to hide enjoyment from anyone. Outside the window, the land rolled by in green stretches and villages, then in signs of towns, roads, and the gradual return of the ordinary world. Harry noticed the shift before he meant to. The light changed. The train's motion felt less like departure and more like approach. Somewhere ahead lay London, King's Cross, the barrier, the platform beyond it, and after that the shape of whatever waited. His shoulders tightened before he could stop them. Hermione looked up almost at once. "Harry." He forced his hands to loosen where they had curled against the seat. "I know." Neville sat a little straighter. "Is it bad?" Harry turned to the window again, watching a row of back gardens flicker past. "No," he said slowly. "That's the odd part." He took a breath and found it easier than it should have been. "It's just habit. My body keeps thinking the train means I'm about to be handed back." Neither of them rushed to fill that. Then Hermione folded the parchment neatly and set it aside. "All right," she said. "Then let's be precise. When this train stops, what happens next?" Harry blinked at her. "We get off." "Yes," she said. "And then?" He could hear it as she meant him to. "Step by step. Fact by fact. Not fear. Structure." "We go through the barrier," he said. "And Sirius and Remus are there." "And James," Neville added quietly. Harry nodded. The knot in his chest eased by a degree. "And James." Hermione's gaze held his. "So the old fear can arrive if it likes. It's simply wrong." That landed with startling force because it was so very Hermione, turning panic into a failed calculation. Neville gave him a small, steady look that said the same thing more gently. The brakes took hold in earnest after that, and the train's long rush into London became a measured slowing, carriage by carriage, wheel by wheel. Outside the window, the world had changed fully now. No green stretches, no distant hills, brick, soot, rooftops, signals, and the close practical clutter of a city that didn't care whether children had just survived a school year. Inside the compartment, everything became movement. Hermione folded their planning parchment with severe finality and slid it into her satchel. Neville checked Trevor again, then gathered his things with the careful determination of someone refusing to be the boy who forgot something important at the last minute. Harry stood and reached for his trunk, feeling the old instinct try once more to rise in him, that deep unreasonable certainty that the train doors opened onto surrender. It didn't land. Hermione noticed first, because of course she did. She straightened and adjusted Crookshanks in her arms. "Still all right?" she asked. Harry tested the answer before giving it. The station pressed in around them now, platform noise beginning to thread through the glass, voices and whistles and the scrape of trunks being dragged into place. His heart was beating faster, but not from fear. "Not really." "Yes," he said. "I think I actually am." Neville smiled, shy but certain. "Good." The train gave one last judder and stopped. For a moment, none of them moved. Then the corridor outside erupted into luggage, farewells, complaints, laughter, and the peculiar urgency of children trying to leave efficiently while feeling everything at once. Hermione rolled her eyes with practiced resignation. If we wait 10 seconds, half the panic will clear itself. She says that like panic obeys reason, Neville murmured. It does when properly supervised, Hermione replied. That held the last of the tension together long enough for Harry to laugh, and once he had, the rest followed more easily. They stepped out together into the corridor, then down onto the platform, where steam curled white around legs and trunks and the whole station seemed made of noise and motion. Families were everywhere. Owls called. Cats objected. Students shouted over one another and then doubled back because they had forgotten gloves, books, sweets, or scents. Harry stood still in the middle of it for one heartbeat and felt for the old dread again. It wasn't gone because it had been defeated. It was gone because it no longer belonged to the truth. Hermione touched his sleeve lightly. Neville was on his other side, solid and present, Trevor safely pocketed, trunk in hand. Come on, Hermione said. Let's go through properly. Harry nodded. And when he turned toward the barrier, it was with the strange, quiet certainty that he was not about to be claimed by the wrong life. He was expected. He was wanted. Whatever waited on the other side of the station was his. 72. The Men Who Waited. The barrier gave way with the same ordinary swiftness it always had, brick becoming air and hidden platform becoming station in the space of a step. Harry emerged into the noise and brightness of King's Cross with Hermione on one side, Neville on the other, and felt the Muggle world close around them in trunks, voices, and the restless crush of families reclaiming children. For one heartbeat, habit made him search for danger anyway. Then he saw them. Sirius stood too far forward, exactly as if waiting properly had proved beyond him after all. He looked half a step away from vaulting the little metal barrier in front of him, and the only thing stopping him was Remus's hand loosely hooked through one sleeve. Remus, by contrast, had planted himself with the deliberate stillness of a man who knew movement would only make the waiting worse. But he was no less obvious for it. Neither of them was trying to look casual. Neither was pretending they had other reasons to be there. They were simply waiting for Harry. Sirius saw him first. Of course he did. His whole face changed so quickly that Harry felt it in his chest before he had time to think. Not relief alone. Not joy alone. Something larger and less tidy than either, made bearable only because it had, at last, somewhere to go. Harry, Sirius said, and there was no shame in how much of him was in the name. Remus's expression followed a second later, warmth and grief and quiet pride settling together in his face with the peculiar steadiness that was only ever his. There you are, he said, as if Harry had merely been late rather than absent from their lives for years that should never have existed. Hermione's hand tightened briefly on Crookshanks's basket before she let go. Neville went very still, taking in the sight of them with the open, careful attention he gave to things that mattered. Neither said anything at first. They didn't need to. The truth of the moment was standing right there in front of them, visible as daylight. Sirius took one pace forward and stopped himself by force. I'm trying very hard not to snatch you out of the station like a lunatic, he said. You are, Remus said mildly, failing with dignity. That's still failing. That's still dignity. That did it. Harry laughed, the sound coming out freer than he expected, and something in Sirius's face broke fully open at hearing it. He had been expected, not abstractly, not by letter or plan or promise. In flesh, in public, under the station roof with everyone able to see. And the men who waited for him did not look away from the fact of loving him at all. The laugh seemed to steady everyone at once. Sirius let out a breath that might have been half a dozen things and scrubbed one hand through his hair as if trying to make himself look less like a man moments from doing something unwise in a public station. It did not help. Remus, who had long since given up expecting dignity from Sirius in any situation involving Harry, released his sleeve at last and stepped forward with quiet care. You can come here, you know, Remus said. His voice was warm, but there was nothing casual in it. We are waiting for you. Not the other way round. That was all the permission Harry needed. He moved before he could think himself out of it, leaving trunk and basket and the last of the station's noise behind for the space of 3 quick steps. Remus met him first, because he was closer and because he always understood timing, and the embrace was careful only for an instant before it became real. Solid arms, wool and soap and the familiar, almost painful relief of being welcomed without reservation. Harry heard Sirius laugh once, unsteadily, and then Sirius was there too, one hand braced against Harry's shoulder as if checking he was genuinely present and not some brief, cruel trick of hope. "Merlin," Sirius said softly. "There you are." Harry pulled back just enough to look at them both. Sirius's eyes were bright and entirely unconcerned with hiding it. Remus looked steadier, but only because steadiness was how he carried everything. Underneath it was the same impossible fact made visible. "I'm here," Harry said. It was a simple answer. It landed like an oath. Behind him, Hermione cleared her throat with grave purpose. "Before any of you become too emotional to function," she said, "there are trunks." Remus smiled at once, some of the ache in his face easing into something gentler. "Hermione Granger," he said, inclining his head to her as though being rescued from sentiment was a formal introduction. "Thank you for bringing him back in one piece." Hermione, who might have blushed and might merely have gone pink from irritation, lifted her chin. "He helped with that," she said. Neville stepped forward then, trunk in hand and Trevor safely tucked away, looking nervous only in the way good people often did when faced with moments bigger than themselves. Sirius turned to him with immediate attention. "And Neville Longbottom," Remus said, recognition warming his voice. "We've heard a great deal." "All good, I hope," Neville said. "Almost suspiciously so," Sirius replied. That got a startled laugh out of Neville and softened the last of the formality out of the air. Harry looked from Hermione to Neville, then back to Sirius and Remus, and felt the choice rise in him with perfect clarity. Not because there was nowhere else to go. Not because he needed saving from the Dursleys. Those truths existed, but they were no longer the whole shape of the thing. He wanted this. He looked at Sirius first, then Remus, and said with quiet certainty, "I'm coming with you." Sirius's face changed again, somehow becoming even more unguarded than before. Remus placed one hand briefly at Harry's back, not steering, just there. "Good," Remus said, and Harry heard the depth of it. "Yes," Sirius said, voice roughened into honesty. "Good." Only after the trunks had been claimed and Crookshanks had objected to Sirius's attempts at charm did Harry notice what was missing. James was not gone, and not far. He was just no longer standing in the center of things. He was a little way off beyond the first crush of families, one hand on the handle of a trolley, his older face arranged into the calm reserve of Mr. Gray. From a distance he could have passed for exactly what the public story required, the competent regent seeing to luggage while the real family had their moment. He wasn't withdrawn. He wasn't hurt. He was simply making space. Harry felt the shape of it at once. This, too, was deliberate. Sirius followed his gaze and went quiet for half a breath. Remus did the same, understanding arriving in his face faster and more sadly. Hermione, who missed very little when people chose silence instead of speech, glanced from Harry to James and then looked tactfully at Neville instead, as if privacy could be offered by force of intellect alone. "He's doing that on purpose," Harry said. Remus's expression softened. "Yes," he said, "I rather think he is." Sirius looked across the station at James and gave a short, helpless breath of laughter. "Idiot," he muttered, with so much affection in it that the word nearly broke under the weight. Harry stood very still for 1 second, then handed his trunk to Sirius without warning. Sirius blinked. "What am I?" "Hold that," Harry said, and turned before he could be argued with. He crossed the small gap quickly, weaving through a family with too many parcels and a boy dragging a broom case badly. James looked up as Harry reached him, and for the first time since the barrier Harry saw uncertainty touch his face. Not fear. Something quieter and harder to bear. "You don't have to stand over here like hired help," Harry said. James's mouth twitched. "I'm not standing here like hired help. I'm standing here like a very tasteful administrative necessity." "That's worse." "It is a little." Harry stopped in front of him and lowered his voice. "You don't have to step back so far." Something in James's face changed then, not because the words surprised him, but because hearing them from Harry cost more than deciding them alone ever could. He glanced past Harry to where Sirius and Remus still waited, trunks in hand, neither pretending not to watch. "I wanted you to have them first," James said quietly. Harry held his gaze. "I do," he said. Then, with the certainty that had been growing in him all year, he added, "That doesn't mean I'm leaving you behind." For one brief second James looked unbearably like both himself and Harry at once, caught between habit and hope. Then Sirius cupped his hands around his mouth and called across the station, "Gray, if you make me carry everything while being emotionally profound, I shall resent you on principle." James closed his eyes for the length of a breath, laughed despite himself, and the distance between them stopped being distance at all. By the time James and Harry crossed back to the others, the awkwardness had already dissolved into movement. Sirius still had hold of Harry's trunk and looked personally offended by the weight of it. "I'm assuming," he said as James reached them, "that Ravenclaw has been stuffing lead into schoolbooks for years as a character-building exercise." "Hermione would call that a slander against scholarship," James replied. Hermione, who had indeed heard him, lifted her chin. "I would call it a simple failure of arm strength." "That," Sirius said, handing the trunk to James with great dignity, "is exactly the sort of thing that makes me hope Harry visits often and you less so." "I shall ignore that insult because you've had an emotional day." "Very considerate of you." Remus took Harry's smaller case with easy efficiency, as if sharing burdens in public required no discussion at all. Neville shifted his own trunk and looked between all of them with the shy steadiness that was becoming more and more simply steadiness. "We should probably move before we block the entire station," Remus said. "Much as I'd like to make a symbolic statement about public reunions." "Too late," Sirius replied. "I'm already making one." They did move then, slowly at first, the group finding its shape by instinct more than plan. The station pressed around them with all its ordinary hurry, strangers passing close, announcements echoing overhead, families peeling away into their own summer arrangements. In the middle of it, Harry turned to Hermione and Neville and felt, for one brief moment, the pull of parting at last. Hermione saw it coming and got there first, because she usually did. "Right," she said, properly, not 2 lines on dreadful parchment pretending to be a letter. "I know," Harry said. Neville smiled, a little nervous and a great deal more certain than he would once have been. "And if you want to visit, Gran will expect advance warning, but she'll be pleased." Harry looked at them both and felt the truth of the year standing there with school trunks and tired faces and all the strange, stubborn affection they had built together. "I will," he said. "Both." Hermione stepped forward and hugged him quickly, decisively, as if hesitation would only complicate a solved problem. Neville followed a moment later, awkward only for the first second before meaning carried the rest. When they stepped back, the ache in Harry's chest was real, but it was not fear. It was simply proof that something good had happened and would continue happening elsewhere. Sirius watched with bright eyes and no embarrassment about it. Remus looked at Harry with that same quiet, impossible warmth. James stood just off to one side, no longer distant, no longer pretending he belonged only at the edges. Harry saw all 3 of them waiting, and this time he did not think of rescue. He thought of choice. "All right," he said, and the words felt like the opening of a gate rather than the closing of a book. Then he turned and went with them through King's Cross, out under the wide summer sky, with friends behind him, family beside him, and a future ahead that did not belong to war at all. The end.